We have got a third place matchup between Beasty and Vortix, a highly anticipated one. And then after that, new week of AoE4 action begins for the midweek musters, as we will be at the halfway mark. And we're going to have enough weeks left to complete this. 20 weeks deep, man. For an opening epic? What, this? Yeah, dude. This is like Expedition 33. This is the OST. There's so many good songs in this game. I could just have a playlist of these and I'd be content. I remember I smashed for it originally, and like 10 of the soundtracks I like put in my liked, where I just casually listen to them for whatever reason. Also, what the hell has happened with that camera? One sec. Like something weird happening with cam size on one of the views. Give me a sec. What is that? Huh? Rogan? It's weird. My camera's the wrong size. I need to find sources and then just need to resize this camera. There we go. That's better. Not so mini-me anymore. Oh, my speech? Oh, this is just words and waffling. Oh, sorry. I said I was going to give you more clever obscure. Yeah, screw it. Straight in. Boom. Battle and breeze. Actually, no. We can do better. I actually, like, this is I think this is low-key my favorite one. It's just so out of place, but so epic. All right, so let's get the game booted up and get ready for the first series of the day. A best of 5 that could easily promise the full 5-game delivery. Like a baby that requires over 12 hours to be born. That's right, Beasty versus Vortix. Drafts, of course. Interesting one to look at there. Macedonians, Golden Horde. I mean, Vortix just spicing up in a different direction to what we're kind of used to. I also need my Red Bull. We were a little bit late getting live because it was meant to be a freaking delivery, and that delivery never arrived. They said they were going to arrive. They never arrived. Oh, wait. Did I post EGCs? Whoops. Let's try that again. Thank you. Since I'm in autopilot mode. You're playing ranked, right? No, we cast. We literally cast. We're the go-to place for Age of Empires 4 commentation. Commentation? Yes. That's how good at words I am. Like, commentate like that. Here you go. What, for like the delivery? Dude, it's like B&Q. They're meant to deliver some units. They said they were going to arrive between like 10:30, 12:30. Did not arrive. And I'm just like, okay. Well, you know, if they turn up and we don't answer the door, their ass is going to have to come back because that's on them for not actually delivering within the window. And if you meant Red Bull, we got the teal can. This is my last one. Like, what? I need to bump my guy. I'm like, dude, I'm being ghosted right now. I'm like, yo, I just want some more Red Bull, bro. Can we get it done? And I don't know. He's just not seeing the emails. I'm meant to be on like an automated list to get sent new batches every single month. But it has never worked. I always end up having to nudge him and be like, please, sir, please, can you send me some Red Bull? All right, so game 1. Remember, we are going to be on Borderland for this series. And then, of course, we move to a new rotation for the week. Oh. Yeah, thank you for that, Fat Blop. So that has been updated. Those people should know. All right, so... Where are we at? Borderland here? That should be it. No, that's against Dento. Oh, wait. He's already been playing his games for this week, hasn't he? Yeah, let me double check Beasty then. It's actually so annoyingly hard to find people now because of this stupid system that they've changed to. Who is Beasty's opponent this week? Sparta. I guarantee Sparta's not even spelled like that. Oh, who have I got winning? I think Vortix is a spicy boy. Let's put it like that. I think there's some like interesting things here. Like in particular, his Golden Horde. He's probably, I think he's the best Golden Horde player right now. Is it this one? Dude, there's so many fake beasties, it's just kind of yawn. Ugh, I didn't think it would be this hard to find them ahead of time. Give me a sec, guys. This one? Why is the data hidden? Oh, so I'm gonna like now do the stone reminder, which annoys the crap out of me to have to do. Let's see if I actually get a quick response. It's like if you're playing in the weeklies and you're playing back to back, just don't private your goddamn data. If you got that many secrets, just make a smurf. It's not like everyone doesn't already do it. It'd be different if it was at least illegal, but I mean, Jesus, people just actively do it anyway. I'm pretty sure this is Beasty's account. Like, Beasty and Beasty Q are both privated. I'm being stonewalled because I think Vortix doesn't... I think Vortix played a bunch of custom games. So his data is, like, not there. Yeah, it's not there. Wait, no, it should be. Oh, now I see what's happened. Dude, to make it even more confusing. Oh. It is that Beasty, I can find him, it's just he's not bloody called Beasty, which does make this actually still confusing. He's Dento. That makes more sense. Alright. For a second, like, I thought that Gento had, like, changed the name to Dento and he queued into Vortix in the matchups. So, we have got the data. Fantastic. It's going to be game 1, Japanese versus Ibids. I was getting ready to get my beaten stick out on privating, so good. We haven't got private data. We've just got confusing names to confuse the crap out of me. So game number 1, we're going to be having Japanese versus Ibids to open this big bad boy up. One sec. Let me just update that now, and then we'll get into game. And I'm going to kind of look forward to not seeing Japan as an opening map. I don't know. I feel like I got more than enough munch of it in just 1 week. All right, here we go. Let's get ready to go. Wait, where's my background? Oops. Ladies and gentlemen, it's third place time, but it is a Giga stacked one. We have got Vortix going up against not Dento, that is Beasty Cutie in the yellow, in a best of 5 to see who will be Ron's place this week. Seriously, this is the third place match. Like, can we just process how incredibly stacked the midweek musters are becoming? And it's going to be a fun one. Vortix looking for that unbridled opening aggression. It is going to be Japanese with a Dark Age Rush in the red, while Dento, a.k.a. Beasty, we're playing Ibids on Boldland to kick us off in this single series best of 5. Welcome, one and all. Going to be a fun one. These two tend to deliver fireworks. I mean, you know, there was a time where one of them was very aggressive, one of them was very defensive. Those days are somewhat gone. I think Beasty's kind of been very vocal about this, that he feels like when he plays against Vortix, you have to pose aggression. You can't just chill. If you do, you give him dictatorial control, and he takes full advantage of that. In fact, Vortix has historically been one of the best players at doing exactly that. And yes, thank you. I just noticed we've got a stupid overlay thing left. There we go. Remove that. That's because the janky solution we had to slot in before, because when Macedonians playing games, it reverses everything. And 1 second. I'm literally now getting a call. I swear to God, if that delivery is here, I'm just going to be so... All right, the stupid twat from B&Q has arrived. Right, I'm going to need like 10 minutes, guys. Sorry, I know. It's a complete cock block. You guys were excited, like, oh my God, it could be the best ever. I'll go back to the rarely used BRB screen, and I'm going to have a go at these freaking delivery drivers. Because when they say they are going to arrive between a window and then they're almost an hour late, they're pretty shit at their job. Be right back in a sec. Sorry, guys. You can enjoy the music, though. I'll leave that. All right. We are back. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, it kind of took a freaking sweet-ass time getting it in. But that's delivery out of the way. And now I have literally no room to walk around. Ugh. Dude, it's like a combo meal. First, there was the fact that Emma ordered the wrong unit. So we need to get this second one delivered. And then they were just literally like 40 minutes late. But it's done now. Which means we can get back into it. All right, so music off. Ready to roll. All right, there we go. Delivery received. They really were crap at their job, but at least they got there in the end. Now we are due to be delivered an incredible series. Vortix is going to be going the Dark Age rush here. Not unheard of. In fact, literally, it's what Japan looks to do practically every game, but just because of how cheap and easy to do it is. Dento, aka Beasty. He has already gathered the gold up for a full tech, so obviously you don't want everyone to get advancement. He's being cheeky, actually. He wants the extra. What's he looking for here? Maybe like wheelbarrow, even? I mean, the thought here, I think, is because Vortix was pretty greedy there. He split the spear aggro between the gold and the berries instead of just optimizing an attack on one. So we'll shift him back now. Beasty, I mean, not really much gold here in the end, actually. I think he's just kind of seeing how much he could kind of exploit out that because he'll eventually want to be back on gold anyway, so having to walk back like that is really annoying in the first place. So, yeah, he even just sends a worker back for a little bit of extra gold sliver there. Vortix, I mean, this is the type of spawn you look at and go, why is he not outpost rushing? It's because you don't usually want to build more than 2 spears. It just feels a lot better to take a tech play versus building 2 spears. Because 2 spears more. Because the problem here is if you go 4, 5 spearmen, your opponent can just build an archery range and get a ram. And remember, Iabids are very lean with that because they don't have to build a blacksmiths and build siege engineering. They'll just have the ability to build the ram. So that's why, especially against Iabids, it feels really hit or miss with these outpost rushes. Usually it just feels better to take advantage of the fact that your opponent cannot rush an age up to get ahead of them on the timing. Wait, what were you guys doing while I was gone? Also, there's talk. I gave you guys like 20 centimeters, only seconds. Like, I don't know what you guys were doing with it. Anyway, Kurosawa's on the way. Vortix has only got 2 on there. Is this a fast castle build? This might just be a straight up fast castle. Normally you do 1 if you like cleanly optimize. Some people prefer the 2. What we get delivered? No, we got delivered like kitchen units. Meds? Oh, I wish. Expensive freaking kitchen units. I just realized... Wait, did they always have the wood in the corner and never noticed? It's nice when the blacksmith actually works. The stupid thing is, like, why is the blacksmith actually working when it's actually not working? I'm still kind of gutted they never made this change. I think it's just such a good visual change. All blacksmiths should actually only have the furnaces running when they're actually teching. It's a really cool visual feedback idea. I don't know why we don't have it at this point. Because, like, sometimes the fires will just stop and never start again. Anyway. Beasty, he can see what this is going to be, right? Like, he can see the state of things, just 2 on the build-up, 8-6 on the gold. It's pretty obvious, like, what your opponent is kind of intending here. In fact, what we might do is fix that terrible name that Beasty's chosen and actually make him correct again. Let's give me a sec, guys. I'll fix that for you. Seeing as this early game and not much else is happening, we can. There we go. I mean, the color difference is a bit... Why is the color difference so sucky now? Huh? 1 second. We're going to fix this. Going to make it pretty. Wait, no. Wrong thing. Crap. Yeah, just great production skills on the fly. That's what we do. Best of the best, really. All right, boom. Much better. So, we're just looking at deer right now because, you know, wildlife is a beautiful thing. Back across to what really matters here. The outpost is coming up. Interesting placement. Vortix did go for it on the back, not on the forward, which means that actually Beasty can be a nuisance. We've got the Dervish play followed up by the Desert Raiders. First one is already out in the field. Yeah, so he's rapidly producing them. Not just going for the one pump, it's going to be a double investment. Vortix, I mean, this choice to just go one tower is going to feel pretty greedy, especially considering the positioning on it. In fairness, Desert Raiders, you can hit them even with this tower because their range is really low. But with the healing, they can sustain a little bit. Wait, the name cover not go up? There we go. Need Minecraft music with this camera move. I was thinking about this the other day. Someone asked about, I can't remember what it was. They were asking for some like voice line or something when someone gets said. I'm like, I could actually set up a series of voice lines and whatever that play when certain things get said. Like, for example, you go, oh, the Benny Hillsing, and then it would just actually play the Benny Hills music. Probably a bad example because, like, if we'd done that, I'm pretty sure we just get demonetized. And, oh, my God. All right. Don't know about demonetized, but that Desert Raider just got cancelled. What? With like a little bit of missed micro, I don't think he was like target healing for a moment because if the dervishes are moving, they're only doing the passive healing. So Flown get on the way. And Vortix, honestly, unfettered here. Barely taking an inkling of damage. I think he's pretty happy with how this has gone. Like, sure, he had to go for the tower, but considering that Beasty invested in 3 Desert Raiders just to stand here, it's a pretty good outcome for the Spaniard. Nice micro. Okay, that was sick micro. He actually knew, he instinctively knew what one Beasty was going for. He noticed that just from the slight turn. So each time there was a shot coming out, he was getting in. Looks like some damage has been done over time. So eventually Beasty will be able to do something with this. He's going raw Desert Raiders. I remember this build a while ago against Japan. These guys, these days, can't they just do Yumi? Mass Yumi kind of resolves the problem. I mean, I guess the concern there is it's going to be your opponent can go Camel Lancers, but I'd probably make an argument for like Yumi Spearman, as weird as that sounds for Japan. There was a time where Onimusha was kind of a slick idea. But it's weird because, you're going to get the debuff from the Desert Raiders Camelanese, but they are low HP and they have no ranged armor. And then against Camel Lancers, you just disintegrate them. So you just kind of keep your distance. But instead, Vortix, he's just going to do the tried and true. Mounted Samurai for now. He does have the racks if he wants to add in, say, something like Spearman. Not a bad idea, actually. Like, Mounted Samurai plus Spears is a pretty nasty combo. But for now, it's just going to be a raw pump of heavy cav. Has revealed it already. Beasty has, what, 1 stables? With Reinforcement Wing... Surely you want a second here, because you're going to want to upgrade the Desert Raiders, but you're also probably going to add in a few Camel Lancers, no? Like, being truly one-dimensional does feel a bit dangerous. In theory, they do trade decently into the Mounted Samurai for their cost and their armor. Especially considering their damage. Like, their DPS is actually harder than a Camel Lancer. You've seen all Desert Raider strats before. They aren't that bad. They aren't that bad, but also they aren't just the giga win they once were, right? There was a time where it was almost just cheesy. There was a time where actually, like, people realized that this was a thing in team games and then just shifted across to doing this, right? Like that's the interesting thing is, like, there was a time where team games was starting to really dictate what people were actually doing in 1v1s with some of these sips. So it's just going to be a shuffle around with the Mounted Samurai and, ooh, dive in already. So I'm just double checking everything's running live and okay. All right, oh yeah, we're good to go. 7 Desert Raiders against 5 Mounted Samurai. What's the second component? It is going to be the Yumi. Yeah, because like I said, with no ranged armor, you struggle here. Dervish Warlow is going to push the Mounted Samurai away. A little bit difficult to re-dive here, considering the Desert Raiders are in range. He has got more Mounted Samurai coming through. Remember, this is a bit of a race for relics, right? Like, you've got Dervish on one side, and on the other side, you've just got this complimentary Shinto priest coming out. Beasty a little bit slow on the pullback. Hasn't really realized the distraction on the north side, making him forget, but is making his way home with the goodies now. A really good spawn. Wait, are you actually serious right now? Because there was another relic up here, wasn't 1, 2, 3. All of them situated north side, but very clustered here. This is a really nice spawn for Vortix on the relics in the north side. He already got 1 home. Was that southern, I guess. That must have been southern, like around here. Oh, no, it's it. Whoa, okay. That's actually kind of crazy spawn. So 4 relics north side, 3 of them on Vortix's side, ever so slightly. That's a pretty advantageous position to find yourself in. And Vortix, he does have the steel arrow in the way. Camel Lance is now getting littered in as expected. I wonder if there's ever a one in which Vortix does just go back now for the spears. The problem is, like, if you go spears, it encourages archer mass for Ibids, which is one of the more desirable elements to get towards. And also, you know, the whole idea of lobbing, it sounds good on paper, but in reality, the problem is against Ibids, it just kind of encourages them to go for Manganiques. Lobbing's very difficult against Ibids if you don't have a big advantage. Or if you're not moving with a cavalry comp. Because a cavalry comp is very hard for Ibids to lock down with their Manganiques. Desiree just haven't really done much. So he's kind of getting ready for an all-in timing. That gives defenders advantage. That gives time. Vortix already has Steel Arrow 2 on the way. And Beasty hasn't discovered a blacksmith yet. Like, seriously, we're 12 minutes in, no blacksmiths. Kind of your classic expectation with Ibids a lot of the time. He's switching into crossbowman. Yumi can somewhat dispatch that, especially with this type of DPS. Does reveal. Wow, Beasty. Where is the scout, actually? Okay, so he has a scout running out here, but nothing with the main army. That could have been a lot worse, considering how fat the stealth forest is down the center. Some people don't like stealth forest. To them, I say build more scouts. There's some players that are really good for that, like just going triple scout in the mid game, just to try and inform. And do we have the Eurashire drop in the TC? So we do have it there. We've got one in the stables. And I assume he might just go farmhouses afterwards. Oh no, he's already gone archery. Okay. So he's going to blow up his Yumi production there instead of adding in extra Yumi buildings. I think that makes sense on this map because you're limited on wood. So you just want extra wood to put into Yumi. But afterwards, I wouldn't be surprised to see a farmhouse just to get that little bit of food injection that would be necessary to keep the samurai count going. Flash coming in the center. Beasty just trying to force the matter. He's got the hybridization of range, remember. Right now, it's just Camel Lancers holding this, which is a little bit ambitious. The Yumi are trying to trade out against the Desert Raiders, being given their wish. Finally, we get melee mode coming in from Beasty. A little bit surprised we didn't get this sooner. Mad Samurai now starting to get a bit overwhelmed. They will be forced away. So good defense there by Beasty. A lot of bodies hitting the floor on each side. But Beasty definitely taking a slight edge out of that. I think for a moment that looked a bit dicey. His choice to stay into range form of the Desert Raiders was becoming a little bit questionable. I think he just didn't want to waste the time running around the front line to get melee. But really, you do want the Desert Raiders fighting in melee. The Camel Lancers are only 22 base damage. Desert Raiders will be 30 with the bonus damage, right? So a huge difference there between these two unit types. You know, the only thing that Camel Lancers technically have going for them is they should be a little bit more tanky than DRs. The difference isn't that major when you remember that this unit has 6 melee armor to begin with. And the health difference isn't crazy either. It's 145 to 210. Because Camel Lancers, for whatever reason, have less health than Knights. I think the idea originally on why Camel Lancers got less health than Knights, probably the devs were worried that if they set it up so that Camel Lancers had the same health, then the Camelanese would make it impossible for other civs to win against Camel Lancers. I don't personally buy that, though. With the lower base damage, you already would have achieved that. Yeah, because if you think about it this way, right? So usually it's 24 damage, 22 damage instead. That's almost 10% damage loss. And you cause a 20% damage loss. And when you consider some of the knights that exist in the game, like Mounted Samurai, perfect example, French knights, it's not unrealistic to expect that even if Camel Lancers had 230 HP, they could still be beaten. I think there was maybe a lot of focus put on the idea of the charge being really good. But, you know, over time, it's felt quite situational. And nowadays, with the spearmen actually countering the brace, not as good. What was that charge? There's a lot of hate for one villager, but hold on. He still catches them all. And Vortix, the runaway, in a contradictory direction here. A few Mad Samurai trying to protect. The Beasty getting the exact type of hit he needed at the perfect moment there. Crossbow transition is looking pretty good. Almost 20 deep. And now, with an 8-worker lead, Damn. Talk about catching and being a little bit greedy. I mean, did he go for a final Euroshiro drop? It went in the racks. Yeah, so Vortix just went full tempo aggression, and I mean, maybe a little bit short-sighted on where he's getting the food from there. You'd think to a certain degree this is safe, but you have to remember there's still cams in the field, a lot of them. You like Beasty's walls? Beasty is probably the most consistent person I've seen in the KPMMs who are doing these type of walls. Sometimes it's a complete backfire, but sometimes it just makes it impossible for raids from his opponent. I like that Vortix has pivoted against this, though. He's not raid-oriented, he's all-in oriented. The spears will be a big deal breaker here. Dento's comp doesn't deal with it very well. Concave coming in from Beasty. Does have to pull back. The Desert Raiders move across onto the Yuumi to try and protect the crossbowman. Does give Mount Samurai a little bit more wiggle room here, and a few spearmen are still sneaking in. This fight looking phenomenal. Vortix just showing the value, actually, these spearmen. The burst coming through is huge. The Springwood Tower should eventually reset Vortix, as he doesn't have much force left to push with here, but definitely takes a favorable trade on the military comp. He's disintegrated the cavalry line. He has lost his own, yes, but Yuumi Spearman, a lot more spammable at this stage than Crossbowman. He just needs to be respectful of this Springwall, because it's the only reason this hasn't been a complete wash of a fight. Seriously, this thing is ridiculous. Talk about MVP. That should have been just easy clap, move on, game 2, Beasty having to accept that like the army's too big, but just a single freaking outpost. These things are so incredibly strong, even still. Castle placements in general, just nothing to turn your nose up at. You know, gone are the days of needing to fixate on Imperial emplacements being the bread and butter. Sure, they're still incredible, but they're also incredibly expensive. These are cost efficient and provide an insane amount of DPS in prolonged fights. Yeah, you'll notice that from high-level pros, they'll spend a lot more time now trying to force fights around these type of tower emplacements when they're defending. It's another praise element of the walls, isn't it? The Beastie put up. Wait. Vortix like, all right, I'm coming in. You're not. This is such a weird little wall. Like, when you see the full picture, you're going to kind of facepalm it if you're Vortix. Like, oh, okay. I see. Camelot's is countered by archers. No, it's all about just dealing with crossbows. It also keeps your opponent off spears himself. If he goes archers as well, like the issue is Ibid archers will start overkilling. This is like one of the better matchups for Ibid archers, by the way, because the idea is you might be overkilling, but you're killing a lot more units compared to normal archers due to the lower health. The reason that's important is the ability Mamluke's Bravery. This one down here. Son's Mamluke's, don't know why it gets two different names. It gives damage buff and movement buff. So if you have a lot of units that are dying fast, you see the merit of that. And on top of that, Beastie is encouraged to go for this play now, considering his opponent has got mass spears. And we do finally have those managed names. It took a while, but I like Vortix's response. He's already taken double Sacred Sight. He's looking to force him to come out of the base. Raid again, though. Vortix, the maths doesn't add up on this. He's been skipping worker production again. I swear, if this guy can just fix the worker issue, he will be the best player in the game. It's a 6 eco difference, or should be, but somehow he finds himself 10 workers down against a Civ that has a Yorishiro drop in the TC, making them produce workers quicker. And it has had that for a few minutes now. The numbers just don't make sense. Like, I need to ask Vortix next time I interview him whether this is an intentional choice. Like, he's choosing to double down on military units and sacrifice economy. It's a strategy that has made sense over the years in many different RTSs. Age of Empires 4 has never been one of them, though. Age of Empires 4, I feel like worker production may be more important in this game, consistent worker production, than almost any other RTS I can think of. It's not, he just focuses a lot on micro. Have you asked him? I'm gonna need the interview receipts on this. Siege Workshop now in the center. Wait, is he trying to out Mango? Ah, so he said it about on his streams. That's interesting. That's the thing. And if you think about the history of Vortix as well, like, you know, his background, Warcraft, StarCraft, you know, these are the type of games where you can kind of maybe skip worker production just to aggro. I think that's another thing to think about there is, like, in those type of games, it wasn't the be-all end-all. It was worth being more micro-oriented in some cases. And I think when he went to visit Age of Mythology, that just kind of reinforced what now in AoE4 seen as bad behaviors. Right? Because Age of Mythology doesn't require non-stop villager production. There are a lot of cases where that's actually counterintuitive. I think worker production is more important than armies of Exego. Is that even a real game? I've now insulted, like, your favorite game from your childhood. I don't think I've ever even heard of that game. There's probably like 7 people in chat that thought you made that up. Like, I'm looking up now. Maybe Black Hole Entertainment. Oh, I remember these guys. They made that kind of crappy Warhammer game. Oh god, they made Might and Magic VI as well. Okay, nah, dude. I don't think I'll be trying that one. So Vortix is just running the clock down now. The Siege Workshop hasn't started prepping anything yet, though. I love that he's just still raiding the flanks and... Oh no! Oh, a strike back moment there. He finds the workers in the southern corner, so great find there. And all of a sudden, neck and neck economy. Damn, what a hit. Why is there a bunch of talk about Hero Viper and ACCM? Oh my god, are they back in AoE4? Oh, dude, the tinfoil hat theories from certain people, like in Age of Empires 2, on like that the ladders for the qualifiers of Red Bull was hilarious. Like, they're clearly colluding. But I don't think they are. I think they all kind of want to be there. So, what's Beasty building towards? It's just CGQ most time, right? We don't really get to see it very often. But when it does happen, it's powerful. And this is like one of the civs where it does make a lot of sense. You go 6 Manjaniques. Onus is on Vortix to break that. And he only has 10 Mount Samurai, but I do like the idea of this Ona Bugacia switch if it wasn't for the fact that Beasty's also been prepping Springlets. So I think Vortix is going to have to go for like a wide concave on approach here so that he hits from the sides. You know, full Meet the Spartans moment. Like, I'm going to reach around and take him from behind. And then I'm going to reach around and take him from the front. Essentially, you want to kind of create a multi-angled assault here as Vortix. Time being, it's going to be Trebs to begin the assault in. I like how he's like, yeah, screw that outpost. That thing almost lost me the game before. Vortix, just going to invite him on in. Got some outposts coming in. Beasty doesn't have a front line. Yeah, but Vortix doesn't have a quick breaker either, which is why he's getting those Bugacia now. Like, 40 Spearmen may seem like a lot, but if you're running into 4 Manjaniques, 3 Springolds, by the time you reach them, half those guys are going to be dead. This is the thing. Vortix just has that breadth we were highlighting. Look at the angles of assault here. He's coming at it from 4 different sides. He's not going to group up for that siege. Beasty's running out of time fast here, though. It's going to be mass Springolds, the thing that stopped Vortix's last assault. Beasty, he doesn't have permanence of economy, by the way. He's also not going to find his way easily out to this food, but he's trying to deny Vortix being here. Torches are going to be pulled to deal with that outpost before it becomes a real threat. Now, the Sacred Sites. Is he just eating the food? He is. So that deer's mine. And the Manjaniques, they waste their first shot on a Mount Samurai. Now the concave effect. He tries to lap around the back. Yumi gets stuck in the mud here. The Manjaniques with the reloads, trying to brute force through on the left side. It's working. Beasty, there's just nothing that can actually stand and hold for more than 5 seconds. Siege already being reached. Manjaniques have to retreat. A lot of Yumi going down in response. But Beasty doesn't have much firepower left here. He's down to Siege and a handful of archers. Vortix with just enough melee units left to break through that as well. The Manjaniques have now been reached. 2 of them splinter already. Bugacia are shredders of Siege. The Springle defense isn't going to matter. Hasn't really got much army left to push out with. Vortix does need to reset. There is maybe a decap opportunity here for Beasty. We'll have to re-bolt first. My God, the cost on each side there. You just see the Yuumi factor, right? Like, very high count in favor of Vortix, and then that third flurry of rocks comes in. All of a sudden, 30 units are dead on the floor. That's what Manjaniques do to these bulk masses. Vortix with just 2 minutes left on the clock. It's going to keep on double downing here. Even now adding in his own siege weapons. How did Beasty survive that? Outpost, castle, which is being dove, and the Manjanique effect. The Manjaniques got, what was that, 3 flurries off? 2 of them were solid hits as well. And you have to remember, Yuumi do not have much health. And if they eat rocks too long, they all start dying at the same time. You have to think of Manjaniques very differently to Mangonels. Mangonels can be dodged, and if you don't dodge them, your archers are dead in like 2 hits in a small area. Manjaniques, not easy to dodge. And you're going to be dead to just their raw fire in 9 or 10. But the amount of units they kill at scale is better than Mango's. Now he's going Spring with defense. I like this from Vortix, though. You know, kind of switching Mango's isn't a bad idea. I hope he kind of doubles down on it. Like, Spear Mango could make sense here, just to kind of contest the Springolds. Sacred Sight's now 50 seconds away. I mean, this is do or die. Beastie is out of time. Win or lose by the Springold push. Vortix has reinvested into Own Bagacia. Interesting choice here. Like, they are Siege Shredders, but Springolds are a little bit difficult, or harder, shall we say, for them to burst through, just because of the inherent armor they have, the melee armor. And ironically, it looks like Vortix is going to play Beastie at his same game. Springald placements are coming in. It's going to start moving up. Vortix still has the military lead on Bio, but Beastie relying heavily on the siege. 15 seconds. He pauses the timer. Starts to move forward. Edging out this, but knows he can't overextend. The Yuumi, they're coming in from the north. This time, though, there's no Manjanique threat. There's nothing to directly contest them in one easy stroke. In fact, the Springald shots are being wasted on the melee. There is a dive onto the sacred side, though. Vortix. He's starting to get harassed. He just threw away the melee. No! Surely not, Beastie. The camels move in. The Springald, surprisingly enough, not getting counted there. He didn't try to snipe them with the Yuumi at all. Beastie, he's now on the site. He begins the decap. Springolds are also decent at this scale at killing off Yuumi. Vortix needs more cavalry. Pause the timer. All melee line gone now. And the villager pull! Vortix with a hard commitment! The hard choice to make! The Springolds are shredding straight through them! He's gonna get a few of them down. Villagers barely left alive at this stage, holding torches high in the air, singing Kumbaya. And it might be a praise the Lord here, because Beastie is running out of troopers fast. This is villager pull now. All Springold's gone. Vortix, just a few units required here to lock it in. Beastie, he can't stay here. He's got nothing but workers. I'm gonna be work, overtime. He goes for a pull on the north side. Vortix mirrors with the shivs. A Bagacia in there as well. Just one to start hampering this down. A Mad Samurai on the way. And that should seal the deal. Despite all the losses for Vortix, he'll still end up with an economy lead at the end of this game. And that is what Sacred Sites should do in Age of Empires 4. Oh, that was a sick game. Oh my god, what a game. That was just G1 as well to kick us off. I think that's literally what I call it as well. This is what Sacred Sites were meant to be. And that was just game 1, by the way, guys. And that game played out like something you'd see at the end of a freaking series. Holy crap. So, G1 on the board for Mr. Vortix. G2, we're going to front range. Macedonians versus HRE. he's bringing them out, man. Oh, yes. I am eager to see what the plan is for this Civ. All right. And let's get ready. And yeah, this is the third place matchup from the week we just had, guys. They haven't met up this early in the bracket. All right. Let's get the right music for the occasion. It's that time! Welcome back to the channel, folks, for another epic game of Age of Empires 4. Vortix going up against Beasty, and we've got a treat here. It's HRE facing off against the Macedonian dynasty. Stonks rising with this Civ, and with it, a Spaniard at the helm. On an aggressive Civ like this, you know it's going to be an absolute bloodbath. That's right, game number 2. Beasty in this third place decider is already trailing behind. He trusts in the HRE to get him back on course on front range. But folks, Macedonians underexplored on this map. There's so many things that make sense for them. Let's see how Vortix is going to educate us today. Oh, what a wonderful matchup as well. This has already been game number 1, already played out to its conclusion like the end of a grand finals. G2 has got quite a high bar to exceed. Love this from Beasty on the opening, though. One of the cool things about HRE is the ability to go back out onto the map straight away and just play onto the ball. You've got the priest there, so it's very hard for most civs in the game to contest you in the Dark Age. And in fact, Vortix hasn't even tried. Hasn't gone for his own ball, hasn't gone for his shivs out. You need to attach your Amazon out into Twitch? Yeah, wait, what? Why have you not done that? Like, dude, you got to get those Prime subs in. If you aren't attaching an Amazon Prime account to a Twitch account and then subbing, well, quite frankly, my children are now starving. Okay, I'll go for the other angle, which is you're missing out on sticking it to the man. You'd be taking money out of Amazon's pocket. That sounds like a power play. All right, so Vortix, we're probably going to be seeing Hippodrome. Yeah, there's not really much reason to Grand Winery this map. I'm curious to see if Beasty is going to go for Aachen. I'm not a big believer in Aachen. It's not that you can't win with it on this map. It's just Minework has a lot more value in my eyes. Then again, his tree line is kind of sick here. He could get Aachen here, get all 3 tree lines, and then it could burst him into a farm transition, which isn't the worst idea against Macedonians, considering, you know, it's very difficult to contest them in the feudal. The fact that he's on board already, though, does make it feel like this would be a good game to go for mine. And there we go. Remember, this is the man that once upon a time said he would, he would rather eat his shoe than build a minework? And he saw no reason at all. A long time ago, when a minework was very different. But even BC has now been converted to the way. That means we're going to be looking at, what, some sort of contest in the feudal? I mean, this is interesting because Minework does have burst points in both feudal and castle age. Like, you can go for castle and rely on the idea of the barded armor to make your knights much tankier. I do think you'll still lose against Ridari, but if you have boar advantage going into that, you should have more knights than your opponent will get Ridari. If BC wins this, he went burger? It's possible. Yeah, because like if Vortix gets baited into Varangian, it could throw the game. Because the Beastie will have a clear play into Men-at-Arms. It's weird because you like want to contest this, right? But technically you should only need horsemen. You should be able to afford enough ponies to get Beastie onto spears. And then just force him back home with a little bit of effort. The problem is if you overexert your effort into, say, Archer Spearman or Archer Horseman to get that, then it does open the floodgates for a Burgrave. Especially if Beastie is keeping sheep in reserve. Yeah, he's not really eating the sheep right now. He just brought the rest of them back. He's got the deer in the corner as a backup as well. But realistically, if you're getting pushed here, you're getting pushed further back towards the deer as well. And what is up, Resenders? Good morning to you from the UK. Thank you very much. Appreciate the Prime sub. Damn, it must be really early in Brazil. Isn't it like 6 a.m. or 7 a.m.? Oh, bright and early. I would never get up that early. Okay, first horseman arriving. Does pull back off the gold. Interesting choice. He doesn't even try to control it initially to try and rush these tech timings. But he'll be coming back for it. It should be an opening racks here. And there you go. And Horseman plus the Scouts here. This is a potent combo, remember. This Scout almost has the same health as a Castlage Knight. And he regenerates. Oh, wait, he could get the kill there. Yeah, no, that's a snipe. That's an easy snipe there. Vortix, I don't think he believed it for a second. I mean, he could just club it right now, the Scout. Boom. So, vision denial already. Beasty now rocking blind. He does at least have the outpost out on the ball. And that's how you dive. Remember, you lead with the Hippodrome Scout here because he's going to keep healing. And apparently, it's 10:50 a.m. in Brazil. Huh, the time zones are tighter than I would expect it. But then again, we have to remember, like, when you think of South America and the shape of it, Brazil's the big booty, right? It sticks out on the right side. Which is hilarious, because I live in the big booty of the UK. I stick out on the right side. People like, I've never heard someone describe countries' shapes this way. Archery range now. That's interesting. Going Archer plus Spears, considering your opponent's only Horseman so far. So there's been some assumptions made here by Beasty. This is just a weird fight. That pathing is cruel. Needs to be careful. You don't want to take too much damage on the Horseman yet. You're waiting for that Hippodrome Horseman timing. Because then all these bad boys get +2 damage. Also, at the same time, you know, if you take this damage and then you get the percentile health increase, it's not going to scale the full extras 5% onto you. It's going to be a fraction of what you would have got otherwise at this scale. Yeah, Beasty with archers, man. I don't know. If this was Arhin, I'd understand it. So Bogmaffer coming through. Bogmaffer Horseman can actually beat Archer Spearman, I'm pretty sure. Especially if you wait too long. Like, there's actually a bit of urgency now with what Beasty's doing. Because if he waits too long, the Ridari Champ comes into the picture. And that's when things get scary. Because your opponent can kite you. Remember, Ridari Champion is going to allow you to basically be H3 marching drills. Moving out into the deer now. No arrow slits just yet, but he doesn't have a reason to. And Beasty does have to be present. I think part of the thought process behind full infantry is he needs to defend fast. Because if you don't, then with the Scout, you can easily torch down this outpost due to the buff torch damage you get with the Macedonians. I like how my Twitch chat has just become like a global clock now. It's like these times now carry no credence or reason, but everyone wants to be included. Like, give me a good one, right? Like, I need someone who's in the Antarctic right now. Like, yeah, buddy. It's like midnight penguin time. Is Vortix just attacking now? No. I mean, he's holding a lot of gold, but this does happen due to the silver more than anything else. You're under 30 centimeters of snow, not 20 centimeters? Huh, surprising. Yeah, is anyone on the International Space Station? I'd really love to get like a clarity on the time on the International Space Station right now. Penguins live only in Australia? That sounds like a penguin's version of Guantanamo Bay. Like, yeah, that's where we send the penguins when they misbehave. They hate it here. Oh, no. Beasty's going to hate this. He needs to get back now. Remember what I said about that torch damage? This is fast. Luckily, HRE's infantry are also fast. They're moving across now. Should be able to get there just in time. I wonder if Vortix... Okay, yeah, nice pull. Beasty, he didn't make the mistake of hanging in there until it burnt down. Because otherwise, he would have spawned out here, and he would have easily lost one. Spawning out here is a different game. It allows him to shift back quicker. Antarctica's in 10 different time zones? Yeah, that's why I want you to give me the time zone. Why is the joke on me? The joke's on you for now trying to figure out the time zone. I'm a streamer. We're lazy. We don't, like, we don't do any of the hard work, okay? Most of the time, we just watch other people's content. Okay, so march across here. Yeah, but yeah, right idea. I was about to say, you just get this in. The arrow slits is crazy here. As Beasty's about to learn. Has just completed, and he just ran headfirst underneath double stronghold. So, gonna sting a little bit. Makes it a bit harder to go for these dives. Does at least get away quick enough before it becomes truly problematic. And shout out to the undermesh already being there to make it a little bit less stingy. And good question, actually. Did he go for... Yeah, so he bought food. I really like this play, actually. The buy gold, buy food with gold. It makes sense because of the silver. It's something we talked about very early on Macedonians. I'm glad we're starting to see it. You want to force a lot of gold gathering to get silver. But you don't really have much use for gold in feudal. However, there's nothing to stop you selling. If you think about the maths involved, with all the silver you accrue, it's actually not a terrible deal. With the silver being so critical to success, the trade rates are actually reasonable. Just a very interesting map that Vortix has done this on, though, considering that the gold veins are very limited. He's already tapped the back gold, right? So he's moving forward one now. Passive gen's on the way here, though, so he's getting 73 silver in perpetuity. Vortix on approach. Oops. Horseman hanging around a bit too long there. He does have the Radari champ now, so remember, he's got that movement speed advantage. Look at it, 1.44. He's quicker than HRE archers. Fun fact, also tankier. Bogmaffer have more health by default. Horseman now trying to charge in. If he has runestones, he's even quicker, and he'll also have the range advantage. Interesting he hasn't dropped a runestone at all. Yeah, this is a bit haphazardy. I don't know. For the runestone, I know it's small range. There we go. Drops it now. But look at the speed. 1.65. They're quicker than heavy cab. He just needs to keep milking kills. Runestones do actually last quite a while, and this is why I was surprised we weren't seeing Macedonians on this map sooner, because the tug and pull of the map design means that you should be able to line runestones up gradually. So we'll just retreat into a safety range. Remember, he also gets the +1 extra range, so archers shouldn't be able to trade out with him at that point. Another runestone being dropped. Beasty. He did get the all pikes, right? So he's got that DPS, very high DPS actually on Spearman, 12 damage per strike. What's better, Age of Empires 2 or Age of Empires 4? You've come into an Age of Empires 4 stream asking that question. I'll let you guide yourself to an answer. Both games have their merit. There's quirky and cool things about AoE2, there always will be. And there's things that AoE4 I think does better. If I'm being objective about it. 12 damage on strike? Isn't it 11? No, because you... oh, yeah, sorry, yeah, my brain. Why did I say 12? 11, yeah. Why did I say 12? They go to 9 damage in veterancy, right? Maybe my brain is in the wrong place. Awesome. I'll go get intercept on the backside. We do also have a creep forward here now with a Varangian stronghold that gets production on the front side. As well as some security, because remember, it's an outpost. Not to garrison, but to shoot back. Beasty, man, these numbers, he's so far ahead on it. The Bogmaffer have not really been convincing here. No, I get the idea for Vortix, but he's been forced to try and trade earlier than I think he intended. And it does feel like it's backfiring. The Horsemen are now going to go for the charge in, though, to try and even things up. Spear line, only 8 deep. Champion is quite tanky. They are going to bypass, but Bogmaffer practically all evaporated. Yeah, this looks pretty cooked right now. I mean, Beasty, at this point, just keep the unit production going, and you've got a clear push pattern. I think in hindsight for Vortix, what he needed was a little bit more time. You know, he invested into the cavalry techs, right? He went for the +2 there, but it means his timing into archers is really sucky. Because the archers not only are more expensive to produce, and then you still don't have runestones yet, but then you also don't have the arsenal techs. Because you already invested so much silver into cavalry. That's a nice way of thinking about it. Ocarina of Time versus Breath of the Wild, both of them are great games. Yeah. It's like different experiences, really. Like some have said with AO2 is I think the micro component is maybe a bit more thought out. Although some elements of it, I've even heard from pros, they think is monotonous, like archer dodging. Like, seriously, I mean, I'm not going to name names because I know people passionate about the game, don't want to turn on play, but I've had players say that to me, like, really? You think that? They're like, yeah, I kind of like AoE4s more. But I do like that it has a lot of micro-expression in AoE2 in general. They do a good job with the graphical style for a very old game. Vortix, up to 20 archers. This is recover the count, but look what Beasty's now doing. It's men-at-arms time. Ram as well to try and clear out this objective. Ranching strongholds. Two of them can be a little bit threatening normally, but you have to have some staying power. And Vortix, quite frankly, doesn't. No, shoots out from the workers. This is starting to look pretty disastrous. Cavalry is going to bypass, though. The Spearmen, they overpath there. We'll try to retreat now. So some time being bought. The Radari champion is still a significant threat here. And oh my dear God. What? What just happened to the count? We went from, what, 25 to 50 to 24 to 36. No freaking way. Was that the strongholds? I mean, I know they're good, but come on. All right, Beasty's going to have to chill. That makes more sense then. Yeah, instead he's going for castle. Because I was like, there's no way he should be this close after the trades he took. So he's checking the tech up. I think we got a Burgrave strat here, folks. It's Mass Bog Maffer. Is the men-at-arms going to be good enough? I mean, they should be. He goes Regnets, though. So, Knights? It must be Knights. Because I think the thought in BC's mind is, like, normally we see archers like this, the men-at-arms is a decent idea. But against these archers with the movement speed and also the penetration, probably feels a bit more flimsy. Whereas instead, you can build Knights, which are fast, and then get barded armor as well. Vortix just taking the chill pill right now because he actually doesn't have any melee units to dive with. He will find a little treat on the flank there, though. The cavalry sneak into the berries. This is a bit worrisome, actually, because Beasty doesn't have farms. So he needs to be out here. March across now. Able to intercept a few workers and just chase the army away. And now the clash. Tech up begins and completes. Castle has now arrived. And it means the Vortix needs to get value out of this. Commits into trade. He has got the movement speed, the runestones. It's difficult to get away from him now. Keeps on diving in. Even that Radari champ. 5 ranged army. He just doesn't care about these archers right now. I mean, look at the attempt to kill him. Woo, we took 30 HP off. Wait, he's healing it. He's healing the damage. Vortix not to be left in the winds here. Golden Horn Tower now coming up in the center of the map. I mean, this is important, right? Beasty will have a veterancy window, but everything has gone kaput. His gold income has plummeted. His food income has plummeted. He's not picked up a single relic yet. The only thing he's been gathering is wood. At this rate, he's going to have to change his Red Bull Warlord banner if he qualifies to be a beaver. And there's cavalry. I love the fact he just still keeps them upfield. Does have to be a bit more respectful now, but the beautiful thing actually is the stats upgrade. Remember, these guys were already Castle Age stats, but when you go Castle Age, they get even better. He now has 5 armor on the Hippodrome Horseman. The Radari champion has 6 ranged armor. But good play by Beasty. He did prioritize the timing on Distilled Arrow too. As you should with the mine work. And no, I spend my time casting AoE4, not playing it. Vortix. He's prepping his own Bog Maffer upgrade, and we should be seeing Radari momentarily. He just moved out onto the gold on the flanks. It's just always funny the way you play the Civ, right? Arsenals and Strongholds usually good enough around the economy. Beasty, he is flooding a lot of prelates. 3 more in queue. Big walls coming up on the north side. He says, I'm not dead yet. Okay, maybe I am. Oh, no. He's kind of lucky, actually, that didn't get garrison straight away. That could have been worse. That could have been like -5, -6. And yes, the intro music was from Clair Obscur. Wholeheartedly recommend just opening the OST from Clair Obscur and just playing through the whole thing. I mean, I expected to win a lot of awards last year, but in my brain, the most obvious one that it was flat out going to win was like music and sound awards. Okay, so chill pill moment, but Vortix now beginning the heavy cav spam. Beasty, he's going crossbows. You mean this Arsenal's not in range? Oh, you're right. It's actually not. Good eyeballs. Whoops. Okay, he'll make it worthwhile, though. This one will be in range. Oh, God, that is such a horrible vein. It's like one of the worst veins I've seen spawn on this map. Technically, that is accessible, guys. By, like, 4, maybe 5 villages. Meanwhile, Beastie's a lot better, actually. I don't think he got scammed on any of his gold veins at all. They're all pretty accessible. What the hell is this? Like, look at Vortix's by comparison. This is horrible. This is not great. This is absolutely horrible. Whereas Beastie's, this one's kind of annoying, but like it's actually, it looks like it's slightly extruded, so you can get around the flank slightly. Cavalry now marching north side. That wall has gone up, though. Meanwhile, Vortix is going to be knocking on the main door. Are there only 4 relics on this map? No, there's 5. 2 have already been taken by Beastie. Second layer of walls coming in. He can't really afford to send troops north to deal with this right now. Not with Vortix getting ready to barrel down mid. Lore accurate golds. It's true. I don't mind the immersive golds. I think I do mind a bit that one side got screwed a lot harder than the other. And oh no, Beastie, only 1 villager? That's not going to work. So get intercepted there. He did get the outposts up. Uh-oh. Gonna be able to march away. He's got double Regnit's relics, so some gold income there. The food is a bigger dampener, though. He finds him out on the deer. Oh, dearie me. Wheelbarrow just trying to win away, but you can't afford to bring the troops home right now. Vortix is pressuring on the main. So Beastie even further behind in economy now. What a hit. What a timing there. Vortix makes it look so simple. Punishing Beastie before he can actually fully insulate himself topside. Now Cistercian Abbey's coming in. He needs to start getting buffed up farms instead of relying on a prelate just standing here waving his arms. I mean, I don't know if it's that much of a rush, really. He's got 7 prelates in total. That shouldn't be a problem. The bigger problem now is Vortix is taking the remaining relics. Militarily, he's most definitely ahead as well. The Ridari are worth their weight in gold, silver, and I don't know, there's probably some platinum in there. Such an insane unit to scale with as well. He's got the tier 2 coming in over here. So damage increase on the way. No Throm Fire, which is quite interesting. He could have actually prioritized that over Blade inlaying. Marches into the base nonetheless. Ridari fought it. Bogmaffer is just trying to hug. I like that. He's sticking on top of the Ridari to try and make it harder for crossbowmers to target down the heavy cav. Because all you need to win this is heavy cav. Now even a horseman just coming in from the back, just drawing fire. This looks over. GG gets called. Angry Vikings on horseback, simply too strong. And with capes that magnificent on their archers, we'll add Bogmaffer to the equation as well. Whew. Ridari are broken. I do feel like a broken record at this point. I have been like waving that flag screaming for a while now. I don't know how they have not been nerfed still. It's been a while, and they still haven't been nerfed. All right, Pigeon's View coming up next. We've got Byzantines versus French. Is everything correct? Yeah, that's weird. The back-end UI has some like weird color issues. It's like not showing colors for a lot of things. Like Byzantine's flag is white. Long Age 3 also favors Mace, not against Ridari. I wouldn't favor men at arms spam against Ridari at all. per space you inhabit in a fight, you're just not favored. Your only upside there is if you've got really good economy. All right. Let's get ready to roll. So. Oh, it's normie Civ now. He's at risk of getting throttled. Beasty needs a comeback, and he needs it fast. And he's trusting French to begin that journey in this deciding third place set. Welcome back to the channel, folks. It's time for Beasty versus Vortix G3. Vortix with the Byzantine pick, and Beasty for the French. Interesting map for it as well. We're going to be in Pigeon's View, where actually French can be incredibly threatening. I think this is a pretty good pick for him, actually. Like, a lot of people just think, yeah, Byzantine's OP, Omega lol. It's true. They're a very powerful Civ. But French has been kind of rising in popularity again, and on some of these maps can be just the ace up your sleeve. On a map like this, where you're able to ambush, especially with berry placements like this, game's not going to feel entirely safe for Vortix. And it's kind of crazy how French has very organically moved back in to be super threatening with a very basic build. Knights. Just build lots of knights. And I love how a lot of it has been fueled by this. Playing back on the deer. Oh, wait, someone thinks that the Radari having an arsenal is an unfair advantage. I think without the arsenal, the Macedonian Civ doesn't function at all. Who do I think will win Londinium? Is it Anatan's time? Who will win Londinium is a way too stretched out call. Who will qualify for Londinium is a much easier one. And I already gave my anticipations there. I think it's going to be Marine Lord, Vortix, Poppy Paw, and I think it'll be close between Anatan and Beasty, but I think Anatan might just cinch it. And yes, we replaced the name Dento with the name Beasty because this is literally Beasty. Believe it or not, he did change his name to this. Yeah, I think Poppy Paw's... Dude, how can you not rate Poppy Paw strong? He literally just won the last S-tier tournament. If, like, by that logic, if Poppy Paw doesn't qualify to Red Bull Wall, it would be a huge upset. So Vortix, we have got, what, just a rush here. With Free and Stone, he's just going to be looking to rush up level 5, I think. Need to be careful not to be too greedy because you want to get the racks down. Vortix is a beast, agreed. But I think, like, you know, going into this year, it was like Vortix first in my mind. And then I saw that, like, was it 4-2 loss against Anatan last week? I was like, interesting. Things are actually spicing up a little. Like, the thing that I highlighted earlier for Vortix is if Vortix can just overcome his issue with producing villagers, I think he becomes world number 1. Like, I think that's actually his biggest cripple point. It's screwed the pooch for him a lot of times in the past, right? Like, where it just looks so good, so close, then all of a sudden, you look at the work account and you go, oh, I see where it's gone wrong here. He seems to be down by 15% economy. When did the raid come in? And then you look down at the work account, you go, there was no raid. He literally lost no one. So, you know, this has been, I think, his biggest kryptonite. It really came to our attention on this map, actually, several weeks ago when he played a House of Lancaster game where he was somehow down by, I think, 7 workers at 14, 15 minutes, and he hadn't lost any. I think his late game and not dying to raids is his weak point. But the idea of raids, I don't think that kills him as much because usually what he does well when raiding happens is he over raids the other way. So he turns a raid into an all-in. So he turns that into an advantage. But the late game with it, like, it brings that idea of, like, on the way, how many workers did we miss to try and get to late game? And yeah, only 4 will qualify for the LAN that's happening for Red Bull later this year. So we have 16 players that are going to be culled down to 4. It's not really that bad of a dealio. And I found it weird when there were some people that were still not happy with that outcome. I was like, really? You can have 4 players on LAN compared to what? Is it 12, if I remember correctly, on LAN for AoE 2? When you consider like the size of the audience of the 2 games, that's actually a pretty reasonable deal. But I don't know. I think I just come to the conclusion that some people are never going to be happy. Like, you know when you're trying to argue reason against feeling? It just doesn't work. So first night coming in from Beasty. And we already have level 4 system. Yeah, so he'll just build the remaining infrastructure to get the final system then. He's not going to rush it. Because you can build like racks, the Merc house, and then like a few houses, and you'll have stone anyway. And then presumably the final one will go over here, maybe? You could even wall this off and use this as a backup plan. I like that recently Byzantine players have started to use the deer as an emergency stake in case something goes wrong in the game. I think at least 8 should have qualified. I just think it's, like, once again, it's unreasonable on, like, the scale of viewership. The thing is, like, a lot of people are like, I think that we should have more. And I just double-checked, by the way. AoE 2 is actually 8. I was right. I thought it was 8. Yeah, because that's right. Because last chance qualifier is only going to be 4 through. So, yeah, they've only got 8 and we've got 4. That's absolutely fine. People were like, oh, we should have 8 there. I was like, okay, if you're being, like, actually pragmatic about this and you compare the numbers of viewers for Red Bull Warlord AoE 2 to 4. Come on. 4 is a good amount for us to have there. And it gives AoE 4 a decent opportunity to show what it's made of now. Like, the problem was last time, it was literally one set, and if it's a stomp, AoE 4 just doesn't look like a good game in new players' eyes. 3 sets, if we in 3 sets don't have a single opportunity to show that AoE 4 is a great game, that's on, like, the game state at that point. Villager Raiden, nicely done. Smashes from both sides, Beasty able to get a kill. Just Raw Knights against Raw Limitane. AoE 2 ladder qualifiers was epic. I kind of like the idea of us doing ladder qualifiers. I wish we did, but I do think that the way we'd have to do it is that we wouldn't qualify people to the event based on that. I think with the way that AoE 4 plays more asymmetrical and the one-trick ponies on the ladder, you'd have to make it so that it just gives them favorable seeding in the road to Warlord. But it would be really cool. KP, would you switch to the new UGC or is it a pain? It is a pain. Literally, the thing that people don't realize with that whole UI is literally a combo of 3 different people running it. You've got the admin updating stuff in the background. You've got Vortix's involvement spectating, and then you've got Cal with the production side. And Clash coming in, Knights. This is just kind of awkward for the Limitane account for Vortix. Where are the rest of the spears? They were guarding the outskirts. Does end up losing a knight in the end. That evens the trade, actually. That was, what, 3 Limitane down for 1 knight? Problem is the follow-up here. You've already got a lot of low HP bars. So good pull away. Chivalry already queued up. But yeah, like, I mean, you force that automatic. There's a bunch of things that won't be automatic within that. Right? Like, the amount of times we've had to call for the doodle on the map from the scout patterns to be pulled down manually is, like, over the top, right? And also, to be quite blunt with you, that system is very far from perfect. It doesn't count Shinobi. It doesn't count Thordagut correctly. There's a lot of stats missing. Also is out of sync because I think they're actually syncing 2 different players, 2 different PCs POVs on the EGC broadcast. Hence why the top bar will be like 30 seconds behind the game feed. There's so many flaws. Like, I mean, my personal take on it, I would have had to like talk with them about it, but like yesterday was so long. I honestly think until they fix those issues, it's not worth the upside for the downside you have. It's cool to have the extra details, but if the sacrifice is that you fail on basic things like the count of units in the field, it ruins the player experience entirely. Think about how much you guys hated it when you were trying to watch Water, and Water had that really big problem where like boats didn't remove from the pop count for like an extra 20 seconds. Literally as a caster, I found that confusing to cast. So I can't imagine how it was for a viewer. That can't continue. Vortix has done something interesting, by the way. We've got Keshix coming through. Interesting choice here. Keshix plus Spears, in theory, a good idea into Mass Knights. Problem is, there is kind of an urgency to start finding a way out, no? You know, you've lost a few workers already, which is hindering your scaling on percentages from systems. And French do produce more workers over time anyway. So maybe just use the Keshix to try and raid could be pretty cool here. KP's a one-man show. Pretty much. Like, I do the analyzing, I do the play-by-play, I do the production. And people still want more. I mean, I don't mind people wanting more, but it's just what's realistically possible. Y'all are asking for, like, the incomes together on screen, all these extra things, when we still have a game that doesn't actually write the names the correct way around when Macedonians are in the game. Ball pull now from Beasty. I mean, Vortix just isn't really posing a threat yet, but that could be about to change. He just has to hit the right location. He knows about the deer. He is on approach. Beasty. What is that knight doing? There's just a knight here. Oh, he saw him with the abandoned outpost. So great read there. Knight to intercept. We'll just chase him to the villagers instead. Problem is, you can't really see. Yeah, I think the haphazard mistake here for Vortix is not having a scout. He lost it early on, and he hasn't got stables, so he could rebuild one. And man, he pins him in, gets a Keshik kill, one down, other one almost dead. This is getting a bit grim, guys. I think Beasty's on course to be on the board here. Invite people to co-cast? I've thought about it. The problem is, once you start doing it, people kind of want it consistently, which isn't always possible. Maybe for, like, finals, eventually. Like, my problem is, like, I'd want to be in a stage where I could pay people for their time to come and co-cast for the day. Which, like, financially just doesn't make sense currently. Like, I've been quite transparent on that. So, yeah, it's like, I don't like to be that person that just takes advantage. Troopers on approach. Vortix is finally ready for that counteroffensive. I don't think he was expecting this, though. Beasty is already double-digit archers. Oh, man, that's rough. Yeah, the idea there, you can see what Vortix had in mind, but now, like, normally you'd have Javelin, Limitane, you'd be able to square up for a fight. He went Keshiks. He intentionally chose to try and raid his way to victory, and it failed. So now your only choice to fall back on is a castle play. So just going to be hunkering down the high ground. I mean, for Beasty, it's quite simple. Just keep building knights. Now, you're probably asking a very important question in your mind right now. When do you stop building knights? Anyway, Beasty's just going to keep building knights. Vortix, if he had time, could try to get Cataphract out upon arrival in attack. The problem is, the tech kind of sucks. Do you want to know when Golden Horn Tower isn't good? When you go Keshiks. I'm not like hyperboleing this. I'm not being exaggerative. These options are freaking terrible against mass knights. Ghoulims die, Keshiks die. Normally you'd have camel riders, or you would have already had a bunch of lombos, which can gradually trade well. He'll have neither of those things. Beasty is looking to make sure he won't have a chance to think in the castle age. Siege engineering now on the way. This is the moment where we trust in a neutral post and pray. Arbitrary, guys. He just needs to luck out. If he gets Arbitrary, he wins the game. Yeah, but you'd have to build the Merc House first. You can't even build the Golden Horn Tower. Beasty dives in. Vortix just trying to bait a charge in to get the Limitane. An opportunity to fight here. Choke point hold, but with the archers, this is the trade-off, right? Yes, you got TC fire, but your opponent has range units. You don't in the main army. You'll start to pull the knights back a bit, but damage really already done. I don't see Vortix even making it to castle at this rate. War elephants? There are no war elephants. Oh, there are. You're right. Yeah, but like you need a lot of them. You need like 3 of them because mass French knights will just surround them. So he does get the tech up in the end. Miracles can happen on Earth. But Vortix is now going to heaven. No doubt about it. This man is dead on arrival. Knight splitting off looking for the workers. I mean, he's just guarding everywhere now in anticipation. It's all good getting Castle Age. It's another thing to actually be in Castle Age. Knights will be chased away over here at least. Priority veterancy for Spearmen. All 2 of them. Wow. If he keeps saving Spearmen at this pacing, he'll be able to afford a nice little chocolate bar by Red Bull Wallalol 15. Yeah, it's not looking good, guys. The food access is gone. He has, what, 3 olive groves? And I think he's got 5 sheep maximum? Let's have a look. Okay, he's got 7 in there somehow. But I think a lot of them must be half gathered already, if not more. Yeah, like 21 food here. Beasty is ram time. And the golds. Actually, where is the second gold for Vortix? Am I blind? No, I guess they're quite balanced in their place. Like, it doesn't seem like it because it's there. Actually, it's not really that balanced now. That's kind of rough. The gold actually not even being out of the stealth forest because Beasty got his on the edge and then inward here. So yeah, just not great options, really. Keshiks are going to get some damage done here, however. And they are vetted up. So a few worker kills helps. But it kind of gets discounted by the fact you're about to start losing workers. Gold denial. He's playing gamble on the north side. A little bit surprised, actually, that BC isn't guarding that gold. Because Cataphracts is like the only thing that would make sense here now to try and rescoop. More rams as well. Just go after houses. It's not that, like, Vortix needs them anyway. Most of them are empty after that big fight that he lost. And Beasty also just moments away from triggering a castle off himself. Vortix GG's early. Why didn't he? Because his opponent hasn't teched and he still has some breathing room, as you've seen Cataphracts come in. Guildhall farm in the way. So this should seal the deal. You know, now you just wait for the tech up, 30 seconds, get veterancy, surge in. Question mark is, could Vortix ever get enough food to have 9, 10 Cataphracts here to defend with? Realistically, getting that out in 1.5 minutes even would be pretty difficult. Oh, Beasty. Oh, no. The berries got found. The Mitane can come back to defend this, but the fact is the info is now known. So it gives Beasty a new clear target. Leaves the Rams alone to keep just shoving into things here. Army is going to back off just a little bit. The gold has been gathered. Double veterancy just got queued. Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't actually just barrel past the base, but maybe just wanted to hide his intent because Vortix can't see in the stealth forest, of course. Actually, instead, he's going to be racked into this. So he just looks to shut down the Cataphracts. He says, I have more workers. It's not worth it. I can kind of see the thought process there. The Catas. He just calls GG straight away. Vortix thought he could be a cheeky bugger, but Beasty says a big no-no and is finally able to lock one in. He will not get free'd. All right, all right, all right. So, Beasty on the board. Pigeon's View proves to be his best friend. Why did Louis and B decline? Don't know. You can speculate, but you're never going to get a direct answer unless the players themselves say, and they haven't. So, might be that Louis just feels burnt out or someone else wants a break. Could be same for B, and maybe like visas. Like, there's so many things it could be. There's no point just wasting time speculating. Okay, so next up, we are going into Dry Arabia. It is going to be Golden Horde versus Mali. All right, this should be a fun one. Let's get it loaded up and let's get our intro. Oh, that needs to be higher. Why is that so low? He is the best Golden Horde player that Age of Empires 4 has bred thus far. It's education time here on the channel, folks. We're hopping in to what could be a deciding game between Vortix and Beasty. Vortix taking to the field with the Golden Horde to try and end it here and now and lock in a third place as a consolation prize after failing to be champion. A rare statement for the Spaniard. Welcome back, folks. Let me just actually flip the UIs around. This is going to be an interesting one, actually. A Golden Horde up against Marlians. Marlians thrive when they're in situations where there is not a Civ that can attack them early on and force these weird investments like outposts. I'm curious to see what happens when you're against a double down Civ in the feudal age, though. Because we have to remember, what we're looking at here is a Civ that kind of needs to be aggressive in feudal usually. And Vortix has been thoroughly enjoying that fact about them. And why has it moved like that? What? All right, there we go. We fixed his name now. I don't know why. My UI elements are being a bit weird at the moment. I'll have to keep an eye on that. Now, like, I'm being OCD because I'm like, oh, the names aren't actually aligned properly. There we go. I think we got it. Yeah. Good old Beasty and his pub experiences. He decided to change his name, so we just basically have to keep changing him from Dento to Beasty. We got kind of lucky, actually, because a lot of the games he just kept spawning on the same site. And no, that was not Skyrim music, you heathen. You call yourself a gamer? That right there. Does anyone know where that was from? It's from good old Oblivion. Absolute classic. So, Vortix loving life here. It's not like Marlians are going to go Dark Age Donzos on you at all, right? I mean, it would be quite the experience. I feel like if Marlians done a Donzo rush against Golden Horde, it would probably say everything it needs to about their Dark Age. And no, that Oblivion music literally is what you get when you pretty much like I think it's the most common one that comes up when you're using the loading screens when you're loading a save. I really want to go back and play Oblivion. I want to do some of our variety challenges on it, but unfortunately, due to the laziness of the devs and the way they did not optimize the Unreal Engine at all, I just don't think I'm going to ever do content with Oblivion. They really dropped the ball on that one. There's rumors about Fallout being remastered, and I think if they get lazy with the optimization there as well, I'm going to begin to really hate Bethesda. Because it's just like, it's such an easy win, but they don't bother to optimize for good frame rate. Like, on a game that came out when I was in high school. What the how? Okay, so Khan and Torgud on the way. Manticore on the other side. Just wait for Sky Oblivion. Is that one even going to happen anymore? There's been rumors that it might just not happen at this rate. Should play some Unreal Tournament. I did years ago. There's no point playing Unreal Tournament anymore. Even the devs don't believe in Unreal Tournament anymore. Unreal made Epic made a very smart choice to stop developing Unreal Tournament games. They basically said, why are we making games when we can just make more money by being better with our engine? It's kind of like the same way that Valve just shrugs about the idea of making Half-Life 3. They can just make more money by getting access to the Steam platform in a new country. So Khan and Torgud is pretty much just the bread and butter. Honestly, it's kind of sad that we haven't seen any changes to building carts. It's such a bad landmark choice, man. Every time I say that, we walk into a game where finally someone picks it. And we're like, oh, am I going to eat my words? And you just watch it feel underwhelming. It needs a buff. They need to change it so that the building carts deploy in probably about 2 to 3 times as quick as they currently do. Because currently, the way this works is they move too slow to be used for proxy bases. And they take 30 seconds to unpack, which is the same time it would take you a villager to build this. It's not bad savings in some ways, sure, but like, for the batch production focus of this Civ as well, in particular, I just don't think it hits. So, Beasty, what is the idea? Normally you're thinking Sofa. I don't know if you want a Sofa against Golden Horde, though. Torgud are really tanky. They're stacked like crazy. Sofa do have better DPS, but they're also a lot more squishy. Yeah, and it's also just, you kind of want to find a way of dealing with them quickly, because if you're allowed to stand and fight for a long time, the Batsu Khan is a huge advantage. Percentile scaling, right? Like, you know, it doesn't sound like a lot, 10%, but that's an extra blacksmith tech for Torgud, because they're 10 base damage. Doesn't Epic Games continue to develop Fortnite? Yes, but they aren't trying to add a new game. You see my point there? Like, they're not trying to make new Unreal Tournament. They're not trying to make like this, you know, GTA competitor. They're not trying to make, you know, story-bound games anymore. They do Fortnite because, like, you'd be an idiot not to. It makes so much money. But we haven't heard anything about new games being developed by them at all. Like, they literally did have an Unreal Tournament game in development for years. They were using it as a as kind of a flex on what the new engine could do, and then they just didn't release it at all. They made the right call, by the way. Arena shooters are kind of dead. You know, even the arena shooters that still have been working for a while are starting to die. I mean, just look at Call of Duty's numbers from last year. It's been the most underwhelming release on sales for a long time. So Vortix, just thought good. Versus just Sofa. So Beasty is going to ego Chala. I mean, if you get enough cow, it can work. The question is, will you be allowed to? This also does turn into an intense micro battle between the two. Just kind of trying to shift away injured parties, re-engage them on a ever so slight delay to get an edge. Oh, that's another thing that kind of like is really jarring when people are like, hey, a game actually done okay because it had this many like downloads or whatever. And you go, wait, that means it was on Game Pass. Because I remember that with certain games where like Doom, people like, oh, the Doom game did not do very well, the newest one. And then people like, actually look at the sales, and they were counting Game Pass activations, which is really deceptive. Yeah, I am interested to see how CD Projekt Red will make Cyberpunk / Witcher feel in Unreal. Because Unreal does have this generic issue that can actually devalue a product like that. A lot of the time, it's like people just don't do a good job of making the game not look like it's made in Unreal Engine. And it makes it suck. Because everything begins to feel like a copy and paste factory. If they can get past that issue, which you can if you put the effort into things like creating your own lighting system, then what's going to be interesting is actually how CD Projekt Red's games will compete on modding with things like GTA and Elder Scrolls. Because in my honest opinion, there's a guy who's done some Cyberpunk content and has been looking for more opportunities to do them. The modding sucks on that game. Like, half the mods is just different ways that people have added boobs or changed the skin. Even Witcher, actually. Witcher's sadly kind of underwhelming on the mod front. Because it's very hard. Like, in particular, with Cyberpunk, the devs said they kind of struggled to develop it. And those guys made the engine. So, Burn coming in. We did get Archer Spears added in. Full diversification here. No Karash yet is a little bit surprising. Now that Archers are coming in, though, I wouldn't be surprised to see it. Good defense. Spearmen get a freebie on the sofa. Looks like the pit mine is going to get denied. Yeah, Beasty was a little bit greedy, so it does make sense, right? He's added now up to the 7 cow mark. So, like, long term, you can see the favorability. Don't ever fully discredit what the Golden Horde can do, though. Like, they have their own generation force with the Ugus. Just come in. Just see how tanky they are. 250 HP compared to 160. And they have more armor. So you see what I mean about the differential here? Like, oh yeah, you have high damage. Great. But have you seen how long it takes to kill these guys? Most games are now either FPS slop, arena shooter slop, or UE5. I mean, it's like people want extraction shooters and they want BRs. Because the idea is compared to arena shooter, like it's a journey they can go on, which is different, I think. There used to be a time where arena shooters was just the absolute win because of the convenience factor. The other thing you have to remember is like extraction shooters, battle royales, it devalues an element of the skill. There's very much skill at the highest level, but what I mean by that is you can suck at the game, but still potentially win the best against the best player in the lobby. Statistically, that should rarely happen in like Counter-Strike or Call of Duty or whatever, right? When you don't have as much time to commit, there was a time where the idea of arenas, because they're short, made sense. Like arena shooter games didn't take long, so great, I'll hop in for a game. But now it's gotten so sweaty that what people would rather have is an environment where there are random elements that change the outcome. I may not have time to play 20 hours a day, but I could get in a lobby against someone that does that and maybe win against them on Fortnite. That's a big change I think we saw for people. It's like lazy gratification, basically. So what's the goal here for Beasty? It kind of feels like he's looking for a tech play, which Vortix wouldn't allow, by the way. You don't really want to tech yourself as Golden Horde unless you win a big fight. So he's just going to keep investing, and that's something that Beasty needs to be mindful of. Realistically, going 20 cow and then staying feudal isn't the worst idea in the world. But he's reaching the scary point where you get freaky about this and you panic because of the Karash. The Karash giving them +1 armor makes it very hard to trade. You have to snipe them out straight away. Good news is he does have archers to allow for that. So to get baited in. Questionable fight there. Just washes his horse on some spearmen. Yeah, the retreat pattern a little bit odd there from Beasty. In the kitchen, definitely firing up here. We've got undermesh on the way for both players, so we are starting to reach that convergence point for a bigger soul. Wouldn't be surprised to see Vortix going for melee tech 1 as well after this. Makes a lot of sense with Tortugud and Spearman. You find extraction shooters boring? Yeah, but there are a lot of people that don't. Like, I'm personally not a big fan of extraction shooters because it's a lifestyle. It's the same reason I kind of thought Rust was cool, but then didn't really hang around. They're the type of games that, like, if you stop playing them, you can't play them anymore. You have to wait for a reset. And you can argue a lot of games can be like that. If you stop playing Age of Empires and come back, you're going to get the crap kicked out of you. But you don't feel like you can't play. You feel like you have to relearn the game. Whereas with those games, you feel like you now have to do a week of farming, but by the time you've done a week of farming, the people around you have done another week of farming. Similar to MMO? Not really. Even in MMOs, I feel that you reach a cap. The caps in extraction shooters are, like, sometimes much higher. And depending on how regularly they reset the season, like, you don't hold the max threshold for long, if that makes sense. And they're intentionally designed this way. It's like an evolution of those systems, the same way as, like, MMOs have dailies now. Right? Like, oh, you have 5 daily dungeons. Why? Because I know on the weekend you could play 50 of those dailies, but I want you to come back each day. That's what we need in AoE for. We need someone to encourage people to play each day. Give them, like, little challenges per day. That's how we lock them in. That's why I like limited time events, actually. Limited time events are very smart because of FOMO. We just haven't had many good ones in AoE4. Must be Yasak's now on the way. This is looking like a good one for Vortix. He's blocking the ability for the Malians to go castle. You add in the ranged armor, these guys are going to do nothing. The Tortugud count is good enough to contest the sofa. The archers won't be able to help you at all. And diving a TC, that would just become bread and butter, baby. WoW stepped away from that recently. Yeah, but WoW is different. WoW has the merit of they are the big MMO that people always fall back to. MMOs contract and expand. So the whole idea is new content releases expand. You play it, you get bored, you leave. WoW doesn't have to contest on a daily front because they know at the end of the day, other games will have that contract and expand, and they don't have a catalog of content that can contest with them. So if you're an MMO fan, there's a high probability you'll eventually just end up back on WoW, no matter what. Doesn't matter if the best MMO release, like I thought Throne of Liberty was incredible. Didn't have the content though. Didn't have the content to hold. So what happens? Everyone thinks Throne of Liberty is cool for like 4 weeks. And they're like, okay, I've seen it all. What game could keep me entertained for the next 4 months with a lot of back content I've not done? Oh, must be that MMO that's existed longer than all the others. Okay, so Vortix 20 seconds away. He is backing up now, but I think Beasty's been baited hook, line, and sinker here. Those Tortugud, they're going to auto upgrade. It's not just the ranged armor, like, it's the fact that DPS spikes. I'm actually somewhat surprised he backed up this much, but definitely respect being shown because he knows he can just double down in a moment and catch Beasty trying to mirror attack. There you go. 20% increase in damage, an extra 40 HP, and then the extra armor as well. Yeah, which in this case is a default +1, but then an extra +2 on ranged. Actually, even if you get veterancy on archers upon tech up, they're going to do no damage against Tortugud. AO4's biggest problem is input lag. It has been for a long time. Unless they engine switch, I just don't see that changing, unfortunately. Like, the number one... There's 2 things really holding AO4 back. One is actually just marketing. The other one is genuinely input lag. You can't be an RTS with input lag. Not an RTS that people, like, care about long-term, right? It's very hard. I'm surprised as many of us stick with the game as we do with that, but I think for a lot of people it's because it was their first RTS, or their first in a long time. So Fulani coming in, and Vortix is going to invite himself in. He's not a vampire. He doesn't need to wait at the threshold. But he is going to drain the life out of Beasty. This looks to be it. Final game of the series. Fulani Corral is not being completed here. And Vortix Plenty of Tortugud to just non-stop dive. He's even got Keshik's vetted up as well for extra burst potential. Full dive in. Archer's vetted up. No doubt about the outcome here. The numbers are shrinking faster Vortix initially, but it's because the Sofa take a while to die. But they should most definitely be dying before the Tortugud. He's actually using his base against him because he just can't fight with all the Sofa. So 3-1 victory. The Spaniard will remain on the podium. But mark my words, he'll be coming back looking for vengeance after falling victim to Anatan last week. This time, though, he has to settle for bronze and a rarity for the first time ever in the KPMM Season 2 since week 3, I believe. Vortix will not be the champion. He'll be the bronzer. Do I have any hope they'll change engine? No, like, logistically and financially, what is the merit? The only time that change is going to happen is with a new game. It just doesn't make sense. You know, if we were like 200,000 active players, there's an argument you could walk into your boss's office and make for changing engine. But the cost to completely change engine, the counter argument you're going to get is, why don't we just make Age of Empires 5? And it's a fair argument to make. Have SC2 Buddy refused to play AV4 because it's felt too unresponsive? Exactly. It's like the biggest problem. Like, you can get the new players because like the new players haven't really experienced RTSs before. But anyone who's like a hardcore RTS guy, I know plenty of them where they're like, man, if they just had better like latency solve, like there wasn't input lag, I'd play the crap out of this game. It's heartbreaking to hear that so frequently because like anyone who knows tech on the back end, who's actually like worked in software at all, knows that that's not an easy change to make if the engine that has been built on is fundamentally flawed. And every time I've heard it talked about, the engine sounds fundamentally flawed. So, first series of the day complete. Let's see, what can we sink our teeth into next? We could do B versus Lash, actually. Do you guys want, do you want B versus Lash? Or do you want Voldemar versus Corvinus? Okay, that's still a bit loud. Oof. Yeah, a lot of you thought, by the way, like, it's understandable you thought this was Skyrim, because, I mean, it's now a Scrolls game anyway, but it's also the same composer, actually. You want B vs. Lash first. That's assumptual. This could be like a 4-hour series, and the only thing you get. Which game changed engine ever? Dota 2? Yeah, but it was like from Source 1 to Source 2, which is kind of different, right? I think I'd say that's pretty different than changing from like the Essence engine to Unreal Engine. And also, that's a game that had over 500,000 active players at the time. How many active players do you think we have? I don't think it's 200k across all platforms. Day-to-day active, I would probably assume maybe like 50? Actually, maybe 40, 45, 40, 45 maybe. I don't know, that might be being generous because we've got like, what, 16,000 on Steam, and then we've got however many on Game Pass. Let's assume double that number. And then consoles might make up like a few thousand. That would be my reasonable expectations. Okay, so let me get the next series ready. Did you guys... I think B Lash won that. So we'll see if we have time for Voldemar Corvinus afterwards, but we'll start with B versus Lash. Just grab those boys. Oh, look. It actually just rolled back-to-back Elder Scrolls songs. See, this one you should definitely know straight away for Oblivion, because this is what plays when you're on the main menu. Like, this is literally the intro. I remember when I started up the remastered, and I just got like, I got hairs on my arm prick up when I heard this on the menu. That's how much I freaking love this game from my childhood. I'm still annoyed they butchered it. Like, I went to Kvatch, and with my PC, I kid you not, chat, with my PC, 60 frames. Less than 60 frames at times. And my PC is godly, right? Like, we've got a Gigastack GPU, God tier CPU, 64 gig of RAM, which, I mean, basically makes me sound like a millionaire having 64 gig of RAM in the current economy. And it just ran like crap. Such a sour disappointment. I'm not alone in that as well, because everyone was waiting for them to update it and fix it, and they never did. And, like, I don't know. It's annoying for me because I want to do some content around, like, Fallout New Vegas and Fallout 3, but now I'm like, with these remasters, I just don't trust them. All right, so B did get his Tuk Tuk Boys. Best of 3, new week. Let's get ready for game 1. Is this Zelda OST? No, you swine. Go play Oblivion. Someone on Reddit that dived into player counts of both AO2 and 4. Turns out AO4 had more than AO2. I don't know the exact numbers. Yeah, because I don't see AO2 being as popular on Game Pass and console, right? Like 4, because once again, like 4 is trying to target a more casual audience. The problem is they've just, like I said, sucked on the marketing, and like they didn't then have a wave. Like if someone tried this RTS and then tried another one, they're like, why does this one feel less sluggish? I think was part of the problem. Okay, so my brain, I need to remember what default map we've got here. Our default map is, I think we're in front range this week, right? We did. Okay, so looks like we're getting English, French G1. Now this is Zelda, by the way. Play Mirrored and KPM too. Why you gotta keep blocking him out? Dude, so rude. He'll get his, watch out, he might get his vengeance this time, you know? Alright. You asked for it, and I shall deliver. B, once again, into the midweek musters. One of the most entertaining players we have in Age of Empires 4, and we are heading into front range. He's going up against the English of all things. Is this a D-tier Civ at best, or were we deceived? Let's find out as we hop into game number 1 of this best of 3. Oh, this is going to be a fun one, folks. Welcome back to the channel. Lash with the English, a potent pick here on the front range map. Ball play already underway. French situationally has some credence, just hasn't been as desirable as other picks here. But B, I have a feeling is just going to try to make this a raw mass knight strat to win a game. Fix the names? Oh yeah, sorry. Let me get rid of Beasty now. Look, boom. That's the power I have. I've removed him. I Thanos'd him out. I knew it was going to happen. I remember at the end of the series, and then when we talked, that's the problem. It's you guys' fault for having conversations with me. You've done it to yourself. So, what is the idea in this game for Lash? I swear to God if this is 2TC. I think on this map, 2TC just gets you killed by French Knight straight away, right? So presumably, I'd say Abbey of Kings into aggro. I don't even know if you really want Council Hall here. Council Hall feels contradictory because like missing out on the ability to heal against Chivalry Knights can be a death sentence. Good pullback there, by the way. Injured villagers should always come home. He actually took a lot of damage on his villagers here. Against French Knights, that is in particular kind of awkward because you are now basically a lance charge from death on 2 villagers. In fact, if B catches you not looking, he times it right. He can micro in, snipe one with a lance charge, and club the other with the sword, which only takes you a second to do both those actions. So, actually pretty scary there. Definitely wants to prioritize an outpost super quick here. Obviously doesn't need to worry about it until he thinks tech up's happening. Probably don't want to wait too long, though, right? The moment the outpost is going to be required definitely is the moment you hear the fuel age ticking, you're going to want to be building an outpost. And if you wait that long, you're going to be using 2 villages. Because remember, School of Cavalry produces the knights quicker, so it only takes 28 seconds. And then this distance would take you about probably 20 seconds to cross. Lash. Almost the moment of truth here. I like that he's shoving the deer in. B didn't bother, by the way. Yeah, he saw more merit in doing this. I like this move, though. So for Lash, it's too expensive not to shove the deer in at least somewhat. For B, it's only 25 wood to build this thing, so worth doing. Like, Lash absolutely doesn't need the deer right away anyway because there's the mill out here, right? Technically, you could have settled for having the deer here because you want a mill away from the TC eventually for farms. And yep, it is going to be Abbey of Kings, but notice that he doesn't build it forward. Understandably so. You know, when nuts are going to start arriving, it's going to be very hard for you to hang out here. Also, you don't really want this Abbey of Kings to be your front line because you want to have a way of peel and heal. So if the fights are here, the healing's here. Because it doesn't kick in while you're fighting, remember. Oh, whoops. I'll do the push-ups after this. I just remembered that. Yeah, we should have this series, folks, into probably, I think, Corvinus Voldemar. We'll see how deep in the day that takes us. What? Might squeeze another one after that. This week, I think tomorrow we'll do A4. I want to get back to doing our variety streams. Definitely this Friday. I got some interesting things. I've got some goodies arriving. I have some interesting technology, shall we say. In fact, wait, I can show you one of them now. I'm going to give you a little teaser of one of them now. You guys ready? I think you'll like this. I already have cooked up some cool ideas for this one. I might do the AI zoo, though. I really want to do the AI zoo. But we do have... Oh, where is it? Is it a different tech? It might be a different tech. I could have sworn I downloaded that, though. I'll see if I can find it while these boys are teching. So tech up complete. And oh, he goes for boar too. Yeah, just waits for the night to come out and then immediately shifts out to the better food. Okay, you guys ready? Oh, it's not showing. Oh, I know why. You guys are like, oh, what is it, KP? It's this. Wait, does it not work still? There we go. Yeah. Okay, it doesn't hold the preview, though. I'm going to have to figure that out. There was a way, actually. Yeah, I set up an overlay for this. But we have eye tracking now. So that could be some fun. Whoopsie, wrong scene. Nice. King gets the kill on the scout. He just kind of allows it, surprisingly enough. Love this detail, by the way. Always want a campfire. This is what makes English even better these days on this map. Because you get a 10% increased gathering rate on top of the 15 from the survival techniques. Eye tracking in AoE4, if only. I mean, there's some cool things we can do in different games. I was thinking, like, we could try and drive cars with eye tracking, but the more fun one... Okay. Once if you think this would be hilarious, you want to watch it. Hitman, but anything you look at, you have to kill. And we'd have eye tracking to prove whether I looked at it. I really like that idea. I want to find another game where, like, I want to find the ultimate game where it's really bad to kill everyone around you. You know, like, you need them to help you and stuff like that, and it makes the world cruel. Hitman, but everyone dies. Oh, no, dude, I wouldn't look at everyone. But the thing is, like, you have to instantly kill them. You can't just be like, oh, I'll get that person in 3 minutes when I garrote them in the stalls. It's like hardest difficulty Hitman. Like, I want a game where it just feels like if you get shot 3 times, you're going to die, so it makes it really hard. I was thinking about, like, the Sniper Elite games for that, but I wasn't sure if they would be good enough. Like, Sniper Elite, but you can't look at anything. I need to talk to the devs for Toby, because I want to see if there's a way to integrate it to, like, trigger. So basically give it, like, give it visual identifiers. So if it sees something that, like, in your peripheral, your focus view that looks like a human, for example, then it can trigger a command. That way I can link it up to, like, code. So we could have it so that, for example, you know, you could play Fallout 3, but if you look at anyone, then 5 Deathclaws spawn. So yeah, Lash with this strat, by the way, the Spear Horseman, it's not a bad idea. It requires you to immensely out-micro, though. In fact, I'm pretty sure B could just add in spears. It sounds really counterintuitive against longbows, but English don't have any of those. Play a game where you can kill the NPCs that drive the story. I know a guy who done that with like with Skyrim, and it soft locked him. So I discovered that video after I was like received the track and was thinking about this. It's always the thing, like you think you have an original idea, and then there's someone somewhere who's probably done it. Nice raid-in. He didn't go for the injured ones though, right? I don't think so. Actually, no, the king would have healed up. Yeah. So he's fine. Chase down here. Horseman will get a snipe. Knights almost get surrounded there. But he does manage to sliver away. But yeah, there's like potentially some games you can do cool things with, like if you have console commands as well. I really want to find a cool challenge run of Paul to do. I was kind of researching this a bit. There's been some really cool ones. Like I really love this one challenge a guy done where he reversed the skins of the wolves in Paul. So basically where there should be like portable territory, there wasn't, and vice versa. Nice. Getting easy intercepts here. Lash needs to be careful. Very silly just running out spear by spear like that. He has begun an arch transition. Early days though. Undermesh is the priority here. Just the dives. And good secure on the flanks. Just guaranteeing that Lash doesn't have any free information. It also opens up paths for B to rotate through unnoticed. Lash with the dive now. He's a double outpost. Wait, he doesn't have undermesh? This is like one of those, oh, I didn't think I was ever going to be here situations. Like, wait, we actually got this deep? Holy crap, how did that happen? Just definitely an unfortunate element. Was Lash trying to castle here? The macro suggests he was, which is really greedy against mass knights on this map. Knights that... Oh, they're thinking about it. Yep, short range charge. Gets the buff damage. It's just not enough spears. Doesn't get a single... Okay, he got one at the start. Literally just one at the start. And the rest are going to peel and heal. Oh, God. All right, time to take that valuable food and put it back into spears. Something tells me that Lash is not going to be teching anytime soon. That's a nice move, though. Horsemen do get a flank rotate. We'll snipe down the workers, so it should be -5. B, of course, still with the worker league, courtesy of being French. Still, direct engagement-wise, I am a bit concerned now. I think Lash just needs to raw bulk spearmen. The scary part about that is it's predictable. If you only build spearmen here, then B can just build archers and contest. Like, what else do you do when you lose those initial spearmen? Like, having 14 spears against 14 knights isn't going to be good enough on its own. You have to have more. Got a backstab coming in here. The knights trying to cut him off. Lash lacking vision to react early, so we'll get in the way of it. That stalls the healing, but... Did he get the king? No, he doesn't quite surround him there. Well played. Lash is able to navigate past that. B now getting Steeled Arrow as well. We finally do have Lash going back for Blacksmith techs. Interesting choice here, though. He's prioritizing Steeled Arrow, which tells us a lot about what he's expecting. He thinks he's going to get dove. Yeah, I don't know if Dark Souls would be good for the Toby Tracker challenge. The eye tracker. Dark Souls played with our feet, though. Poke continues. The ball's already gone, though. This is just berries. And the knight's still sneaking. That's why he took the outpost. This is a thing that B seems to understand and value that Lash has maybe now started to take for granted. These outposts are critical. If a game doesn't end in 15 minutes, it often is decided by this detail. Because eventually you have to move out. And even if you don't, in this situation, it just allows B a way of sneaking in on the back that you don't necessarily see quickly. Anyone play Dark Souls with flute? I don't think they've done the flute. Yeah, I remember the Call of Duty Warzone guy. The thing is, like, my targeting when I think of challenges is I'm like, okay, what is fun of an idea? And then how do we how do we compact it? Because, like, for example, being the Warzone flute guy, that's something you're doing regularly. That's just, like, instead of you twisting content, that's your gimmick. You know what I mean? Nice. I have to pull away. You get on top of the horseman, so nice body block is there. Spearman Wave is going to have to retreat. Remember, B doesn't have all of his knights here. Oh, no, he wasn't reacting there. Hey, he's got a second wave stockpiling, though, right? Like, there should be more knights coming in momentarily. A little bit of a slow crewman to get the boys across, though. In fairness, that was probably the best fight I've seen Lash take in a while. It still looks a bit grim, because you are running out of food soon. And yeah, he's only just really began the farm transition. Moves out to the deer instead, which is much better. I wonder if B just adds in a ram soon. Like, there's not many horsemen left, so ram can actually deal with the outpost. The reason why Lash is somewhat able to compete is that aura. You take that aura out of the equation, these fights don't really look close. Nice move by B. Camps in the berries. Yeah, because you can't surround him with melee. How the knights re-engage. The spear's pathing is actually blocking them from getting the full strikes in. Lash is bleeding, guys. Hemorrhaging at this stage, down to 120 food income. He's about to get a burst, but the cost is going to be high here, right? Like, you're going to lose the front side of your base. The walls could then just be burnt down gradually. I think he's, at this point, in a headlock. Playing along feudal doesn't really pose many advantages for English like this. French have better production of workers. They also have the threat for the map now. It's not like you're raiding anymore. Going for on the wall now. Can just try to breach at multiple locations if he feels a little bit like he can be threatened on one. I just don't think you have to worry about that now. It's just a group and go. Nah, you don't want to ram up in this economy, guys. Ram's very expensive. Damn, we need to get a new hardware sponsor. I just need all of you to go on like social media and start atting like hardware brands and say, man, I love Age of Empires, but I need to get some hardware from this game, from this brand. We'll milk them. We'll set them up for it. Knights, gonna milk this opportunity though. Double outpost defense would be cool normally, but against that many knights, futile effort. GG called. Game number 1. An easy peasy win for B. Yeah, I mean, interesting efforts at points from Lash. I just think like what he's trying to achieve there requires a very big outplay, a lot of out-microing. And B's not exactly an easy party to out-micro. All right, so Gam 2 is going to be into the marshes. Games for the weekend? Maybe. I don't know when they played them. But it's Frisian time. We're going to be doing Mongols versus Iabids. We need more map creators. Just thinking about this, like, it's so hard to filter through good, like, maps. I think some of the tournaments don't help, though. Like, I think Tundra was ready to be used in a tournament. Like, Tundra is ready for tournament play pretty quick. And yet, instead, I think, if I'm not mistaken, with the Red Bull Wololo qualifiers, don't we have... Is it Hill and Dale in there? Yeah, we have Hill and Dale. Why do we have Hill and Dale instead of Tundra, man? That's cursed. All right. In we go, then. Time for game number 2, folks. B, with a comfy lead already, is now looking to project that 2-0 energy. Mongols on Frisian marshes. Going up against Lash on the Ibids. Why that bug Socotra? Dude, I don't even know where to begin with that. I literally dropped a message to the devs straight away. They're like, oh, yeah, we noticed too. Like there is a fixed version coming, right? Like I mean, props to Corvinus, right? Once again, congrats on him qualifying for the Red Bull event. I do kind of feel bad for Scarlet because, like, it's so weird. You know, you can argue that he could have called for a remake if he wanted, but he doesn't really want a remake when he kills, was it 4 workers at the start? And I think in hindsight, Scarlet probably has that game if he's not overly keen with his white tower placement, and he'll know that. What was the bug? It was that Socotra decided to spawn less like a circle and more like that deflated football my parents got me for Christmas that they swore wasn't pre-owned. It was just missing golds. It's pretty sad. Is it difficult to make maps? I mean, they made it obnoxious. I just couldn't be asked to figure out the whole process personally. I remember I was trying to make crafting maps as well. Like the map system, they act like it's really easy, but it's not. It's easy once you know it, but you can say that of anything in life. It's just tedious to pick up at first, and that's why most people don't bother. When you consider the map creators of a lot of different RTS games, like there's an easy argument that Age of Empires 4 100% overcomplicated their map creation tools. Okay, so House of Wisdom coming in from IU here. We do not have a dock start, but B did go for that. I'm not surprised. I feel like if you're playing against B, your number one expectation should be that he's going to go for a lot of pond playing. Hold on. Just check the corner. Just go, yep. Just... Like, seriously, are you kidding me? There's like just 4 sheep sitting there. B was being a greedy mother ducker. Yeah. And it's going to work. So he keeps the 4 sheep here, and he's already scouting out on the other side of the map. So he should win the sheep game. Is there any left here? There's maybe a few scattered in the corners. Here and here, yeah. Ooh, they might end up splitting this. Because Lash, with his current pathing, he might not see that sheep. Yeah, no, he's going to see this one first. So B can still grab these 3 potentially. And then the 4 at home gives him the lead. Which is worrisome for Lash because he doesn't have ponds. So glad to see that he's now going out onto the fishing. This Contra game is really entertaining. Yeah, it's really entertaining. It's just unfortunate. Like, if you think about it, we had 2 pretty silly bugs in 2 critical games across the qualifiers for Rebel World LoL. You had the Myriad stuck in a tree, which I'm surprised no one on Reddit made into a meme picture. And then you had that Socotra spawn. And some people had like the Myriad bug wasn't significant. I think it was. Manjanique wins is all about scale point, and it screwed his scale point by 1 whole Manjanique, which is quite a lot. So, Daystone coming in now, by the way. Logistics just 40 seconds out. I assume Lash is just going to go for 1 or 2 Desert Raiders and try to poke a bit. Usually you're thinking about Fast Castle here, right? And the cool thing is, like, Desert Raiders destroy Keshix. It's not even fair. This used to be one of Mongol's worst matchups by far, actually. On land, I'd argue it still is. Water is just a little bit different, potentially, because of the freedom you have to pond straight away. The proccing thing for Spimmin, weak against Knights? What do you mean by that? Like, you can short-range bait them and then recharge, yeah. Players have gotten better and better at that. I'm kind of surprised, actually, the devs didn't alter it at this point. Because you can get a min-range charge after you bait brace, and it means that Spearman's counterplay doesn't actually work properly. But it's seen as like a skill expression, right? It does feel like a bit of a silly skill expression, though. Especially considering that we're in like a mass knight meta, this would probably be the good time for the devs to alter that if there was a good time. Okay, so extra dock play coming in from Lash now. What is the game strat here? Could you naked castle? With an outpost. Double outpost probably to be safe. It's not the worst idea in the world. Does feel a bit greedy though. The whole idea here isn't terrible. Like, you fast castle, you get camel lances. Your opponent's going to have, what, Keshix? Because he's going to be scaling more fish in the meantime. In theory, enough Keshix can beat camels, but the scale point is pretty rough. Like, Keshix, they have, what, 15 base damage? And a Feudal Desert Raider has 5 melee armor against that. Then you minus another 3 damage. So, like, you're plastic shield levels, right? You're hitting 7 damage into a camel. It's pretty bad. And it seems like Lash might just be going for that tech up. Yeah, so outpost is secure. He's going to add in the cheap docks. They're only 75 wood each. The negative of doing this, if B is bulking a lot of infantry or Keshix, he can just burn these down and get paid. Any big updates planned before Londinium? I don't know. I'm kind of surprised we didn't have one from before the qualifier began. Like, I would say at this point, you look to do an update after the Road to Wallow has finished. Because there'll be a gap between that and the LAN. It seems silly to drop patches in the middle of the Road to Wallow. Like, I think that would be a huge fail. We have had that in the past, unfortunately, from the developers. And it doesn't make sense to me that they keep doing it on official Microsoft tournaments. Okay, so Keshik Pump does begin. Lash is now reacting with Desert Raiders. Argue the ability to bait is offset by the fact that one spear can stop multiple knights. I mean, technically just remove both of those things, maybe. There might be an argument for leaving the multi-spear brace thing at first, where they can stop multiple knights, just to see if that, like, makes knight versus spear feel more balanced. Because there are still matchups where, like, you can just see someone mass spears and still lose to knight. So, perfect example, the matchup we saw earlier. You can just kind of do that with French, really. He's just going to start harassing the fishing instead. Makes sense. At this scale, he doesn't have that many heavy cav out, so better to idle than just go straight kills. Especially if your opponent's going for attack, and this is a deck. It's double outpost now. There's no doubt about it. Lash doesn't want anything to do with this age. The one Desert Raider was just to bait more out of B. And in fairness, it kind of worked, right? It got a Rax. Then again, I'd argue B wants a Rax anyway. It's going to need it to deal with the Lancers. How many ponds we got so far? 4th pond coming in for B. He actually wouldn't be too far behind on tech timing. The interesting thought here is, like, remember what I said about on land maps, it being really bad for Mongols? One big difference to think about on a water map like this, they should be able to get fishing advantage. And then with better economy, you can justify Kurotai timing. I think if Lash doesn't shy away from the map, though, that becomes problematic. It's like the idea of going Kurotai here with Mass Keshik kind of sucks because the fight moves too much. So, with that in mind, if the goal here for B is to Kurotai, which I don't see any other way that he's thinking about doing this, then for Lash, the critical element is to keep the fights mobile. Industry wing on the way, so pretty much the norm. But now the dock's starting to get harassed. There was an attempt to get some demo ship shenanigans going, but very difficult with the placement of Keshik, so they can just hide on the corner here to not be exposed. One Desert Raider to rule them all, it would seem. Yeah, he's got another demo coming out here, so the Desert Raider might be able to bait them. And oh, nice connect! That was sick. Lash pulls back at the last second. Gives B a pump to the face there. Gets rid of one of the Keshik straight away. Heavily injures the others. Even just one Keshik kill makes it worth it, by the way. It's a more expensive unit. And, like, even getting one is quite difficult because of this factor. Like, they're usually going to be full HP as they burn buildings. Lash now scaling more Desert Raiders. Needs to be careful on that spear count. And yep, you did miss the Beasty match. That's why you got to be here in time. Pop. That's what replays are for. Second dock to be burned. There is a concern that Lash won't have much food to work with here. He's got 14 sheep, which is decent. Berries are mostly gone. Dogs just all being burned. Archer ship coming out now as well, but it's already on fire. I think this is a little bit late out of Lash. Demo connects for a single Keshik, won't even get the kill. Yeah, this is just looking a bit weird now. Lash, the boat idea can maybe help if you come in a lot earlier with it. It's way too late. So all docks now denied. The boats are still alive. My concern here is, like, you aren't building units at all. You're not getting back out to build docks here. Oh, ship, even now just getting harassed. Wait, it's not attacking. Wait, why is it not attacking? What? He also doesn't realize. Okay. I'm not sure what that was. A little bit of weird brain dead behavior. Dao's now going to start doing things. Like, what's the point anyway? So it doesn't kill any Keshiks there. And now they're diving on the gold. Now, Lash has accrued a lot of reserve resources here. 900 gold, 800 food. He's going Gulam. Gulam and the Keshiks are a little bit dicey. They don't have a crazy amount of melee armor, but they're still going to reduce your damage heavily. The Cam Lancers makes a lot more sense, but it's like he needs something to distract the 28 Spearmen. Yeah, this is a Kurotai game, guys. Like, this is the perfect situation for a Kurotai. Lash, now that he's gone Gulams in particular, he doesn't have the mobility to keep things stretched across the map. Spears. Just looking to raid economy now. Oh no, they're coming across the fight. The backstab here. First Cam Lance is coming out, and they're going to regret their existence because B holds him in place. This is a gang up here. I'll grab his arms, you punch him in the stomach. Trickle troopers here. The Gulams one by one to be sniped. B can keep this up for a while, and Kurotai indeed is on the way. Even has the superior mobility being researched, the improved version, to make sure that the Kurotai will move across fast. Dives to the backside. Keshik is intercepted by a Camel Lancer, but with the spears. Oh, Lash. Cool idea with the micro. Not going to work out, though. A few of them do go after the Camel. We'll be able to garrison the outpost. But Lash is already down by 15 economy. And honestly, none of his current economy is working. They're building outposts. This is not inspiring confidence. He's just going to back out now. That's enough damage done. He also intercepts the dervishes. That's going to be a snipe of any opportunity to yoink relics. Lash has literally got 2 Gulams and no hope. It's a 2-0. B, the expected victor, will come out completely unclean and make sure his opponent is left bloodied. What was the result of Beasty Vortix? I mean, you could like check the replay a little bit earlier if you don't want to spoil it for yourself. I'm not going to say it in chat just in case there are some people that want to watch the VOD later. If you want to know, you can go check the Wikipedia. And then for those that actually want to watch them, feel free to check out the YouTube VOD later. So, 2-0 victory there. And we said we were going to do Voldemar versus Corvinus now, didn't we? Why's my music? Okay, there we go. It's Voldemar Corvinus time. All right, let me get the replay up. This should be a fun one. Corvinus has been pretty fun to watch at the moment. Where's my links? There it is. I do love how quick Corvinus is to get his first series locked in as well. Good lad. He's usually the first or second person to schedule each week. Wish everyone was being that punctual. Was that Red Bull? Damn right it is. My last can. I'm oust now. I have no energy. Might as well just retire from streaming. GG. God, this song's so catchy. Okay, so drafts have been introduced. Voldemar with the higher seed. Corvinus' opponent. Which flavor? This would be the iced vanilla berry. It's very tasty. Taste of gummy bear. Okay. Yeah, so Lancaster allowed through, Tukulak allowed through, Delhi allowed. Also allowed. What the fuck is this draft? I mean, Voldemar just kind of got everything he wanted to. It just feels like the bans weren't really designed to stop both of them from getting what they would probably love to have. Because I don't really know if either of them care too much. Like, obviously, having Marlins is always a strong pick. But it's like, it's not a deal breaker if you don't have it, you know? Not in the eyes of these two. Voldemar yoinking the Macedonians is quite intriguing, though. Alright, let me fund this series. So front range for G1. Has Corvinus renamed himself Red Bull for some reason? I think he has. I'm pretty sure Red Bull is... Yeah. Can people just use their freaking name on their tournament accounts? Guys, come on. I mean, he first picked Ottomans when it's banned. Yeah, because the follow-up ban, right? Because you get a pick and then you get a sequential ban. So he didn't want to risk it getting blocked out, especially front range being the opening map. Okay. And we're using the snipe system now, by the way. AoE2 doesn't really allow for that to be stored details. So I'm going to assume that Corvinus picked... Corvinus probably, in this situation, would have picked... Delhi and... Ottomans, and then Voldemar presumably picked Macedonians and Japan. That would make sense. And then Macedonian Delhi gets through. All right. Let's get ready to go. We need to up the volume there for the epic intro. You guys ready? It's battle stations, folks. We head into a new week and a man proud of his qualifications. Red Bull has taken to the field. The most powerful energy drink on the market, but can Corvinus be the most powerful Delhi player? Elephanto Funtime into the front range. Voldemar on the other side, though, is looking to stroke his Viking beard. Imaginary beard. That man is incapable of getting real facial hair. We hop into game number 1 with the Macedonians up against the Delhi between these two players. Meeting nice and early. A round of 16 battle, and one that feels like it should be tight. Fitty. On the disposal. Let's see what the boys can do with a new system, as we have just introduced sniping, which means there was something else that both of these boys presumably wanted. I would assume that it would have been the Ottoman pick for Corvinus, and then Voldemar was probably looking towards the Japanese. Oh man, this is going to be a fun one. Like, Macedonians is putting a smile on my face at the moment. I don't know, recently, like, okay, Dear Diary moment, I'll admit it. Kind of been getting a bit bored of some of the matchups. I don't think I'm alone in this. There's some of the classic matchups like, okay, this hasn't really changed. It had a change initially, and then it settled. Macedonians underexplored, finally coming in with a lot of new strats. Same with Golden Horde, actually. It's like, okay, how are we going to do this today? It's very enthralling. You know, this is why new civs are important. It does get boring, the idea of, like, for 10 years just watching French. If French gets changed along the way, different affair, right? But... you need the changes. It's like, you guys, like, we watched How I Met Your Mother. There's that scene where he's broken up the girl. And he's like, I don't want to see you anymore. I want to see other girls. You with other girls is also acceptable, but the other girl is required. Right? It's like that type of feeling. It's like, I love you, French, but we've got to sprinkle something new on this. And Delhi Macedonians is an intriguing one, because at first, when people started doing the Varangian stronghold rushes with mass guard, Delhi actually had ways of just out-flexing them off of raw healing. But most players have now fallen back to these Hippodrome timings that are proving to be a lot more threatening than the assumed Grand Winery OP. I want to remind people there were several people who were flagging Grand Winery to be the broken landmark for Macedonians. And it was just not true at all. 30% food income sounds pretty slick, Rick, but the Hippodrome champions really outclass it. Yeah, I mean, how can't they? Think about what you're getting here. Across the course of several minutes, you're getting 3 champions, which provide complementary abilities to your army. You're getting them for free, and they are kind of like soft hero units, really, right? Providing an aura, having their own healing, inflated stats. And once you get to the Radari champion position in particular, like, it feels very difficult for a lot of civs to easily deal with that. Stuck in Feudal Edge. The development point that's meant to balance it is that it takes several minutes to get to that stage, though. Several minutes can be a long time here. Very polarizing matchup when it comes to tech styling. Delhi tend to just get everything, and Macedonians have to be incredibly selective. It's very interesting when you start thinking about matchups in that way. It's like there's kind of this tempo aggression role that Delhi can fulfill when they mass scholars, which they will with Dome of Faith, while Macedonians are a lot slower to see that gradual value. Especially if you then start pulling them in multiple directions, where it's like, hey, we've started with cavalry, but now you're going to need infantry. That's usually when Macedonians can start to look a bit sucky, because if they're not the ones dictating terms on when you transition to a different type, they look really weak. Yeah, it's like the difference between someone that can lead the dance and someone who can be led in the dance. Feels like a day and night difference when you're talking about Macedonians that way. Trying to think if there's another Civ that requires to be ahead as much as Macedonians. I don't think there is. I think every other Civ, more than this one, has this element of I can be behind and claw my way back. You could argue that you could be behind and play for the castle timing, but I think usually when you see someone just trying to go for the Macedonian castle timing, it's like they're rarely behind. It's more just like that's the next step in the plan. In theory, though, you know, the recovery arc there would be you drop a Golden Horn Tower, can't be dove. It's just rare to see those situations and not have a moment where Macedonians were at least balanced in the pressure in feudal. And we will be getting pressure in the opening. Scout has spawned. First horseman already moving across. Now, interesting detail to keep in mind here. Voldemar is going to have to dig deep with some shenanigans because Corvinus is quite well versed in the Macedonians. In fact, it was a tiny bit surprising to see that he didn't get the Macedonian pick, considering how highly he's valued it in previous series. Yeah, seriously, the guy's been obsessed with the pick, actually. So giving it across, a little bit shocked by that, especially considering it wasn't a prior pick. It was third pick for Voldemar out of 4. Good start here, though, the Ghazi. Just kind of trying to milk the health bar there. Does pull away before getting killed. And remember, he has a healer now at home. This is the way that Macedonians don't want to play. Trickle trades is a nightmare for them because they have no healing. Their units get very bulky, especially when you start adding in the arsenal levels with the armor and the health. But that bar will always gradually deplete. It won't refill. The exception, of course, being these scouts and the Hippodrome Horseman champion. Basically, the champions have built-in healing. They're the only units that will. I love the way that Voldemar's just trying to bait him in response now. We have got Agiramafa on the way, and keep in mind that Corvinus is missing the scout here. The scout is busy capturing all the outposts, so he needs to be careful about overextending. Oh, that's Voldemar. He's microing with the scout. The problem there, you need to peel the horseman away. Because remember, if you micro with the scout, you're moving at his speed, which is 1.62. We do have the Varangian guards coming in now. Okay, no, I about to say, like, why Varangian right now? Because the problem with Varangian, you can't rush them in this matchup from what I've been seeing. Like, skilled players will just micro you to a loss with the healing. So yeah, more spearmen makes more sense. When he sees the enemy has spears, wouldn't be surprised to see him go back for 1 or 2 guards. Bogmafur could be just as good, though. Bogmafur aren't terrible against Ghazi because they do have the penetration. So they can temporarily ignore this 2 base armor. Good to know on that sacred site. There's going to be a creep up north side. Notice that Corvinus is being a bit more strategic about it. He's sending Spearman up there as well. Scout is going to sniff it out early. How long until champ? We're still some ways away, right? Yeah, 140 seconds. You could technically send one of the champions, like the scout champion. But he doesn't know about the Spearman up here, which is why he thinks he can get away with just horsemen. That horseman is not going to work, though. I'm trying to think what Voldemar's go time is here. This feels like it's just unbridled aggression. Corvinus doesn't have a blacksmith, guys. I'm a little bit surprised, actually, because this feels like the time for it, right? Like, it's gone 1-1-1 instead. But the thing is, like, he doesn't see the guard just yet. The Varangian guard can be a real nuisance here. Because remember, they'll be able to get extra health, like an extra 10, 15 health, as well as 2 extra armor. Which, by the way, offsets the value of like the bonus against heavy for the Ghazi. But make no mistake about it, like what Voldemar is attempting here, it needs to be very much send. You can't just dilly-daddle and back and forth. You're looking to push, push, push. We're just a minute away from that champion, Radari. Flash coming in the center. An ugly one there. He forwards with the ponies. Spears do get a good trade. Ghazi following up nicely. I don't feel like Voldemar really done damage here. No, like, just look at the yellow bodies. It's just not a fair trade for him at all. And also the reveal of Ranjin Guard. At the infant point. Only has a handful of them and already losing them. Cool. This is pretty straightforward now. Just bulk troops on the south side and just make sure you keep trickle trading. And easy to do when you've got this type of military advantage. Yeah, just a chill pill and a heal. And what do you do from here, Voldy? Like, he's actually continuing the Varangian. It's almost like he's watched the stubbornness from certain players that do this, where like, oh, the strategy didn't work. That's because we need more. And he's just believing that. My take is a little bit different with Delhi Macedonians. If you were against a Civ that did not have healing, I could see the idea behind, I'm just going to build more crap. Even though the first crap lost, eventually my crap will win. The problem is, your opponent has infinite health here, technically. If you never kill him, the health just replenishes. And you're already heavily outnumbered. Voldemar. Another Varangian running wildly into the open. He will move north to at least decap the sacred site. I like this call. You need to slow down the income of your opponent a bit, but it's going to come at a high price here. Rotation on the south side. Triple outpost defense coming up now from Voldemar. Does Korv consider the dive here? He's going to go for the initial clash. Forces that commitment. Natgiramafa already getting sniped out by the archers. Third outpost almost constructed. Ghazi are going to steer onto the workers to try and intercept before it completes, but they will get it up and online. Korv, I don't think this is this where you want to be? There's no plus damage on the outposts. I can't imagine he stays here. Like, this already looks kind of expensive on the fight, actually. The Ghazi are dying. Yeah, he realizes backed away. Still, the idle time is pretty big here. Voldemar just hasn't got any food income right now, right? This was meant to be it. He's plummeting. So no new units coming. It's just 5 Varangian in a dream. And those Varangian are delusional. They're just running out. There we go. Gets reinforcements now. Scholars can absorb quite a lot of hits here, by the way. And we do now have the Radari champion, so definitely going to be a forced retreat. You just have to wait until you got a few more spears. Because remember, that champion has got almost 300 HP, and he hits like a truck. Like, dude, he literally he hits hard on the standard Radarian castle. And he's in Feudal Age. They're not that much more expensive either. This guy's 300 compared to 240. And oh my god, did he pin him? Oh no, wait, he's gonna force him away now. I was about to say, that was a bit greedy. Voldemar sneaks away with 14 HP. Probably the best fight he could have hoped for. He min-maxed the health bar that's gonna replenish. He's continuously committing for Varangian, by the way. Extra melee armor on the way. But Corvinus, I wondered where the next Ghazi were. He's just going castle. You're tired of AoE 4? Try playing Age of Empires 4 with a trackball mouse. Try playing Age of Empires 4 upside down. Try playing Age of Empires 4 without using your hands. There you go. You've now rediscovered the playful element of Age of Empires 4. You're welcome. More production. So how's the landing on the way? I wonder if he just saves up for a War Elephant. Because Varangian Guard are going to do nothing against one elephant, by the way. So he could just stockpile resources now. Champ? Ooh. Yeah, too late. It's just unfortunate for him it wasn't like a 10-worker build up there, because he could have done something to be annoying. Next patch coming. What are my predictions? I think Radari need to be tweaked. I think Raider Elephants might get tweaked down a little bit, actually, as well. But Ridaris definitely need to be altered. Simultaneously, they need to give Macedonians some sort of economical element. Outside that, Sengoku... Maybe just another tweak towards the ninjas and a buff towards the other feudal landmark, while simultaneously nerfing the castle landmark. And then just, I would like to see some refreshing changes with the default civs. You know, reworks, overall tweaks. Gotta keep it fresh, you know. Does Sistine ever get played with Macedonians? Yes, for a fast castle build, you can consider Sistine Rush. Just because of the amount of food you get early on. It's 160 food, so like for the first minute of castle per farm you do that with, it's like an extra 4 workers. The problem is it's so tempo-based. It doesn't do anything for you long-term. Whereas this is a defensive landmark that also gradually gives you more crossbows. Oh yeah, and House of Lancaster nerfs. I think House of Lancaster just needs to probably have the Hobilars reassessed a little bit. And Lords tweaked down a bit further. They probably actually going to need a buff to the late game. We'll see though. Okay, so we have got Elefanto Fun Time. Oh, and these need to be tweaked again. These are still too good. War Elephants are way too powerful, even now. Even after they buff, like, the bonus damage spears get against them, it doesn't feel good enough. Feels like the only way you can really deal with War Elephants is mass crossbows. Or just having a much better economy, so you just outnumber them. But if you're in, like, a similar economy, War Elephants just win. It's kind of crazy. Because there's the thing, if Voldemar has a really strong economy, he can just spam Ridari up to win. But currently, we've got relics coming home for Corvinus. We've got a slight worker lead that's been scaling, despite the fact there haven't been extra kills. That was because Voldemar ran out of food, if you guys remember. Corv? He's not even going to get that kill. Yeah, I hope we chased away. Homeblade's also on the way in, which is interesting because we do not have a single knight. No, he's just raw elephanting. All right, so this is just a stress test. What's better, Ridari or War Elephants? If you can get a surround on a War Elephant, Ridari 100%. But you should never really get that surround with the way these two are scaling currently. Like, if you're building 2 knights for every elephant, that's bad. That's bad GG right there. If you can force him to fight near this, maybe. Damn, you guys are on to me. Yeah, Red Bull is the training program that has been created by Red Bull to see if you're good enough to make it to London in. Could you imagine? You know what that is? That's like that's Top Gear with Stig. Like, who is he really? Turns out the revelation is actually people had to beat Viper. He's been playing AoE Fall all along. What a beast. Okay, so Corvinus has stopped at 3 elephants right now because he's going for a castle drop. It's kind of crazy how much bigger his army is despite the fact he just went onto stone like this. So keep dropping the center makes a lot of sense. Double War Elephant steps up. Voldemar needs to be careful not to get baited by that. He hasn't seen the third yet. So he might think this is a good fight. Raid attempts here. It's like Corvinus. Oh, he finds the workers on the gold. Voldemar. He hasn't got any gold income right now. He needs to get back on that fast if he wants more Ridari. But he's not getting there anytime soon. It's just raw villager focus here. Just ignores the army blob. Now approaches with the elephants. Keep drop coming in behind this to secure the central resources and the sacred site. Corvinus now looking for the death push opportunity. Double ram being built up. Make it a triple. Men at arms also have been put in queue. The Ridari though? Hold on a second. The kid, he springs into action. Gonna be tossing a few axes out and shrinking the lead. So now neck and neck on worker count. But remember, it's double sacred site. It's 4 relics. Corvinus has a lot of upsides, and even more when you consider the technology situation. They talked about these two being polar opposite, especially in Castle Age. Castle Age, Delhi just get everything so quick. Wow, like minute for free. Meanwhile, Voldemort has to gather insane amounts of silver to compete. And he can only do it linearly. I'll upgrade my cavalry, or I'll upgrade my spears. Delhi can upgrade everything in that same time. Knocks on the door of the TC. Voldemort will not be given that time that he's looking for. He needs to fight soon. Cavalry can try to rotate towards the berries, but now a castle dive would be questionable, even for the Vikings. And the War Elephants going straight after the town center, forcing them out of sooner. TC5 also being wasted on men-at-arms. That is one of the worst targets you could have had in mind there. Like, archers makes a lot more sense, but finally realizes maybe a little bit too late as the town center is down. Ridari, they're coming around the back now. These War Elephants biting at the bit. They're going to hug the base of the Macedonians to stop us around. He tries to the backstab. It feels wasteful to actually be attacking the archers in the rams, most definitely. Okay, it's one of the elephants. There's still 3 remaining, though. The Ridari not looking in great shape for the trade. That should be it. It looks like the breakpoint, right? He's down to 6 Ridari. There's still 3 of these elephants. The spearmen are all gone. He got the trade well enough there. The archers in the choke point, and a handful of crossbows shouldn't be good enough. Then again, if you fight like this... Yeah, what happened there? The pathing a bit weird. He got dragged north side. So Voldemort, he tried to split it up. Really well played there to keep himself alive. Problem he has now, he has no villager production. Meanwhile, Corvinus is essentially 2 TCs in the next minute. Yeah, so what went wrong there is there was meant to be 3 elephants diving on the small crossbow wave, which would have beat them. But instead, a great read by Voldemort, he sent 1 Ridari north when he saw the aggro from the elephants. And Corvinus didn't notice it. So that does get him a stay of execution, but now it's a long road to recovery. Too long of a road. Voldemort, he's asthmatic, he's already out of breath. GG gets called. Lost to Red Bull. Who doesn't? All right, so G1 for Corv. Oh, what the hell? I thought I hit the record button. Apparently I didn't. That's sad. I don't know. I don't think that one was like crazy uploadable. Okay, so we're heading into Frisian next. It's Otto versus Sengoku time. Is this a replay? You have the cognitive thought pattern here to put the pieces together. After all, you did just highlight these in an FFA. I'm gonna let you figure this one out yourself. Need the same energy for the intro on the next one? Ooh. Maybe. We need to switch them around. We've still got the music. It's Sengoku's worst nightmare, but it needs to be his dream if he wants to stay alive in the midweek muster. Voldemort taking into the Frisian marshes with a Sengoku daimyo. But Red Bull is here, and it is here to force diabetes into death. An overload of Red Bull, if that's even possible. Let's see if Corvinus, pretending to be a giant aluminium can, can crush Voldemort like so many of you crush those sweet little cans. Game 2, folks. We head into swamp territory here. Frisian marshes. And a solid opening coming in from Corvinus. That first game just showing the Delhi dominance. He now continues to wave the green flags rather, to try and force the white flag victory from Voldemort. But Sengoku, they love this map, guys. There's a lot of good upsides. You know, Ottomans, are they going to go for the Dark Age rush was what I was wondering getting into this. They do not. They choose greed instead. Yeah, and that does mean that Sengoku gets their greed too. Yatai's already on the way with the Matsuri drop on the tree line. The first thought should be, let's go for that pig. That big, juicy pig in the center. Because if you get on top of these, that's 40 extra food with ease. No, not aluminum. It's aluminium. Learn your words, please. Thank you very much. We're not going through this. There are some words that I just like. I kind of agree on the American scale. You never get me on aluminum, though. That's like wrong on so many layers. I do find it hilarious that British people call it a garage and Americans call it a garage. Because in my eyes, garage sounds more American and garage 100% sounds more British. Because British people are like, we have a kind of obsession with the French language, right? There's an intermingling there. And you can't argue with the idea that garage sounds really, really posh Frenchy. Just say it in a French accent quickly. It will make sense. I never thought of the nuclear one. Nuclear. Nuclear. I think I say nuclear. I feel like I can understand people saying nuclear if they're saying it on its own, but then you say nuclear when you're like nuclear reaction. So that one's a bit weirder. Yeah. Okay, so this should be triple your tie because we like food. Right? I mean, he's still got a lot of people on words, so presumably so. Oh, wow, he's double greeting. So he's going your tie and he's going for the pawn straight away. And what? All right, guys, game 3. This is meant to be like a pretty good matchup for Ottomans in Feudal Age. Presumably, like the ninjas is problematic, but everything else is good. Like the armors, the Sipahi. The fact that he's going so tiny trade network, I don't rate very highly here, though. I haven't... No, he's doing 2TC. Is he? Surely not. This just has to be the military school drop-off. Otherwise, he would have built mining camp. Because, like, I remember there was an old trade network 2TC build. Louis, in particular, loved that build. But Sultani trade network has felt, quite rightly, pretty dead. It's not a great landmark choice compared to Madrasa, just because food tends to win out when your goal is to get mass Sipahi anyway. Valdemar now spamming the spears. So he's going to hang around the Dark Age longer here. Yeah, interesting choice. Remember, this is expensive for Sengoku. They don't get cheaper racks. So it's a full 150 investment. The Yari also receives the meta buffs. Recently noticed the Yari getting the speed buff. Oh, what? When you, like, combo them together? That's interesting. Second dot crep, by the way. Yeah, but he has been seen. Love that as well. You only need one spearman to get a kill from this far out of the base. So we'll just chase him down. Oh, no, I know that, like, aluminium is spelled differently between the countries. I can't remember, like, the rest of the world, though. Does the rest of the world spell it aluminium or aluminum? I think a lot of the world spells it aluminium, no? I think America might be alone on the aluminum front. Coca Township now coming in. So just the norm. This is the potent kick, right? This is such a powerful landmark. The thing that you really have to process with this, you can be building mass Sipahi against mass Yumi. And the Yumi get so much damage increase from the grenade impact that they can actually start to beat Sipahi. Because a Yumi will do, you know, maximum with estates as well, 6 damage. You can go up to, what, 3 ranged armor? But then the grenade hits, and all of a sudden Yumi are doing 10 damage. That's pretty nuts when you consider, like, base archer damage would be 5 plus 5 against a spearman. So you're kind of somewhere between default damage with no armor in there and the bonus value you get from a feudal archer hitting a unit. When you think about it that way, you realize why Coca got nerfed so hard. Some people argued it was not nerfed hard enough. I like this double military school. So the network is definitely funky, but the double military school I definitely agree with. And it will be Sipahi scaling. How are we doing on sheep pool overall? Considering there's fishing, but not insane fishing yet. Wow, 18 sheep to 9. And on top of that, we're already seeing third docks coming in from Voldemar. Already forced to build into archer ships to protect. This is a bit frustrating for him. But remember, the idea now is like Sipahi versus Yari. Very good for you as long as you dodge the grenades. Because Yari, yes, they get bonus against cavalry. But Sipahi, even if Yari have that bonus against cav, individually a superior unit. The trade-off, of course, is in the cost difference. But to be fair, Yari are more expensive horsemen as well. The difference isn't that substantial, right? You're paying 160 compared to Yari that, if I remember correctly, is 135, I want to say it was, or 145. Did he go for the triple Yatai? He did. Yeah, so he's got full Yatai as well. Probably not going to be adding in the fort because with the likelihood that the Sipahi coming, you can't really trust your Yatais out on the map. Like, this one will have to pull back eventually. But Yari on the way, and yeah, it was 145. 145 sounds really crap, actually, compared to Sipahi at 160. Seriously, guys, just think about that. Yari and Sipahi, there's only a 15 resource difference between them. That is a bit nuts, right? I'm not imagining this. That feels like the number should be bigger of a gap. Considering your 135 health versus 150, and then your base damage is so much lower that even with your bonus damage, you don't hit as hard. Like, your only upside is you're faster. I think they intentionally made this choice when designing Yari, by the way, because of the estate spec. The one that makes you much quicker, I think they were worried that if they made these a bit too close to normal horseman costs, they would be way too good. Oh, frag grenades out. Does clip the initial Sipahi, but he didn't stagger the grenades. Luckily for him, Corvinus went to the Prometheus school of running away from things. He just runs in a straight line. Mineral was discovered before America existed. Yeah, so everyone else called it aluminium, right? Like, I'm not imagining that. So it is just an American thing that's called aluminum. This is like... This is creating the American football thing all over again. Anyway, Spears are just going to chase this home, but the Spy is the more important thing. They should be able to get the kill. Oh, no, the repair. Voldemar baits him in perfectly there. Gets the clutch repair at 10 HP. -1 Spy, almost -2. And cool. I mean, surely you've got to be going in-man point here. I'd be shocked to see anything else. Yumi production already underway by Voldemar, and he has gone for the Odor Estate, so we'll be seeing a quick cap out at 6 damage on these Yumi. So US and Canada primarily use aluminum. Put in the American dictionary, keep the UM to have the same sound as potassium and sodium. Eh. Feels like a cop-out. They should have just accepted the rest of the world. Okay, so Voldemar now just moving in. With Yumi double upgrade on the way pretty fast, the ninjas are going to be the key thing to keep an eye out for here. Voldemar does have scaling lead. His economy should be better. Yeah, it's kind of weird the difference that Madrissa actually would have made here. Slide to forward and demo. Nice connect there. Voldemar tries to minimize the damage, but it's still a lot of spread DPS. However, now Corvinus needs to finish what he just started there. He's struggling to do so. Voldemar is intentionally just forcing back-to-back fights to try and stop that healing from coming into effect. But now that it's healing plus Meta Aura, he will have to back up. He has got the ninjas, though, and he baits him into an ambush. Frag grenades thrown out. Ninjas will buy a little bit of time here with that maneuver. Voldemar does renew the frag grenades onto the Sipahi now. Yumi just trading out against the spin to try and get rid of them, but the chain healing coming in. And now the target fire, Yumi, they are going after that backline Imam. He's absorbing a lot of shots, but one is going to go down. So no sustained healing anymore. However, Voldemar needs to retreat. He basically sacrificed all of his melee just to get a kill on a monk. He doesn't have the grenades now. However, one thing he does have is that double timing coming, right? No Yumi cube yet. It is, in fairness to him, a very pricey tech, right? Like, it costs you, what, almost, was it 425 resources? Is a lot. Daimyo did just come in, and remember, he's been sniping out the spearmen. Daimyo can pretty reliably hold back, like, what, 2, maybe almost 3 Sipahi in that trade. More pawns now. Kind of needs it, but we are seeing Voldemort just doubling on the greed by comparison. We also have a switch now to melee attacks. And he did he add in the extra Yatai? Yeah, he's got 4 hot dog stands, so he's going full cap on that. You understood the Prometheus reference? Good lad. It's a powerful reference. It's probably like, I think it's actually Cinema Sin's best. Probably the best single comment I've ever heard. I haven't watched those guys in years, actually. In fairness, they kind of ended up breeding an entire subcategory of YouTube. Because people start doing, like, game sins, music sins, etc. Voldemort is just checking on what's happening here. So, yeah, he sees it's not going to be a greed and tech. There's a full recommit. Ninjas have not been spawned yet. I think the idea here for Voldemort is to bait Corvinus close to the tree line. He's getting him there. Corv should be aware of what's happening. Spear's going to pull back a bit more. And there's the ambush. Jumps him straight away. Frag grenade's out. Doesn't dodge it. So he's clipped on it, meaning the whole formation moves slow. It means he can't run away easily. The Spearmen get the burst. And the Yuumi get the snipe down. And that is why Sengoku is such a challenge for so many civs. It's the ninjas. The frag grenade, just such a game changer. Disrupts the dynamics at play. And now the Yuumi about to get even better. We got Higo Yuumi on the way in 40. 20 plus Yuumi. Definitely the scale point that makes sense. Corvinus. Uh-oh. Another thing Yuumi are good at. Raiding. Just wraps around and welcomes himself to a humble villager pie. He even gets a grenade on them to slow the retreat. There's still just so many spears left, especially with the attack speed burst. Yeah, I don't really see the way here for Korv. He's starved out now. Voldemort, like, you don't even need to kill the docks now. Yeah, just kill the base. Killing the base is much better here. It's more difficult usually, but you've got just so many Yuumi. And remember, the Koka, it's only 45 seconds away from spawning again. And there is a backup tree line here to retreat to. Or if he tries to cut reinforcements, just spawn them there. Just has so many reinforcements coming, actually. Metric crap ton. I speak like Scottish people. I could. I don't know why we'd be doing it. He's trying to start a civil war here. Yuumi in the choke point, looking to end a war. Rams hitting into the military schools. I don't really think there's much left this one for Corvinus. Game number 2 should be a strike back. Voldemort will lock it in and remind us that Sengoku might not be getting picked every single series, weirdly enough. Maybe they bloody should be. Still so strong. And I can't believe someone's flaming Ottomans. Ottomans is a damn strong pick. Sengoku's just kind of flipped the script. Should have suffered the same way that Japan does in this matchup, but the ninjas make the world a difference. You have 60 hours to play in AoE4. You'll never get to this level. Yeah, I mean, just, I've said this before, it doesn't matter. Just play the game to enjoy the game. Learn some things as you go, but just like have fun, damn it. You don't need to get to this level. Like, I can guarantee you that there are people who literally are playing at bronze level that have more fun playing this game than these two players. And that's no flame or like saying that these two don't enjoy the game. It's just like, the enemy of joy is comparison. Just have fun. Accept that you're going to suck. There's actually enjoyment within sucking. When you're good at the game, there's like an expectation for you to deliver. I've been through this. When I used to like stream FPSs, playing high-level FPS, I'm like, well, I'm having an off day. So, you know, what's the point in people watching? I'm just not being as good as I normally am. Just don't do it to yourself. It's a crap way to live life. All right. So, deciding game number 3. Let's see where the boys are going to be taking us. It's going to be Japanese versus Tuklak for G3. On Dry Arabia. Oh, he's going to...
I think I know what he's going to try and do.
All right. Let's flip them around. I think we all know where this one is going. Yeah, I think we all know what's about to happen here, folks. We are into Dry Arabia, and Corvinus has picked the Tuklak dynasty. If there was ever a man to try and punish a fast castle build with a castle rush, this is the guy. Deciding game number 3. We head in with Red Bull, aka Corvinus, on the Tuklak dynasty in the green, but Voldemar taking the field as the Japanese. He's been saving one of the best till last. Let's see if he can rise up and slay Corvinus, who's been having a fantastic week after just qualifying for the Red Bull Road to Red Bull LOL event. Oof. I mean, the moment you see this man picking Tuklak on land, you've got to be thinking, which way can he cheese? This is the guy that would just drop a castle next to your base and then build into those tanky Emir warriors. Time being, of course, it's just going to be a standard tech up. Japan is kind of interesting here, though. Yeah, look at the opening. Voldemar already going straight onto stone, so he's rushing the Daimyo timing. You don't actually see people do this as much anymore. Yeah, the timing alignment's kind of different, right? You might see them rush towards the Uma Bannerman when they're getting ready to prep castle, but not necessarily at the start of Feudal Age. We'll see if it actually pays off. Ooh. Okay, no opportunities left on the table there. Yeah, he pulls back already. So an immediate switch on the wood. Already rush gathered the gold up. Corvinus has been doing a lot of 2 TC builds with some of the new civs at the moment. It sounds like a bit of a stretch. Not completely unrealistic, though. Ah, there you go. That's a comment I'd like to see. Just start playing a week ago, still having fun learning. Seeing these people play is crazy, seeing how well they do. Exactly. You know, but like people just need to just focus on enjoying the game in different ways. Like honestly, my brain is like, okay, if I see a really cool build, instead of going, oh yeah, so you put like 4 on wood and then 5 on gold, I'm like, okay, let's be playful and try this strategy and see how I do it. And then you kind of adapt as you fail. I don't know, man. The idea of just being perfect is something to begin with. I think for a lot of people, it would actually be kind of depressing. Like, I think someone was asking me about Avicii the other day, and I always find that a perfect example of that, right? Like, the guy, he left a note, didn't he, where he said that he never enjoyed any of his music. Which is crazy, because then everyone, like, hearing that is like, what? Dude, his music was incredible. So it's like, the enjoyment is actually more important than the talent in most things in life. If you're going to be talented at something, at least let it lead to something that you enjoy. Like, if you're very good at, I don't know, accountancy, and you make a lot of money off of that, then let that fuel something you enjoy. But there's got to be enjoyment somewhere. It's like, when it comes to playing games, I don't know, man. Like, with the way that esports has risen up over the last decade plus, I think a lot of us have started to lose focus on what made gaming great in the first place, which is just having fun. And we say to ourselves, like, oh yeah, I'm still having so much fun. Like, yeah, but are you having as much as you did when you just didn't care about your rank? Or you didn't care about being the best? So Dome of Faith versus Kuristo House. Just the standard stuff coming through. Voldemar with 5 on Kura tells us a lot. This is not going to be a fast castle build. There is going to be some presence. Already has the Daimyo upgrade, so remember, he will be able to get a Bannerman out pretty swift. Oh, crap. I forgot about this push-ups. All right, we'll do them after this one. Whoops. Still that competitiveness in you that doesn't let up. Sure, but it's about balancing that. Like, I think a lot of people like, I want to be really good at the game. It's like, okay, well, what are you doing with that? If, like, you getting good at the game doesn't lead to you having more fun with the game, and you're not trying to compete, then it's a bit of a redundant point, isn't it? I still remember my early days in Dota 2 compared to, like, when I hit top 5,000. I miss my early days in Dota 2. Being a stupid kid just doing fun things is like something you get robbed of the more you improve at a game. Okay, so we do have Elefante Fun Time on the way, by the way. First Elephant queued up. Voldemort? There it is. It's going to be Stables Uben Bannerman coming through. Already prioritizing going towards Takazaiku. Actually does cancel it. Interesting. I mean, at this point, he's eaten a decent amount of the berries, right? He's halfway through already. And also, I don't think he had the resources for the Uma Bannerman if he committed. Yeah, no, he wouldn't have. There you go. Like, yeah, that's why he chose. Because his gold worker was building the stable, so it screwed up his timing. Meanwhile, elephant time. I don't think the Uma Bannerman on his own is going to be too threatening. The fact that Elephant is just walking across the map right now. I have nothing to fear. I am fear itself. Oh, okay. He's going to turn around now. And he's on the stone. Okay. I think we know what's coming here, guys. I don't know about Fort Rush straight away now that it's mass ponies and melee coming in from Japan. I wouldn't actually be surprised to see him try 2TC. Is he setting up the houses correctly? Not really. He already set up a house over here. So if it's a Fort Rush for the food, he's already being kind of inefficient with it, right? Because he should have built this house like here and then scattered them around. But he's gradually now prepping it. Like, you just want to start building these houses in a square so you can drop a fort in the center. It's perfect to get your food income online in the mid-game. Red Bull player is a bot? Yes, he's such a bot. Oh my god, this guy. An aim bot. This is Corvinus. One of the top 16 players. If you go by the gauge that, like, people qualifying and trying to compete for Red Bull. And he's like, hey, maybe it'll make me more powerful if I become the Red Bull. This is a keep. This is definitely the keep. Rax on the forward side. Back to the goal for now. You can tell it's a keep because he gathered 400 plus, right? It's like you only need 350 for a TC. Archery following up behind this. So he did see the spearman. He's reacting to everything coming, basically. The Rax placement was a bit greedy. He's gathering the gold necessary to get hardened plus some extra stuff here. We should be seeing a blacksmith timing if he starts to feel threatened a bit by the melee blob. Because you can, like, blacksmith and get melee armor. The most important thing is getting the steeled arrow, though. Voldemort now making a 1-1-1. Rax almost on fire already. We'll force a repair crew. Still not making the keep. Like, it legit feels like he's trying to win the initial fight and then rush the map. And the wood, whoops. Okay, we ran out fast there. He's going to have to engage. Does get it just in time there. Voldemort still has an opportunity to potentially burn the Rax, though, because Corvinus hasn't dropped off wood yet. There we go. Gets a little bit in the bank. Villager's now being dove onto, though. Looks like it could be a -1. He commits in. The Uma Bannerman gets the final club down, so Villager is sniped. Voldemort will just shift away. Does end up costing him, what, Scout, 2 Horsemen, a Spearman. So definitely a little bit of a pricing endeavor, but kind of weird there, right? Like, you've got Elephants, but the way that played out, there was already damage done to some of the other units, and also he pulled away from it. Triple Elephant should now make this much more difficult for Voldemort, though. Wow, even prioritizes textiles. Well, there's only one reason you prioritize textiles here, guys. He's thinking about it. Because with this many Elephants, you shouldn't really need it. Unless your villagers are moving out on the map. Not working today because of Milk Day? What is Milk Day? I'm confused by this. Is this a thing? Oh, no. Oh, MLK Martin Luther King Day? Is that it? Yeah, okay, got you. My brain went to Milk Day, which I just discovered is also apparently a thing. How many holidays is America? Doesn't America have more holidays than, like, the UK? But, like, the trade-off is you guys don't actually take your holiday days, i.e., like, you know, vacation days. I always find that warped. You guys, like, get deeply judged by your bosses for doing that. I'm like, what? You get judged for taking the allocated time to vacation. Rogan? Alright, Voldemar's switching Samurai now. I'm starting to like this less and less. Yeah, like the switching to Samurai. With Elephants there, the whole idea is you've got a tankier line, but you're not getting burst. You kind of just need something that kills faster. I get what he's thinking, though. With archers showing from his opponent, he wants to litter them in with the spearmen so he doesn't get sniped as quickly. Guys, it's time. It's 5 elephants. It's time to send Voldemar to hell. Dude, lack a bad fort drop coming through. Elephants need to move in, though, to protect the workers. The heals! The range on that. Torch is now out from Voldemar, trying to burn it down. Spears was going to commit in. The Yuumi being distracted here as they try to take out the military units. And now the hug. The embrace of protection. The villagers. He's going to start sniping a few down here. It's just difficult, man. The Yuumi are now at risk. He's trying to use the Elephants on the flank. Another worker does get sniped. Cool. There's only 6 remaining. But the healing is targeted on them there. The Yuumi still struggling. They try to kite back. They're going to switch from the Spearman now. And no doubt about it, that fort is going up. Little bit uncomfortable, but 5 will be good enough. Even crumbles a bit on the upgrade, and Amir are on the way. Governor Ajima has been chosen. This gives him the 3 men-at-arms. They generate extras every, 20 seconds? Up to a scale of 6 by default. And what a read. I mean, it came down to the spawn, right? Like, double gold on the forward side. This is always the thing he was directing towards the moment he saw that detail. Everything Voldemar has, forward spawn, is the brutal reality. Stone, gold, berries. There was no reserve available to him. Yeah, I think this is fairly conclusive. I mean, you need a way of killing this castle. Because if not, you're not touching gold. You could try to gamble on the white flank. The problem is, your opponent can just defend this with Emir warriors and then move out to check the flank resources. I don't know what happened to him. How did he die? All right, Kobe Archer, I guess. Healing unit casually sieging? Of course. You know, make love and war is what they say. To truly understand how to heal one, you must understand how to hurt one. That's why this psychopath doctors are always the best. Well, I say that, like, you know, it's like 50-50 coin flip on whether they heal or kill you, but, like, they really know what they're doing, you know? Like, if Hannibal Lecter had to perform surgery, you know the stitching would be clean, and he'd probably get, like, the transplant perfect. You'd probably be missing at least a liver at the bare minimum. But the work would be S tier, at least, like, the elements that you requested him to do. The bigger problem you'd have is all the elements he shouldn't have done to you. And thus, Helephants, the S tier surgeon. Why are they allowed... Okay, can we just address the fact that the elephant in the room here, actually the Emir in the room, they're allowed to build siege, and I really don't know why. They can even build the walls. It's a bit silly, actually. This unit does a lot. It's weird as well, because it feels like the only builds where Emir Warriors truly make sense are cheesy builds. You guys notice that? It is literally this style that makes Emir Warriors good. I don't feel like this unit is that impactful in mid and late game. Is he going to do... Oh my god, he's going to do another castle drop. Well, of course, you don't want your Emir Warriors getting weak. Come on! The villagers are just absorbing the TC fire right now. Dive comes in. Ram's moving on in as well. The Helephants are going to back into the choke point. Just let the Emir Warriors in. Their stats are temporarily debuffed, but the castle's coming up and the trade-off is the idea here. So eventually they'll just get rejuvenated to full stats again. Once again, he's trying to snipe, but you notice what he's doing here. He's body blocking it. You can't see them. They are hidden. This is so infuriating. He has enough Yuumi to kill the workers, but he can't see them. Voldemar at this point phoning his opticians. Really, he should be phoning the local emergency ward. Calling an ambulance. Because he's in pain. TC almost destroyed. Tuklakabad fort fully garrisoned. 1 or 2 of the elephants to go down. More Emir warriors are on the way, though, and they are going to be phenomenally tanky. The rush to try and protect the TC is going to be a pullback on the Rams in the meantime. Just to bait the workers out. The elephants do go back in. The Emir warriors arriving again. These ones do not die. They only died before because of the decay on their stats. Now look at them. It just takes an eternity to kill. TC still on fire as well. And here you go. Decay is going to start setting in momentarily. So they slow down. They actually don't last as long anymore. They're buying time. There's Rams going in again. Nice, cheeky little switcheroo there. Voldemort getting the garrison just in time. The irony of doing the garrison torch when Corvinus was one of the first players to discover it. Is this... I think this might be the strategy that players hate the most that Tuklakabad do. Oh, the Tuklak dude. Tuklakabad strat. This might be the most hated one. I still remember the first time we saw this. It was Myriad versus Corvinus. I think the title on that video was like 30 Yumi cannot kill a worker. Well, kind of the same here, really. 30 plus Yumi cannot kill a worker, especially when an elephant stands in the way. I mean, they can't even click a worker. So, TC gone now. Voldemort at this stage is just going through the motions. It's the last game of the series. He'll try and play it out. Realistically, he just doesn't have anything. He can't rush a new TC. He can't repair the current one. And now, Castle's on the way. Upsides, your opponent doesn't actually have an army to really upgrade fast, which is one of the biggest upsides for Tuklak. Downsides, he has an entire base in your base and mass men arms. I think this might be over. He's going to try to find a comeback. If he could raid in, like, this isn't a bad idea. Your base is pointless now. Your opponent's base, however, has been unfettered, unharassed. So Yumi are just going to start rotating. Baldy should just accept the loss. No! Yumi, go. If he'd actually been a bit quick with this move, he could have intercepted the tech, actually. Yeah, I think he might be too slow. Because now against the Yumi, if you just bring out, you know, a few men-at-arms from this racks, you can even add in, like, a stables, add in 1 or 2 lancers, and that's curtains. And he has the food gold for that. Tech up complete. Villages now being attacked. Corvo just pulled back underneath the TC. A lot of his workers moved out, remember, here and here. So there's actually not that many that you could dive to try and kill in the main base. He needs to find where the economy's at. He's guessing wrong as well. An understandable guess here. Went for the buried deer location area. Meanwhile, Landmark's about to be finished. Voldemort did build up the floating gate in the corner, adding in his stables now. So will rat his way into the Castle Age. But now it's men-at-arms flood. And you have very limited food to get Samurai with. Oh my god, and he already saw. Alright, the rat play has not worked very long. And this is like the rule of Fight Club. Nobody talk about Fight Clubs. When people talk about it, people know where to find it. This is the Narcs, the feds, they've turned up. Imagine a SWAT team, like an Indian SWAT team just turns up. Instead of a ram to batter down the door, it's an elephant. Indian SWAT team! Hands in the air! Even the Emirs are coming now. Their stats are low, but they are torches. Voldemort looking like a poor, innocent, unarmed person to this Indian SWAT team. Don't worry, though. They'll put a pistol in your hand. Looks like a clean kill to me. He just can't kill him. Right. Like a Wallow, maybe? Wallow? 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 No, 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 no. He's gone. The most vile and hated of Tuklak Strats. He actually did hang around a bit there. Why didn't he just... Wait. Oh, he didn't finish the Kura. He did... I was like, wait, what's wrong here? Yeah, he didn't finish the Kura. This is fine, though. It's GG. I was so confused. I was like, there's no way Vortimar's gone Imperial Age. GG comes out. Freaking Tuklaka bad fort rushes. Let me know if you've been having this problem, too. This has to be creeping into pub games at this point. Yeah, I don't think you can wall Emirs. You can't wall religious units either. So that is going to be a 2-1 victory. There we go. Oh, music. Ooh, that's a good one. All right, let's see what we got next. So, probably got time for another series. Ooh. So we could do... We've got Anatan versus Ayame Sato as an option. Vortix versus Bexstar. I think those are the two I'm intrigued by. Is Sengoku Auto game a good one? It's a fast one. Issue the grenade power. So if you're kind of like curious of just how much damage that thing can do, worth checking out. I'm feeling like, guys, we do the Anatan versus Ayame set. So let's see. Let's get the map draft. Let's get the Civ draft. Get ready to party with that. All right, everything's set up. Opening map is going to be Front Range. Didn't they say Japanese OP one of the best civs? Or not anymore? They're still really good. It's just like he kind of got cheesed. Haven't got a visit from Freya in weeks. Maybe she's shown up when I'm at work. No, it's just like, I mean, so, you know, remember she's at nursery a lot of the days of the week. It's super cold, so she's less likely to come out. And less likely to be allowed out. And also, she hasn't been feeling very well recently, so... No, I didn't get a better luck. She just got bored of me, I guess. She hasn't been feeling that well, to be honest. Most of December's been kind of sucky for her. Like, you know... You're hoping to spend some time with, like, my mum. And she's prepping for, like, more chemo and whatever. But instead, we haven't really been able to see her since... November. Because my kids just keep getting ill at the moment, unfortunately. Like, even today when we woke up, like, Ezra is now super snotty. And you can't go see someone who's doing chemotherapy with the risk of illness, right? That could cause some severe complications. So, yeah, it's just a bit of an unfortunate thing right now. Because both of them are just, like, woken up super snotty today. And, like Emma was saying, like, Ezra's probably actually secretly pretty ill because, like, he legit slept all the way through the night. And then, like, he napped for, I think, 3 hours and she had to go wake him up. Because he still wouldn't wake up. So, yeah. And then Emma basically sounded like she started smoking 20 cigarettes a day with her throat. Yeah. I don't know. I'm trying to think actually. Ooh, I'm really busy tonight. I might try after tomorrow's stream to run my tests with ChatGPT for that script I ran. I really want to do the Planet Zoo tonight. Not tonight, Friday. Part of me is like, like, it's a really cool idea to the extent I'm like, do I just wait until Planet Zoo releases? But, like, there's no saying that Planet Zoo 2 is going to be this year. It's expected release 2026, but it's not guaranteed. Also, like, my understanding, I haven't played Planet Coaster still. I never got around to it. But apparently Planet Coaster 2 was not better than Planet Coaster 1 in most people's eyes, so might just be another case of one of those. Yeah, I need to check what games would be very interesting for the kill everyone you look at as well. Like, the most obvious one to me was Hitman would be intriguing. But I'll have a look. So, G1, it is going to be Hunt Range. And it's going to be Macedonians versus English. Nothing about Samurai and Sipahi should be a no-brainer. Well, they just lost, man. He even built Mount Samurai. He didn't just win. All right, let's get ready to go. Need the right vibes. Oh, that'll work. One and all, it's a perfect showdown. We've got the rising star, the proven in competitive play, none other than Anatan, facing off against the new prodigal son from the Chinese Empire. That's right, Ayame Satu, a pub star now looking to rise up into competitive play. Could he be the Louis MT of 2026? Let's find out as we head into game number 1 of this best of 3 single eliminator. Ayame with the English pick to the front range, while Anatan is looking to swole up fast with a Viking pick. Macedonian Dynasty in the yellow to see if sure raw aggro can outshine, presumably, Greed. Ooh, okay, that is an interesting thought. Which way are we going with English in this game? There is no ball pull, which is already a shocker for Ayame. For those unfamiliar with this guy, very talented ladder player. We've seen him take down some of the game's best in ladder occurrences, but we're now talking about pro play. Pro play is very different. He now has to figure out drafting systems, snipe systems, map orientations. Is a whole different ballgame. Rank ladder, he's currently 36th in the world. At his peak, I believe he was 3rd this season. So very capable of getting high up on the rankings, and he's played almost 500 games this season alone. It's his most committed, in fact. Season 11, only about 200 games. The season before that, he was more committed. And for good reason. Ayame did just recently get picked up by Team Elephant, the team that Louis MT, the #1 Chinese player, is a part of. Yeah, so a lot of things to think about there, right? Like the pub star now trying to convert into pro play. He has got that brainchild in Louis MT to try and access to amplify his game faster. Anatan, on the other hand, at this rate, by like 2027, Vortix Esports might just have half of the people signed up to EGC tournaments as part of their roster. They just added Myriad, and I forgot someone else as well. So he's part of that kind of brain trust, and also at the same time, regularly scrims with players like Marine Lord, and it has paid off. Anatan is our reigning champion in the midweek muster currently after 4-2ing Vortix in the previous week. Actually, was it 4-2 or 4-3? My brain has totally skipped on that. He won. That's all that matters. Yeah, it was a shock and awe moment as well, considering that Vortix had been a dominant force for a very long time prior to that. Oh, sorry, no, Vortix, yeah, it was 3-2. Anatan beat Vortix 3-2, and then, sorry, it was B versus Anatan in the grand finals. So, yeah, Anno basically slayed the 2 biggest threats in the KPMMs in the same week. And had then, before that, beaten Lucifron in quarterfinals. So, high expectations out of Anachad this week. So, Imperial Hippodrome now coming through. Stone being gathered up. It's 2TC. Wow. Nobody could have predicted this. Yeah, so many English players go this way. I think we kind of knew it was coming the moment we didn't see him go out on the map, because on this particular map, English typically go for the ball on front range, as it sets up really nicely for a push play afterwards. The fact he did not even bother was an alarm bell going off, and I think it's one that Anatan took note of, because he would have noticed this too. When top player joins a clan, what kind of benefits do you get? So it really depends. Part of it can be like the scrim and the coaching facilities. Some orgs are really handy with things like sorting visas, etc. In some cases, for someone like Anatan, the really big helpful thing there is actually sourcing ways for him to get paid, considering that he's located in Belarus, so a little bit harder to maybe get payments through there. And then the obvious one is usually salary. I wouldn't really, like, I mean, I can speculate on it because I don't have insights into the numbers because I haven't ever asked. I would assume Vortix Esports is not able to pay much in the way of salary, if at all. But these players, like, the elements of, like, yeah, the coaching, maybe boot camp opportunities for them when they're prepping for a big tournament if the lands, and also in Antan's case, just getting help, getting paid, and getting through those loopholes is worth it in itself. To be honest with you, teams is a difficult justification in 1v1 esports anyway. Like, players don't feel that need them, and then teams are like, what do we get out of it as well? So really, you're looking for people who are usually content creators also. If you're talking about, I want to now have a base rate, for example. Like, Marine Lord can justify, you know, a salary and whatever, because he'll turn on a stream and get several hundred people watching him. And also, there's content value for the org. But, like, this is a big part of esports that's been a conundrum for the last several years, is, like, esports orgs don't know how to make money. They just kind of overpay players to just play the game, which just is a model that doesn't work because esports is not traditional sports. You know, the teams don't own the network. The teams don't own the league or anything. So where they get money is a bigger question mark compared to traditional. Second TC coming in. A little bit more defensive due to the positioning of the housing. The Anatan can't really stop him right now, right? Dive here would be a bit tricky with the damage the scout's already taken. Yeah, this is, for example, why I think it's actually a big part of why Team Vitality picked up Hera, by the way. The obvious piece is he's already winning everything. But then when you add in the fact that he's averaging a few thousand people watching his streams, that actually is now a revenue avenue that they can explore with their sponsors. They can be like, hey, Red Bull, you know, you should sponsor us because our combined viewership on our content, on our players' content is this. And that has merit. Whereas, like, having the best team in the world, but literally having, like, none of them stream or create content is, like, okay. Brands are now asking, well, what the hell's the point in this? And then if your argument is, well, you know, we're going to win the tournament, so, like, your brand will be there in that moment. The counter argument can then be, so why don't we just sponsor the tournament and get literally an entire, like, section? And this is in a discussion where even tournaments now struggle to get that justification out of brands. Yeah, esports has a very big problem of how, like, revenue gen works with sponsorships. Ballpool now coming in from Anatan. He's just been raw cavalry so far, which 100% makes sense. English suck at dealing with horsemen. They don't have shivs. They only have ranged attacks. So inherently, you already have +2 armor. But now you're going to scale up to +4 armor. That gives you a very clear dive point. I think instead, Anatan is probably just going to raw go Ridari, because horseman only means that Ayame can just spear spam to defend. Yeah, it's not going to be fast to get those spearmen up because you're building farms and 2TC. But over time, it will kind of grind down the pony count. And remember, the big challenge of Macedonians is they just don't have a way of revitalizing. The champions will heal, but the horsemen will not. So, like, over a long con, it does feel a bit weird. That is a die pin, though. Catches him against the felled tree and snipes out the king. Tech up now to be rushed. Ayame should just be looking for... Ooh. You could actually justify Sistan here for the timing. Just helps those initial Ridari. Speaking of which, he's still got some time until the champ comes. 2 minutes out for Ridari champion. I mean, you'll be able to tell. If Anatan's going to do Sistan, he'll be prepping a farm soon. He's got 88 wood, so it is feasible. I love the way he's actually split this, by the way. Scout with the horseman and the horseman with the scout. Sounds counterintuitive until you realize the scout actually hurts a bit because of that. He hits for 3 damage, right? Okay, so you guys go Golden Hunter. He'll just use it to secure the central resources. It's interesting because I think I've seen Anatan do 1 or 2 system games. There's definitely situations where it can be useful. I think the idea of just safety on food here is just too big of a deal to pass up. It also just gives a little bit of insurance against mass meta arm strats out of English to try and bulk up to just feel safe, right? Like, you just start getting a few crossbow backlines in there. Gives you a way of sniping them out without having to necessarily trade in melee. Combo pull now coming through. Probably just going to absorb it with the Horseman. Yeah. The Hippodrome Horseman specifically, because the damage will just be offset entirely. Oh, it did actually switch onto a standard. Whoops. Nayame, we know what he's doing, guys. You've never, ever, ever in the history of Age of Empires 4 seen this build before. 2TC into White Tower. Oh my god, who is this guy? Yeah, it's just the normie. Any tips for Mongols? Attack. Lol. Mongols is like a trickier one. I think Mongols is somewhat match and map dependent more than most civs, actually. Mongols, I'd say, like, start exploring Kurotai. Kurotai is surprisingly effective. If you're scaling military and you're going eventually to castle, but you're like 30, 40 military, definitely consider the value of Kurotai. A lot of people don't, and it's a big mistake. I would assume at low ranks, Mongols are still just fast imp, though. Whoops. Oh, okay. We're riding blind. That's all the vision gone. I feel bad for him. So what happened there for Anatan, he would have selected all the cavalry clicked in, and then when you select all army, it's a different key. It's a different group select. It won't select the scouts. The scouts don't automatically respond to that, hence why they just ran in like idiots. So White Tower coming through now. It is a Radari champion. That's something to be concerned about. Dive on the TC. No textiles. Remember, also, even the Horseman here has had his stats buffed because of the age up. He's going to be rotating wide, coming in now. There are also already Radari in the field. Yep, dive coming through now. Idle time on the White Tower. Spear count is not realistically that high. If he just waits a second here and comes back with the extra Radari, he can win that fight. Seriously, these guys are obnoxious. It's going to get worse as well. Armor 2 is on the way, remember. So more health, more armor. A little bit careless with the Radari there, though. Ah, I see. He was diving the White Tower as well. Spears have to be worried about just one or two archers being annoying too. Interesting that he didn't try to brute force that a bit more, but it just shows you how valuable the spear attack speed can be. Just snipe down one or two workers. Don't want to hang around too long with that many spearmen chasing onto you. Still damage done, right? Like, so much for that economy lead. You went 2 TC to be 4 workers up. He does, however, have the White Tower to now keep him safe. He doesn't, however, actually protect much with this White Tower. Like, seriously, look at the coverage. He can build farms around here, but now your wood is not safe. Your gold is not safe. That's almost gone. This is like the weird thing about 2 TC English on this map. There's just not enough resources on one location for White Tower to be that haha moment like it normally is. Yeah, it just looks weird in these type of game states, actually. And of course, getting a few crossbows in for free will be handy in case Ayame was thinking of going knights. Surprised he didn't put it on the wood lines. If he put it on this wood line, he doesn't have double TC fire is the idea. Also, this TC gets weak enough at that point defensively that like he can get dove fully. And that's his only gold. Like, you could argue here, but if he places it here, you get the tree lines, you don't get your farms, you don't get your initial gold. It's difficult, man. Like, there's too much spreadage and not enough on one location. He did try to fix this, by the way. That's why Ayame went for the 4 tree line first. Why not put the second TC in the back? Oh, you mean here? I think it was his stone placement, no? Because where was his stone? Okay, no, his stone was over here. I think Ayame just assumed he'd get this eventually. It's like, this was the risky resource, right? Hence why he done it. Yeah, dive coming in now. This just looks like clownery and death. He's scaling crossbows, which is the correct call. And the White Tower will get him some safety. It's a hard thing to dive consistently. I say as he just starts diving. He doesn't care. Thinks the idle time is worth it. Goes for the crossbowman too, which can't really run away from you. Yeah, that dive wasn't great. Let's maybe not do that again. White Tower is scary. It's a lot of idle time though. Hence why it's not going to feel like the end of the world. Whereas if that had been gathering and you'd lost that many knights, you're like, uh-oh, I've got a problem. But the safer bet here is just take the relics and then punish him when he comes out here. Just kind of like poke dive here, move away, poke dive here. While we're at it, give the White Tower 100 garrison slots. Yeah, I mean, you know, this thing hits pretty hard in fairness. Like, to kind of counter the argument, this is 13 damage. This thing does hit for 30 base. Like, actually, base damage, allocation, Golden Horn Tower is superior. Garrison spots, White Tower is superior. Just a bit of interesting food for thought there. Like, we've already started dubbing this thing Mini Red Palace. Doesn't kill buildings, at least. Doesn't English shoot more arrows? Yeah, they shoot free. But you shoot free. You do attack quicker, right? It's the flurry. It's every, like, 0.5 seconds. But if the armor value is high, then the crossbows will feel better, is the idea. Because it's 60 damage versus the 39. But, like, obviously the attack speed is vastly superior. The trade-off is, like, if it's, you know, White Tower hitting a knight with 6 armor versus the Golden Horn Tower hitting a knight with 6 armor, that's where you see a very big difference in DPS. A little bit burned by Radari. He's diving, by the way. I don't know. This is a depressing English game, man. Food is pretty much, you can have these farms and that's kind of it. The wood is now starting to really run out. The gold isn't touchable. I'm surprised Ayami's got this many crossbows, to be honest. Like, Anno has more crossbowmen and he didn't pay for any of this. He's even yoinking relics from the far side of the map now. Double Sacred Site unlock. Timer begins. Even prioritizes that over picking up relics. In fact, I love this. He's just min-maxing his current Rudari instead of getting more with the gold. You hate that the Golden Horn Tower looks exactly the same. I would have liked for them to at least been like, yeah, let's, I don't know, change the color schematic so you definitely know it's different. I mean, you should know it's different because you're playing against Macedonians, but it would have been cool to, I don't know, literally just flip the color scaling. So, like, you just get orange brick walls and then the white rooftop tiles. Then you at least know. Imagine playing against Byzantines and Macedonians and be like, wait, is this the Golden Horn Tower that kills me or the one that I kill? $63 versus 48 then in favor of White Tower. Keep in mind though, you're also going to get units for free eventually out of Golden Horn Tower. So that's not a bad like comparison really, right? I'd say, like, if you're 20 garrisons, like, that's probably the point where you're like, yeah, White Tower still wins. Because it's, like, double the garrison slots. But, you know, to bring it to a fair review point, like, that has been a questionable change they made a long time ago when they made White Tower go from 15 to 20 garrisons. And this is a questionable defense strat for Ayame. Not that he has a choice. I usually find when someone's trying to murder you, your best chance is probably try to fight back or run. There's no running, so might as well try to take a few with you. He won't take enough, though. 276 HP on these bad boys. Yeah, he's got the +3 ranged armor. So 7 ranged armor against this damage now. Remember, the garrison slots are less DPS. Far too much less. GG gets called. An easy peasy Viking slaughter for game 1. You had to correctly free your friends that Biz Golden Horn Tower can be dove. In fairness, though, there's like an element of like, yes, one of these is literally Byzantines, one of these is literally like Macedonians. Yeah, I don't know. I get why it is that case. I agree it would have been nice for it not to be. So G2 is going to be Chinese versus Rus in Dry Arabia. All right. Let's get ready to go. The nationalities shall be their civs in-game. It's like watching a little kid play a video game. Welcome back to the series, folks. Game number 2, Ayame Satu. The topper for China. The prodigy kid for 2026. We're going to have to find out, and it all begins with proving that he is a Chinese man who can dominate with the Chinese, but in his way, on the other side, Anatan, the Belarus as the Rus, in the yellow on Dry Arabia to try and make it an easy start to his week in the midweek musters. That's right, folks. Reigning champion Anatan already in the lead. We'll look to try and close this out fast. Rus versus China, an interesting matchup as well. Will we be getting pro scouts? Both sides? No sides? These days, it's not as hard locked as it once was, which actually makes this matchup a refreshing one to watch. It's going to be pro scout. He's got 3 scouts already. I mean, there are some players on Rus that just don't like the idea of just raw pro scouting. Looking at the spawn as well, like there is a world in which you could have just outposted out here on the boar and the deer. Because you could have then pulled the boar over here and then dropped a wooden fortress and got a lot of gold there with the hunting cabin. Yeah, looking at a free scout beginning, it seems fairly conclusive. Free scouts to burn mining camp? You could try. Yeah, I mean, he already has the 2 on gold, rushing the Imperial Academy like you always do. And then I wonder if we'll see a third. If you see a third on gold, it's very indicative of just rushing towards the pro scouts. Because then with the taxation plus that, you just get the goodies. Oh, crap. I keep forgetting to do the push-ups afterwards. Remind me after this one. Oopsie. Anyone else a little bit surprised actually China hadn't been tweaked that much? I'm trying to remember back to the nerfs they done. They changed the blacksmith taxation was the main thing, right? I feel like there was too many extra drastic changes made. Just need to add some new units to the game, you know? The problem with me is like I'm starting to be quite conscious of the fact that I'm probably quite ADHD brained. I need new shiny toys regularly. Actually, like that's kind of the opposite, isn't it? If I need a lot of things happening. Actually, no. I need something to keep my attention. What we need petards. I've been asking for this for years. When are we getting? This is what I mean. We talked about like AoE2 versus AoE4 earlier, and like I said, AoE2 has some quirky, fun things. One that I have to give them props for, it is an iconic and memorable thing, would be flaming camels. Right? Like, I think we can agree flaming camels is a hilarious thing. I'm a bit gutted we don't have it in AoE4. They could have given it to the Golden Horde, right? Like, that actually... I know it's the Tatars, but kind of has the overlap there that could have worked. Back in the Clock Tower days? Yeah, like, that's a long time ago, though. I still remember Clock Tower at release. It was just Giga broken. You guys remember why? Let's refresh people's memories. Let's see how good they are at this. Because a long time ago, they made a change to rebalance Clock Tower. It was Giga busted back then. It was in the Springald only meta, but that wasn't the only reason that Clock Tower was broken. There was a very clear detail that made it completely imbalanced. Because what you could actually do with a Clock Tower, back in the early days of Age of Empires 4, you could supervise the landmark. It was really broken. Supervision speed on more tanky siege. It's pretty obvious what the outcome was going to be. Antan, just checking what's happening here. This should be pretty obvious, right? When you see a stable's beginning, it doesn't make sense for stopping pro scouts compared to, say, spears. He already has his own pro scouts on the way. Iyame is going to be saving up for his now. Man, actually, I kind of want some trivia set up for that for like a LAN. You know, just like ask a bunch of things like what used to be the like value of Regnit's relics, for example. Because when you tell people, yeah, they used to be worth 300 gold each, they're going to be like, nah, that's stupid. That's insane. You'd never make a relic worth 300 gold in this game. That's like Imber as all hell. No, that was a thing. That was actually a thing. I believe Outposts used to build much quicker as well. If I remember quickly, it was 45 seconds, I think. Pretty sure it's 45. Whereas nowadays it's a minute. And then, we cannot forget the Mongol TC rushes. Really a blast from your nightmares there. If you're old enough to experience that, my commiserations. Animation cancelling, God, just so many things. The 70, that's right, they were 70 wood for the Mongol towers. Also, scouts were cheaper, so you used to be able to mass scouts with Mongols. That was another broken thing. And then obviously went through the horse archer meta, where literally you could just win every game by just picking Rus and only building horse archers. Sometimes thinking back then, I can't believe I cast through that time. Spin to win ships, yep. Just mass hulks only, jeez. Alright, so Yame, we have got spears coming out now. From both players, in fact. And are already splitting the attention a little bit. So going to yoink some deer away from the enemy side. Sends his spearman over. So he's just trying to keep Iyame reactionary on his side of the map. While Anno greeds on his own. It's pretty smart as well. It's a little bit worrisome. Like, Iyame has less scouts, less spearmen at this stage. Macro-wise, it's not like Anatan is far behind for that either. Delhi was able to capture 6 sites. Was that a thing in Dark Age? I think you're right. It might have been. Which is just so dumb. They also, the fishing boats were seen as like ridiculous back in those days. Magadai on release also. A big problem for people. The Khan used to have much better stats per age, I remember. Yeah, you're right. You get Sanctity in Dark Age, and then you get Herbal Medicine in Feudal of Delhi. It used to work that way. Back in those days, China would always build Barbican too. Rus are pretty much where they began. They would always build Golden Gate back then as well. Yeah, so it looks like Anatan got a little bit of a win on the deer game then. Snatched 1 or 2 from the enemy side. Gets all his own home as well. Yeah, I think... Wait, was Barbican 10 garrison slots? You might be right there. Well, the other thing is back then, Imperial Academy wasn't as desirable because you didn't have the discount for the taxman either. The idea of securing food was much better. Speaking of Imperial things, Castle Age landmark called Imperial Palace. We have a lot of these. You guys notice that? We have a lot of landmarks that just like are called Imperial despite the fact they are not in the 4th age. And then the best part about this has to be the fact that when you go into Imperial, the landmarks don't have Imperial in it at all. The old English gold income of farms? Oh god, no. Get out of here. Ezra has some hot takes, and by hot takes, I mean just honestly mute him. Ezra also loves water a lot, guys. And Anno is doing the Trinity build. Yeah, this is coming back in. Abbey of Trinity is kind of slick. I like this. The idea, like, it's pretty cool when you think about it. Not only does it give you a very clear, aggressive timing towards relics when you're fast castling, it makes the warrior monks affordable within that, so you can afford to build things like knights and horse archers. It also is a significant damage buff. When you're trading out, whether it's horse archers, spears, even knights, you get the armor, you get the damage. The variance is actually really important there, Especially, like, you know, when you compare what makes other Knight civs good. Usually the thing with Roost is like, okay, the damage isn't better, but the health is better. By going for Saint's Blessing and fighting with it, even if you go Mass Knights, you're creating a realm in which your damage is now better than Standard Knights, and your health is as well, which can make Roost Knights some of the best in the game. Yeah, and remember, like, the scale points there, right? Like, by default, it's going to do pretty nicely. You're going to get the +1/+1 armor and the +2 damage. But then you can take it a step further and then go for the additional tech. This bad boy right here, further, which is going to give additional. So it becomes, it ends up being a 4 damage differential. And the monks aren't bad frontliners either, guys. They have 190 HP for 120 resources. With, I believe, 11 base. Yeah, 11 base damage. Yummy. Now just going to contest the spin, and he's switching to archers. Rush out towards the relics here. But Yami, he's done a good job, by the way. One's already home, second one already picked up. Remember, Anno chose a castle landmark that requires you to gain relics. He's going to try to scramble back, but won't be able to. He has to ditch. It's a good intercept there. Monk's already on the way. That's going to be the third. All right, Ayame is cooking, guys. Now, Spears are going to have to retreat away. It's only 6 archers, not a crazy count. Nice with backstab. Less ideal. What was that? Oh, okay. A little bit surprised that Anatan isn't leveraging the attack from the Warrior Monk here, by the way. The Blessings does help a lot. There you go. Turns around now. Gets the buff out. Shifts away just in time. So it gives that extra armor to make it a bit harder for the archers to kill you. But still does have to retreat, and that means another relic to be brought home, no? Wait, no? Where? Huh? Where did the monk go? Did he click the monk back by accident? What? It shouldn't matter here. I don't think Anno's going to get back out on the base. So this is going to be a true test on how good Abbey Trinity can be. Because this is a 1 relic Trinity game. Well, no, don't gaslight me. There was definitely a monk walking out there earlier. Oh, here we go. Chat's going to be like, oh, no, there wasn't a monk. It never existed, KP. It was all in your imagination. I'm not buying that. Horse archer spam now. I mean, your opponent's building spear archers. Warrior Monk. Whoops. I think Anno's going to have to hunker down, guys. This doesn't feel like the type of game you're winning quickly. If at all. Alright, be honest. When we started this game, who was like, Ayame is about to get his face stomped in? One's if you thought Anno was going to roll this. Because based on game 1, it was very clean, right? But this is what I mean. Ayame isn't an untalented hack, right? He has capability here. Relic game complete. 4-1. And there's the ones rolling in. Put some credence on the name, folks. This lad, he's a capable fella. Yeah, I think Ayame is going to become a significant threat towards, like, the end of 2026. If he keeps the grind going. I'm curious to see if, like, he's getting time with Louis MT versus Louis just flat out taking a full break from AoE4, though. That could affect his rate of improvement quite a bit. Turns out he should have went high trade. Hey, if he went high trade house, he wouldn't have all the cheap monks, guys. Okay, you know what? I actually find your lack of faith gravely disturbing. For a bunch of people that will happily sit there going Shaolin Monk Mass pog, 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 pog. How come you never say that for Warrior Monk Mass? They're 120 resources. They're the same price as Horsemen. They have more health than horsemen. And these buff your whole army. And they have enough range to not have to be the full front line. And they can get even more health. Okay, we never talk about Ven. No one ever really cares about Saint's Veneration. I think the problem with Saint's Veneration is literally that it is a castle. It's an Imperial Age tech that feels like it belongs in Castle Age. 100 health is a pretty good increase, but having to wait until Age 4 for it is eh. That a Star Wars reference? No. I like said it and then realized it probably was. Horse archers. Not the threat they once were against lancers anymore, guys. Remember, horse archers got their base damage reduced, but their attack speed slightly increased. So they're better at trading against spears and crossbows, archers as they were before, but they suck more now against heavily armored units. I think Anno wants Imperial. He's starting to set up some farms. He's going to need a lot more. It is a bit scary, the idea of you just turn this into a macro game, though, against China rule civs. China that already has 4 relics. China that can easily go Song into 2TC. I think 2TC for Anno would be a bit crazy, but like the idea of maybe imp with farm spamming isn't terrible. I'm aware that Vader says it, but my point is, like, I just realized it after I said it. You guys think I rip off quotes intentionally? You're giving me too much credit. There you go, guys. That Warrior Monk has been worth it. Look at that damage. Oh, he's bathing in the blood. And you doubted him. A worthwhile investment. You went Horse Archer but hasn't raided once? It is a bit weird. It's not like your opponent has been walling, and you haven't, you know, you might suspect it, but you want to confirm it. I think what you have to give Ayame credit for, though, is his posturing. He's been just kind of standing in the center halfway towards your base the whole time. So, like, if Anno wants to raid, he has to go wider, and that does provide openings for Ayame to go down the center. Decap on the Sacred Site now. Farms being set up in the back corner. Yeah, this is the scary point, right? If Ayame doesn't get harassed here, his economy starts to inflate far beyond Anasan's. Anno has continued to scale a few farms in. He's only 10 deep in total. Direct fights. Still looking a bit weird now, right? Like, it's 31 archers up against 38 horse archers, but it's just these knights. So freaking tanky. And horse archers, not so much. Not really someone you want to stand still with. Also, we're just not really seeing the Warrior Monk effect. I talked about this offsetting the nerfs to horse archers, but you have to actually hit with them, or it doesn't do anything. My favorite one was how many people got screwed over by the automatic healing thing. Because, like, if you don't toggle it off, quite often what would happen is you'd A-click with Warrior Monks and they'd heal your units instead of attacking. That is what is happening here. Finally, he gets a strikeout. So the blessing is going to be there. Army gets juiced up. It's trading well now against those knights. You see the difference it really makes on the kill point. Spear's pretty much removed from the equation. Ayame is at risk of an overextension here. Remember, it's not just the damage now, it's the armor. The +2 armor here goes pretty far against the archers. And on top of that, it's just defender's advantage. So Ayame has to pull back. Remember, he's doing a farm transition right now. That's the danger point for him. That's what makes this look so weird for him. I know. He sees weakness. He's prepping knights. Brings forward some reserves. A few spearmen crossbows being held in the back. We'll be able to engage. Horse archers now just going for the sack. Remember, they also have boys' fortitude now, so notably more tanky. Seeing it takes 2 flurries to get those kills. think Ayame just needs to reset entirely. This is getting ridiculous. He's not trading favorably anymore. So yeah, we'll just go for the retreat. The problem now at this stage is, okay, the horse archer count is still decent. They can keep poking. So retreat now just becomes more difficult when it's just these archers left alone. No blessing again. Seriously, this button is such a grief. Oh my god. I think the most notable game I remember this was like Core versus Dumu on Highview, where I think it was Core wanted to use his Warrior Monk buff to win a fight, and 5 of them just stood there healing a target. And it lost him a fight. A big fight, actually. Because that might have been Roos Miro back then. Yeah, I think it was like Horse Archer v Horse Archer. And he just didn't have the buff, so he lost the fight because of the huge difference from Saint's Blessing on both sides. Got to be really careful with that automatic healing button. Oh, guys, I think we can agree the Horse Archer nerf was a myth. Like, when you look at a game like this, it kind of feels like it. It is there, but if you're willing to consider a play into Abbey of Trinity, you now have a way around that problem. Granary spam, decent, just not crazy. And I believe Anno's been adding in more farms? Yeah, 6 more. So over a 50% increase so far. He's also doing the hug strat, where you just build them around the tree lines to buff your gold income. You guys want to see him raid? He's on the move. Horse Archers, a few knights to assist. And that invaluable Saint's Blessing. Meanwhile, Yame, was he trying to go Imperial? I mean, a Great Wall Gatehouse would protect you in that corner. But you pretty much lose everything else. So reinvestment coming through is going to be Mass Horsemen. Some knights in there is going to be important too, considering that Anno has turned this into the full cav comp that Rusa are most known for. That's right. Horse Archers, Knights, and above all else, Warrior Monks. Flash comes in, and that's a winning army. Wow, just one touch, and that's all it takes. Yeah, just one tap, and the dirt is really gone. Nice, able to just wipe the front line. Wow, now the chase through the Horse Archer count. High enough that Ayame has no right to step up to this fight. They mocked him. They said, one relic, Abbey of Trinity, what a noob. Who's laughing now? Horse Archers with 15 damage. And these archers barely scratching, man. The Knights, it's 3 extra ranged armor and total. So 7. You need crossbowmen yesterday, man. And you're just not getting the breathing room for it. Anatan continues to dive. Scroll Tower is a little bit of a nuisance, but Ayame is down to practically no military. GG comes through. It will be the 2-0 victory. Ayame, a great start to this game. But Anatan did not allow that finisher and reminded us that actually Abbey of Trinity is not a meme. Oh, dear. What do we call that one? That one might be uploadable. I'm going to go Horse Archer Nerf has a bypass. Name game, Age of Empires 4, baby. All right, so turns out we have a live series we can actually steer into. Beasty versus Creator is happening right now. Happening right now, I believe. Where's the draft? It's meant to be happening now. I don't see the draft, though. All right, I don't think they've actually drafted yet. I do love the part where, like, apparently they're meant to have started playing 13 minutes ago. I was like, oh, we're late for a live series. So they haven't started yet. Could have been Horse Archers with Triumph buff, or even better, Magadai with Triumph. That's funny if you get any range cav. Trying to think if there's a way you can combo that. I don't think so. Team games, maybe? I don't think the Warrior Monk buffs allies, right? Maybe if he does, there's like a Rus Byzantine strat that's pretty sick. Yeah, so they haven't started drafting. I don't think this series is happening just yet. Could do Vortix versus Baxter. I feel like we're probably going to either do one more series or call it. I'm weighing it up. Dr. Watts, how it did? Oh yeah, hello. I don't have my Charlotte though. I need like a Charlotte that just makes me feel great. Maybe one day. What's up, Bean? How's it going, bud? All right, so the Creator Beasty plan might be kaput because Creator's not online, so we'll see how that goes. I guess in the meantime, let's do Vortix versus Baxter. Sounds like you're on a game show now when that music comes in. Actually. Dun, 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 dun. Vortix, pog. Is that because he's your bold monk? Is that like, are you like calling him a Jushi tool, Fat Blob? Because you said pog like that for the monks out there. I see you. I know what you're up to. He is a violent bold monk. I'll agree on that. All right. Anyway, let's get ready to go with that set. Might make this the last one for today, and then we'll like do the Beastie games tomorrow, I guess. His creator is literally not even online, so... I mean, I found it a weird time that he would have scheduled his game as well, because he's in Japan, right? So it's very late. Alright, Golden Horde versus Mali, baby. Whoop, whoop. Let's get ready to go. I'm enjoying the GH games. Oh, you got COVID? RIP. It's almost like now it's like, oh, it's annoying, but it's like, oh, damn, this is a really dangerous thing. We just accepted it. All right, here we go. Oh, that works. It's what you're all asking for more of. Lessons on playing Golden Horde. And I can think of no better player to educate the entire class than Vortix. Game 1, we are heading into front range. Vortix of the Golden Horde up against a rising German star. Baxter takes to the Malians, a more logical and expected pick on a map like this. But he's got a challenge ahead of him. We know it too well. Vortix is a force to be reckoned with. Easily the best Golden Horde player in the game right now. So let's see what he's got in mind as we head into a map that is all about the attack. With a player who is all about the attack as well. This man knows how to do nothing but brawl. When was the last time you saw Vortix just go for a full macro game? Just let that sink in for a moment. I'm curious about the Golden Horde pick here, though. So we had the snipage system. This week, we actually introduced it. So from now on, snipes will be included. We wanted to kind of gauge the players' opinions before fully diving into that. Because at first, players made out like it complicated the game too much. And then afterwards, after a little bit of time over the holidays, they're like, oh no, we actually like the sniping. So I think what probably happened here is Baxter probably tried to choose between Mali and Knights Templar. I could kind of see that. Mali or Japan would be the alternative. And then on the other side, I assume Vortix was trying to get either Golden Horde or Ibits. Chinese has been seen a little bit here, but I definitely just kind of makes more sense. Golden Horde, to me, is like such a potent element, though. I think something to keep an eye on as we head into the road to Rebel Warlord is how important this pick is going to be. You know, having that type of value pick in your pocket is a huge advantage. When other people aren't giving a Civ enough credit, enough value, and you understand it intrinsically, it is such a huge edge at the upper echelons. When you're already a well-rounded player, figuring out this next step can be the game breaker. And I think also just playstyle-wise, this is a Civ that holistically fits really well for Vortix. It's an attacking Civ. It's all about attacking, really. Just non-stop attacks. And that's something that Corvinus has always historically loved to do. Especially the idea of, like, feudal Lins feeling very strong for this particular one. Snipes on drafts are never a bad thing. I think the concern we had is that if the majority of players didn't like the snipe systems, it was unlikely to be a continuance within Age of Empires 4. But seeing as a lot of them have been actually like, oh no, I actually do think this is a good thing, then we were happy to keep it around. Because the idea is like, you want to try and not force the players, but coax and encourage them towards things that you think would be better for them, better for the game. But if everyone is dissatisfied, then like, what's the point in doing the thing, you know? And the other thing we were mindful of, instead of just immediately rushing it into the KPMM, is we want a KPMM to feel like a platform for aspiring pros to become pros. And if you make the entrance requirement too complicated, that's never going to happen. You know, it's like when I've been learning to drive. When we first started, we were just like driving along and I'm focused on, you know, clutch and gear change and steering. Right? And like, you know, when we came to like, when you do a hill start, he's like, I'll help you on this because hill start's more complicated. So he's sorting things like handbrake, you know? And I'm only doing like gear 1 and gear 2. And then at first, we're not like focusing too much on indicating, except for when it's very important. But as you go on and you start to drive more, you start to do these things inherently, like indicating to kind of steer off just a park, or just handling, you know, the handbrake for, you know, a hill start and stopping at traffic and all these things. Same thing here is like with trying to get into pro play. It's a lot. If you're a pub star already, you're maybe playing 2-3 civs a lot. Now you have to worry about your civs being bad. And now on top of that, you have to worry about snipe system. So we just didn't want to overload players at the very beginning of a new system coming in. Oh, there you go. Yeah, Scarecrow's like, he had an aspiring buddy who recently played KPMM. He only knew a handful of civs, and he went against Voldemort, who banned them all. Like, that's the case in point. By the way, we still do have bans. It's just, we have bans, and then we have snipes. And funnily enough, in those situations, quite often people could let you get one of your desirable picks through, because then they can leverage it on the ban snipe system. So, Beckstart is an interesting one, by the way. We should probably talk about this guy a little bit. He has been in the KPMMs for a while. Having his best season so far. Yeah, this guy, he is a former silver. Oh, sorry, platinum. Yeah, it was platinum. Yeah, former platinum in Season 5. Into Season 7 went diamond. And since then, has been floating in the conks. But having his best season so far, 189th in the world. Admittedly, not too many games played. Only 26. But I think that's because Baxter has been focusing more on scrimming in the background, as well as enjoying some team games. Meanwhile, Vortix, you guys may not have heard of this guy. Did anyone else notice that in the Discord? There was a guy, it was quite funny. He was asking about like how he could organize his game and that he's up against some guy called Vortix. And I chuckled. I was like, yes, this will go well. Who is this random guy called Vortix? There was a time when actually it was a little bit more confusing. Do you guys remember we used to have a guy called Vortex as well? They had Vortix and Vortex, which would actually make people scratch their heads occasionally. Now, Vortix is going to be fording with his Tortugud. Marlians can't just sofa this, by the way. We literally just had this matchup between Beasty and Vortix, and Golden Horde came out on top. I think it's like this. It's the exact same expectation. It's like you're going Donzo plus Sofa. I actually prefer that compared to Beasty, who tried to do Archer plus Sofa. But I understand why you done it. This element here. The idea is like Tortugud or Sofa. Tortugud are default more tanky. There's no argument against that. You'd be insane to try and argue that the Sofa's going to be tankier. The maths just doesn't support it. So then what matters is if you're both going Spearman, well, okay. Who's going to get bursted down first? It's definitely not the Tortugud. But for Bexter to try and even address the Tortuga, the idea is you just need everything to counter it. And Vortix is just fully exploiting that. So have his own spears to litter in to be annoying for the sofa, and then archers to snipe down the Donzos. Bex is going to have to find a way into javelins fast. Actually, javelin or archer here? I think Jav could make a lot of sense. I feel like Bex is going to end up on javelin Donzos, and he might end up on an accident ward here. Whoops. That was a freebie. Vortix just slips in like it's nothing. Ghost in the night. And back into the forest he goes. Yeah, because Bexter, he capped the enemy side outpost, but didn't lock in his own. So that's a huge advantage. And also Vortix. Oh, Bexter doesn't know. There's a creep route here. You can even just slip in and slip out. And I'm not even 100% convinced the outpost will see that. I think the outpost reaches to like here. So you can actually creep past it. Now that 4-pit mine looking pretty dead. Bexter did cap his vision. Yeah, but he didn't hold it, right? I assume like Vortix probably came through. So I imagine Vortix capped this and then ran through. Like in Bexter's defense, he still doesn't know about this. So he might have assumed the natural pattern would have been cap here, and then cap here. So it probably caught him off guard. Nice counter raid. Bex will snipe one down. Actually, more than one. Yeah, that's a third. Oh my god. Wait, what? He got him on the tree line. What? Vortix with the slow reactions. And gets pinned on... No, Bex. Alright, he will finish what he started. However, they're turning it into a villager race. Vortix still has the lead. Oh, man. I love that he at least tries to mirror the aggression because, like, defensively, it's not really there yet for him. Having those free sofa back here wouldn't allow you to fight. He's got a decent amount of cow, 10 so far. This is tough, though. Vortix is relying on your greed. He wants you to try and go for the Fulani. That was the kill shot, if you guys remember. Actually, like, what ended up happening in the end is that Beasty felt like he couldn't tech. He had to keep investing. And then we saw tech advantage coming in for Vortix. He actually got to castle first. It ended up very easily being similar here. Vortix, even the Kalash. Really important detail here now with the Kalash. Remember, it's going to be +1 melee as well as ranged armor. It's the Churn top, really. And you just need a few of these. It's very annoying to try and snipe them for Bex. Because as Bex scales a bigger and bigger army, on both sides, a Kalash comes more inherently valuable. The idea of having to use your javelin, archers, whatever you bulked up to snipe through the Kalash is very wasteful. Lower count, you can kind of be like, okay, I only would do 50 damage, so shooting him for 50 is not bad. But when you have, say, 30 archers, 30 archers that should be doing, let's say, 5 damage each, that's 150 damage. It's very hard to get the perfect amount of archers to snipe each Kalash, so quite often people will just end up overkilling them. That's why Kalash is surprisingly useful once you get past, like, the 40, 50 mark on military. Charge in here, thought good at minimum range. Archer's now frontlining as the Donzos get baited in. It's just full gold denial. Bexter can't actually complete a Fulani, guys. He has 75 gold. Yeah, he's dirt poor. Tortuga, they're waiting for an opportunity to go. I mean, it is a lot of Donzo still, but I like this. Just bring the spears across with the Kalash armor. It's not a fight you ever want anymore. Donzos lose their edge, really. They still have a little bit more health, but not the extra melee armor to get an advantage. And the surround. He hugs the backside of it, goes to the jab straight away, draws the auto attack. This is over. Game 1. Vortix has it locked in. These Tortuga, they just last so long. Vortix will just have to reset. Don't want to be diving the TC, but like at this stage, still without gold access. Wood is also becoming a limited factor, right? Like the second tree line about to go down. I struggle to see what Bexter's upside is now. Well, yeah, it's been a while since the DLC already, if you think about it. It's been like, what, 3 months? A decent amount of time. Vortix, what else are you doing? Yeah, moving out for gold. I was wondering when this was going to come in. I mean, he actually still has a lot of gold out here, so he'll just look to skew early, I guess. Also, this is pretty cool. Actually, this idea of Golden Horde here, because you have the deer and the gold usually right next to each other, so you can get the value Gur and then switch. Looks like it is going to be for the deer, though. Interesting. He had deer in the corner. How are the health bars looking on Tortugud? Not too good. Yeah, 3 of them at death's door. But just think about how long it took to get them close to this. It has been a Goliath effort to just try and kill a few of these guys. Vortix. Talked about him last time in this matchup, teching first. He's going to do it again. Musa fighting switch is intriguing by Bexter. I don't think I like that here. I mean, archers still contest you. You just can't afford javelins is the big problem. But like the idea of Musafadi, it's cheaper than Donzo's, yes. But extremely low base damage. So you'll deal with the Tortugud, but Donzo's are considerably more tanky, no? They've got the armor, they've got more health. The base damage is not great, and the problem there is because of the Karash. You just won't hit very hard at all against anything but Tortugud. It's like new pit mines being sniped by Bexter, but bad news on the way. Muscovy Yasak just a minute and a half out. And remember, the Tortugud will automatically upgrade. So they'll get stacked more stats. They go up to 12 damage. They'll get an extra, I think it's 40 HP with the Khan Tortugud effect. And the extra armor. Vor already getting locked in as well. So Vortix will have plenty of food, man. Like, look at the way he's spread the map. It just shows you how far ahead he is that he's able to do this against Malians. Malians that normally would have a few Sofa to threaten this. He's only building this outpost because it's so close to Bexter's base. He hasn't ruled this. He hasn't done anything to protect it. And the crazy part is that Bexter should have seen this a long time ago. He just doesn't really have the gold to even build a single Sofa. And what's Bexter got going for him? Could he go for a counter push here? I think Vortix is anticipating it. The positioning here with the cavalry, very smart. He even finds him out on the food. Because the idea now is like if Bexter went up the map, you go into the base. 10 worker lead now, 10 seconds away. Bexter's probably going to call GG straight away, right? He might try and pull for a Fulani. I think he probably tries to go for the Fulani. Chasing this is now very difficult. Vortix is already back to full way up. Spear plus archery upgrades already on the way. I remember, he went Yasak, so he immediately has the extra armor on these guys. That also is actually quite good specifically against Donzos. Because Donzos have a ranged javelin throw. Even though it gets bonus against Cav, its damage categorization rather is ranged. Which means Muscovy Yasak is useful against them. Too many Germans? We got to contest the kind of... Wait. Historically, Age of Empires has always been too many Germans. What are you... It's time for your comeuppance, actually. Now the clash. Veterancy's already in. End of the line in game number 1, I'm afraid. This Tortugud can take quite the beat. 290 HP. They just aren't dying quick enough. I mean, the military count looks even Stevens right now, but just give it a second. It's got a little bit of catching up to do. Front line now dead for Bexter. Vortix is still pushing. And the remaining cavalry will just take them down. So G number 1 will be a win for Vortix. Merritt will be playing 2nd to 4th qualified too. Wait, what? What are you on about? Has Gully imagined extra qualifiers? I think he has. Gully is... I don't think Gully realizes. Gully, buddy, that's it. There's only 16 people. Like, that's all the qualifiers. There are 4 qualifiers for the top 4. Yeah, but Myriad lost. Gully, did you just qualify for a tournament that you don't know the format of? Okay. Let's quickly explain it to Gully, shall we? Unless I've missed something here. The way this works is that you will have 4 weekends of the Road to World. Every single weekend, 1 player will qualify. It is a single elimination bracket run all the way through. I guess there is the success of it. Wait, how is the success? Maybe you're right, but why is there not a qualifier for it? Because you need to get extra people. You need to get extra people in, right? Have they just screwed up on the Liquipedia? They might have, actually. Honestly, Gully might be right. Where's this happening? How are we getting the successes in, now that I think about it? What the fuck? Is someone on Liquipedia just shit their job? God damn it. I've trusted Liquipedia again. Wait, so what's the... Alright, Gully, come on. What's the format, then? For getting the remaining slot players in? Because, like, each time we qualify 1 player, 1's going to be left over. Right? Because now, like, we'll have 16, and then we'll go down to 15 at the end of this. So where's the next player coming from? Oh, so they have actually... They've already calculated results from qualify. Is that what you were saying? Yeah, but wait. How would you argue that Myriad had the best result? Is that... Hold on a sec. Is that guaranteed? Actually, yeah, it is, because there's only 1 there. Okay, but my problem, like, my brain is now struggling with, like, how do they use that process? Like, what's the scoring system beyond that? Because Myriad might be the obvious one, but then how do you calculate the remaining? Would SAS be there, considering, like, the previous week SAS got 3-0'd by Voldemar here? Versus Downfall, who got a game off of Scatterbrained. No. I get it with Myriad, but my point is beyond that. How are they doing the remaining players, then? Have they actually told what the scoring system is? Have they, like, been tracking scoring based on win-losses or something? Because Myriad is the outlier, right? That's what I mean. Like, the fact that you go, like, prop Scarlet Devil is now making me concerned, like, confused about what is the qualification metric for the following people that enter. Do you get my point of, like, now I'm curious, like, how are we deciding this? Because, yeah, Scarlet should be the next one. But then, like, MSN and SAS, if you look at their previous week, didn't they go out, like, so he went out 3-0 here. MSN, I think, would then be next up. But, like, you could technically argue that, like, SAS and MSN should have to play a series to decide that. You know what I mean? That's the thing that I think is a bit confusing with this. And then, obviously, Jif had a crap second week, but, like, he beat Core and he, like, it was in the qualifying. I don't know. I think there needs to be, like, some weird qualifying thing played earlier in the week to decide these. Oh, so they haven't actually published anything clearly on what they're doing with this, then? Because, like, there is certain phases here where you technically don't even need to put a new player into the format. So what I mean by that is, for example, you could argue whoever made it to the final here should auto seed a win from the round of 16 in week 2. You know what I mean? Like, there's other ways they could go with this. Because you could auto seed at least this slot. So, like, on that week, it wouldn't matter that you have a person missing round of 16 for, like, week 1 to week 2. Then week 3, you could invite, like, a myriad. And then week 4, you could have, like, a similar situation, people who made it final. Like, there's multiple ways they could have went with this, really. Yeah, we'll see. Well, it sounds like there hasn't been confirmation that myriad will be there. We'll see then. I don't know. All right, so Ji Huan done. Let's get ready for the second. You see my point about where I was getting confused in what you're saying. I see where you're coming from, but it's like the format for how we get the 3 players total. It's almost like when people lost, there should have now been like a new pool made of like, you guys will now play a round robin BO2s to decide the 3 players that will be in line to enter the Road to Wall each time a player qualifies. That would have made more sense, I think. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it's not clear at all. I'm quite confused by it, personally. Like, he's like, Myriad's going to be players like, is there any guarantee of that? Has that been said anywhere? Like, I see the assumption on why you'd think it would be Myriad, but there's literally no, like, confirmation anywhere. That is hella confusing. All right, let's get ready to go. Oh, no, I just realized we should be having food soon. Oops. All right, in we go, one and all. Game number 2 between Vortix and Beasty. Vortix, as expected, with the early lead. Now we get to something a bit more normie. No Golden Horde. Roos versus Sushi for our second game. And a kind of crazy spawn. Okay, this is... Dry Arabia is weird, guys. There are so many spawns like this at the moment. Double deer location. Beasty hit the freaking jackpot, though. Double deer and a boar with... What? I mean, Meditation Garden may be a little bit sucky for him, but, like, this opening is gorgeous. I just don't think he's going to play out on the map. Shushi's, like, probably the civ that doesn't want this alongside China. I have been noticing this, though. Like, even some players flagging, complaining about it, like the deer spawns being very tight. But it does seem to be a consistent thing. It seems to be rarer that the deer are split these days for whatever reason. I don't know what they changed on the map. Because this is the Dry Arabia that we know and consider to be balanced here. I even checked with the map creator on whether anything had changed. And he was like, nope. I haven't been told of anything. Okay, my brain is just scrambled after trying to figure out those Red Bull qualifiers. Like, what the... Like, seriously, just just take all the people that were in the RO16 and deciding matches. And then literally just put them in a like round robin BO1 or BO2 to decide who will then be seated as priority for replacing people who qualify to London Aim. That would, like, extend the process by a week, I guess, is the problem. Brought a sheep to the hunting cabin? Yeah, this is pretty standard behavior. Because the idea is the villager spends a lot of time walking out here. So usually, like, as you think about extending further, you just club sheep down here. Because then you can kind of delay the point at which you return to either I'm already teching or I already have wheelbarrow. Usually it's I'm already teching because with Roos, you're going pro scouts. The hilarious thing is you could have technically just hunting cabined out here and eaten the deer. Which we have seen a few players doing, by the way. Medigarden in the corner, a decent one, by the way. He's going to get 48 food, 25 gold, 25 stone, so 98 resources overall. Respectable. In fact, I think 99. He's got a tree in range. Love the reaction from Vortix. He's going pro scouts, but he can build the scouts in the meantime. So he uses them to delay the value. Meditation Garden, remember, it loses 10% per enemy unit in range. In fact, Is he going to burn it all the way? And what? Bex is going 2TC. All right, I'm going to keep fast forwarding. This feels like it's Pro Scouts Fast Castle versus 2TC. Spears now being added in as well by Vortix. Just check the published list. Mirror will be first, then Scarlet, then MSN. Ah, okay, thank you. But they didn't clarify the metric by which they were gauging that? Okay, fair enough. Oh, Warman's heartbroken. She's really hoping to have Mirror Edge casting. And Dexter, 2TC, man. Blast from the past. Been a while since we Sushi do this. Vortix, presumably, is just going for fast tech now. I think there was a suspicion at first that there might be presence from Bexter, and now he's like, oh, okay. I see his greeting. Abbey of Trinity, anyone? I think Abbey of Trinity could make some sense here, but might not even be necessary, considering that Bexter did go 2TC. He can try to block relics, but he can't take them, is the problem with this build. Granaries already now being prepped at the back. Dude, this is such an old build. I have seen a few players trying to bring it back. I think it's situational. And it's the type of strategy that I think some people might say is ill-advised against Vortix. Vortix isn't exactly a slow roller. And it is going to be high trade house. All right, get your numbers in on that one, folks. So, Abbey of Trinity, not on the table this time around. But like we said, you know, there isn't a rush to grab the relics when your opponent's slow rolling. You like a single granary with 2 layers of farms? Can make sense as well. At this stage of the game, you're usually supervising food anyway. He has left the room also. We'll get ready to slow this down now that we are for the castle age, which means party time is about to start. Looks like it's going to be either 100 or 101 gold coming in from this bad boy. Monastery drop already, which just makes sense. You can build a few horse archers, just monastery up. Baxter is trying to wall up as fast as possible. Has got the Chug Spearman starting to be produced. Yeah, so basically everything to answer horse archers. Funny thing is, like, horse archers can just ever so slightly outrange you. Also, you know, if Vortix just starts building knights, I think Bex is going to have a food issue if he's not careful, actually. He has at least got 1 deer pack in range. Berries reserved in the corner. Second deer pack is being yoinked away, though. I wonder what I'm eating today. I didn't even ask Emma. It's probably cold. She always like hard cooks towards 5. Used to be because Freya always wants to just eat. But she's not hungry right now. So actually, now that I think about it, Emma has no good reason to make me eat cold. Fuck damn. Cold nuggies? I mean, I assume she's cooked something proper. She recently was like, we're going to stop having chicken nuggets and chips all the time. That's all she eats. I'm like, well, you're the one cooking it. Like, excuse me? It's like this gasp for like, I'm not responsible for it. You keep loading a plate full of those chips. Alright, horse archer count slowly bulking up here. Steel Dyer also on the way, which is interesting to prioritize over Undermesh when you see Chug. Baxter, how many farms? The food is running out fast, guys. He could go berries. Wait, what is he doing? Whoa, boy. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's not how we rotate. Horse archers just come in from behind, so they're going to snipe the reinforcements. Where is he go? He's trying to guard the relic, right? Oh, he realized really late as well. Vortix begin the burn. He'll retreat when the army comes back, but the whole point is that that's a pretty big edge to get, just cutting the reinforcement count, because Bex is just going for raw bulk. Chug are going to arrive, so we'll have to just retreat with the horse archers. These are a bit weird trades to be taken for Vortix, actually. only going to get worse. Still Dara being rushed in. His own undermesh being slow. A little bit better now. Shoot count only 4. He's sacking spears to get this type of trade, though. But for him, it just makes sense, right? Like, Bex is only building 0 armor units. So Horse Archers will just be able to chase it away. A few scouts now to try and burn through the wall, which is already taking a lot of damage. Dexter still has to find an age up here, guys. Horse Archers. Just trying to trade out. Burn comes through on the wall. Scouts are going to sack themselves, but here we go. Knight's now queued up. I was wondering how long he was going to wait. He can afford it now, though, right? The initial gold went into the Warrior Monks. Now he's got extra gold gen. 3 relics already banked. 2 more that are achievable here. Dexter trying for reroll? I feel bad for Bex. Every time he's like, okay, that's it. He's going to stop just hitting this location, right? I mean... It's only Horse Archers. Just keep cheekily getting kills. And no, Emma didn't get a Steam Deck. She doesn't need a Steam... Like, stop. Don't even encourage her. She doesn't really even use her PC. The PC that's more than good enough. Better than a Steam Deck. She's like spending my money. You would have thought she would have had the smarts to choose a rich person for that reason. Oh, sweet, sweet Knight. Knight's trying to just complicate things now. Yeah, for Vortix, it's now just trade out, get rid of the spears. If you get rid of the spears, you can win the fight. Oh, that bait! Bex, he forced his whole army to react to the Warrior Monk. So just gives Vortix a better trade there. And it's only going to get better from here. Boy's Fortitude is now on the way. These Knights just don't take damage. And now, the relic being picked up, Vortix is going to be running from the 4th and the 5th relic. 2 Knights, no answer to him. Chug just try to trade out as best as possibly can, but I think Bex is going to have to double down on Feudal here, man. Rushing Castle would just be a death sentence now. The wall, whoopsie. That's an opening. Weird that... Wait, why is he not going in? I guess he wants a wider opening, maybe? Or it's like a bug gap. I'm pretty sure he just wants a wider opening. Besides, he doesn't have many knights just yet, so waiting for a solid front line to dive in, it does have some logic behind it. Rich bald man or poor man with great hair? Yeah, but like in this day and age, if you're rich, you just fix your hair now. That problem's just going to extend further in the future. When we get full altered carbon and people are just shifting bodies, that's when it gets to be a really dark existence. Horse Archers have got ranged armor 2 on the way. Remember, these Horse Archers are actually better at sniping out spin than they used to be because the attack speed is better. You're just able to kill more per minute than you used to. Knights now with the hard commitment. And we have got Chugnu headbutting a Nightwave. Vortix slowly eking out that lead now. Being crazy as well when you consider it's a 23 worker lead for Bexter. Doesn't really feel like it. His food income is inferior. The gold is most definitely not competing. And the army just can't hold a torch against this. Knight's now diving in. It's only Chug left over. They're about to get cut down too. And after that, it's going to be sweet, sweet farm galore. Altered Carbon was amazing. Yeah, I'm kind of bummed out they didn't continue it. Netflix's approach to how they source TV shows is dumb. You guys hear about that recently? That they... It's kind of intriguing, and I understand why they do it from a strategic standpoint, but it's terrible from an art standpoint. That in a movie, the plot needs to be redefined like 4 times, they said. Like, it has to be said what they're doing. Because they're aware that a lot of people are looking at their phone when they're watching. That's, like, sad from an art standpoint, but smart from a business standpoint. But, like, the Altered Carbon call was a weird one. I think they just needed a 3rd season, because then people would have appreciated that the actor kept changing. When you do only 2 seasons, there's going to be huge backlash because people got attached to the first actor. For those who don't know, Altered Carbon changed its main character, the lead role, from season 1 to season 2. Because the whole idea is that he changes body. Because it's a future where you can, like, download yourself onto new bodies. They just didn't go far enough with it. Okay, so Ford Workshop now. Vortix is already getting into trebs. At this point, his mindset's probably like, why is he not just GG'd? It's fine, I'll get it out of him soon. Double Wooden Fortress as well, so could even think about some spring wooden placements. I guess it's also pretty nice. If the Duke hard dive, you just stick horse archers inside. Sure, the damage is going to be lower, but they're not going to die. I think the problem is the writing wasn't solid. I can kind of get behind that. I also think it's kind of a combo of I'd agree that I can't remember the story of season 2 as much, because I think they went from it being a detective show into something else. But also I think the change of actor for like a more casual viewer was off-putting. Charge coming in, Knights. They've got the Saint's Blessing. Oh boy, and that's extra armor even for your backline now. Hasn't got the extra radius, but has enough of it. Vex. Just doesn't feel like the body count is favoring him here. Oh my god. It's a sea of green dev. Alright. That's gonna be a GG's. Baxter, a valiant effort. What's a boy to do when he's just trying to get some sweet, sweet elo on the board and he's just going to have to keep going into this? Vortix will break face. Baxter will not even make it to the castle edge. G to Zaji. So, I think that might bring us to a close for Moon Day. We're in life like what, 5 hours? That's 5 hours is pretty solid, actually. So I'll be back tomorrow, more Age of Empires 4, and then obviously got Finals Thursday, and then Friday I'll be looking to do some bright stream content. We need to get back on that grind. That content farm. I don't know. I need to think of, like, let me know if you guys have ideas on games that are really hard if you kill everyone. Because I was like, oh, maybe Dishonored again. But, like, Dishonored, in my opinion, is not that hard if you murder everyone. It's just different. I want a game that could screw me over where I start just having to attack everything. Because we have got some interesting ideas around, like, killing everyone that you look at. And then there's also the... there is also the AI Ran theme park or AI Ran zoo would be really cool. Bannerlord 2? I don't think Bannerlord 2 works for that, though. Like, there's a lot of people you just can't kill. Because the idea is, like, literally, we look at them, we have to kill them straight away. And I think there is, like, in cities, you can't kill the characters, right? Pretty sure. I want to do some challenges with Bannerlord 2. I think in some ways, it's a cool sandbox, but also, it's a bit linear in scope. Some people are going to hate me saying that, but, like, in my mindset of the freedom you have, it is a bit linear in scope. Like, I don't think Bannerlord 2 expanded enough compared to Bannerlord 1. Yeah. But, yeah, if you're watching on YouTube, TikTok, I'm getting the stream now. I'll be back tomorrow about the same time as today. We'll have some quarterfinals lined up. I mean, we've got, like, what? BC/Critter up against Corvinus we'll have. Vortix versus, I believe it ends up being Scatterbrain, but maybe that one didn't play yet, actually. Scatterbrain or Jiff, another cool one. Nubian Sass up against B. And then Anatand versus either Gully or Myriad. So, yeah, some really cool sets there. But I'll return for that tomorrow. Thank you very much for watching. TikTok and YouTube, farewell. See you then.